Okay, hello, everyone. We should be live now. So hi everyone in the chat. Yes, hi Tengute, how are you? Fine? Hello everyone. Yeah, I noticed that. I get that reference as well. Hi Matt S, hi Nocturnal Decay, hi Cyberspace. So yeah, welcome everyone to a, sponsored stream? Yeah, Square Enix sent me a code for the Dragon Quest III HD-2D remake, and that's honestly really cool, because I've been wanting to play this game for a while, because, well, firstly, this is one of the few, like, HD-2D games that I actually really like the art style of. Like, it's actually colorful, unlike some, but also, this game is, like, basically the... Oh, hi, Jedi Knight, James Lunagazer. Yeah, seeing a lot of people here, yeah. Oh, hi, Lenio as well, yeah, a lot of people here I'm recognizing. John Charlters, yeah, it's nice to see all these people. So, like always with PC games, I am looking at the chat via my phone because of, yeah, it's kind of a little... I can actually get this one to work, like, when I tap out of the window, but I don't hear the sound. But anyway... Like I said, I've been wanting to play this game for a while because Dragon Quest III is like one of the pioneers of the JRPG genre. And it was not really as, like, successful in the West on release. And actually that was probably because in Japan it came out like 2 months after Final Fantasy I on NES. And in the West, we didn't get it until after Final Fantasy IV. Which was technically Final Fantasy II in the US, but still, like, that's a pretty big game to get it after, and it probably suffered in that regard, but, like, this game basically pioneered a lot of JRPG tropes. Like, most things, like, for example, job systems, having a second world map that you visit after the apparent final boss is defeated, only to learn they weren't really the main villain, and actually there's a different villain. Yeah, there's a few plot twists in this game that are pretty common knowledge by now, and the remake doesn't really make much of an attempt to hide. But yeah, anyway, I am, yeah, gonna go into Venture Forth and create a new adventure log. Currently unused. Yeah, I've got, oh, there's more of these. Okay, there's 9 save slots total. That's good to know. Let's just go with 1. Decide upon a name. So is this gonna be the name of the file or the name of the main character? Because I know you get to create your characters in this game and name them. So, I actually want maybe to ask chat about this, because I need to know, because there's a very specific name I plan to use for the main character. So yeah, I just want to wait until I get some confirmation there. Okay, somebody says they think it's the character. I like how you can use Geno language, as I like to call it, for the name, though. The hearts and music notes. Yeah, I know what the canon name of the main character is, which is also a spoiler, because of, yeah. Again, the remakes don't make much of an attempt to hide this plot twist. But essentially, you are actually playing the backstory of Dragon Quest I in this game, like, which was kind of a huge reveal at the time. Yeah, I think they use this song for, like, the menu, like, the file select screen of every game in the series. I do remember, the only other Dragon Quest game I've played is 8. I played the 3DS remake of 8, which was pretty good. I've watched a lot of footage from, 11, which 11 looks really good. Like, I love 11's characters and story, and its gameplay looks pretty good too. So, yeah, 11 goes on sale quite often, so maybe I'll get 11 one day. Yeah, oh, hi, Some Asian. Sorry, I'm just waiting for confirmation of this, because I want to use a very unless I just use the name now, and just in case it asks me for a different name later, I can just put in the same name. I might as well do that, because I want to name the protagonist of this game after a semi-recurring character from my channel, and it's not the one that you, well, thankfully it's not a certain one. Because, yes, this is going to be the legend of the most powerful character in the history of video games. No, there's no C there. Yes, this shall be the legend of BLILDA. And the reason for that, yes, will be apparent when we find out. Oh, here we go. Okay, that was the name. Right, it must have been the character name. So yeah, here we go. So this game also let you choose like between male and female like protagonists, which was massive. Remember, this game came out in the late 1980s. So being able to have a female protagonist like this early in JRPG history, and it's not just that, you can make any party member any gender in this game as well. So like that was huge for its time. And so I'm going to be going with the female protagonist design. Heroine with appearance B, because I want to do that because it was basically one of the earliest games that let you do that. So yes, BLILDA is the strongest. Oh yeah, so this right here, I've heard about this in reviews, yeah. So this, like, you can have this on if you need guidance on where to go next, which can be a thing with old RPGs. However, I'm gonna go ahead and turn this off to kind of preserve the original experience. From what I remember of playing Final Fantasy 1, which also got given to me as a stream code by the same people, so thank you for that, the NPCs and towns in these games usually do a good job of telling you where you need to go next, and I want to rely on that. Oh, there's a difficulty mode. Yeah, I've heard about this too. So yeah, there's an easy mode, Draki quest, standard, then Draconian quest. So I know Draconian quest is a thing in 11, and it's pretty ridiculous, but I'm going to be going for this one. I think the original is still quite brutal as far as like things go. Like it's an NES RPG. I think it is probably made easier in this version, but still. Auto-saving, good to know. Yeah, that's probably... I think there's voice acting in this game, so I might have to stop talking, but I did notice someone in the chat mentioned the heroes...
If you can hear me, follow the sound of my voice.
Yep, there's voice acting. Mentioned the heroes reveal in Smash Bros.
Yes, come this way.
And that's something I always said, like, people getting mad at the Dragon Quest III hero being an anime swordsman, they're the anime swordsman. Like, almost every RPG protagonist owes something to the Dragon Quest III hero. Also, Akira Toriyama is amazing, and it's just so sad to lose him. But yeah, he did all the designs for all the Dragon Quest characters, and it's very obvious, if you've seen Dragon Ball, the design should be very similar. Yeah, I've heard the Switch version of Dragon Quest XI is the best version. And, yeah, okay, we can hold down the circle button to run. Which is basically just move faster than usual, because, yeah, this is feeling quite familiar to Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster, but it's just prettier. Like, this looks really nice. Like, I do love the way that this looks. It's just, yeah, wow, this is great. Can you hear me, BLILDA? It is time for thou to awaken and break the game into a billion pieces. Again. Is this a stat thing? I'm guessing this is a stat build thing. Oh, okay, right. I'm just gonna go with the same, one. This is, yeah, what I thought would happen. Month of your birth. When did I record the BLILDA video? That was like sometime in like August or September-ish, I think. I'm gonna choose September. I don't care, but I'm gonna choose 14th just because. Virgo. Okay. No, September, maybe it's a different date in September. I know that I'm Libra and I was born in September, but anyway. Here we go. Yeah, I presume this affects your stat growth, But I'm just going to answer these however I want and see what happens. Reminds me of Kingdom Hearts, actually. Is it better to have fine weapons and armor than fine companions? Well, most generic RPG protagonists would say absolutely no, fine companions are the best. But then again, BLILDA is insanely powerful herself and doesn't need companions. I guess I'll say yes and say friendship sucks. Do you find you spend more money on weapons than armor? In most games, yes. And you favor cheaper yet more distant hostelry, I guess that's a house, over a nearer yet more costly establishment. I'd say nearer. Do you dream often? I guess yes. Do you ever dream of being pursued? I presume that this would affect your speed stat. I'm gonna say no. Yes, BLILDA certainly does. Even the most minor of matters irritate you. Considering BLILDA crit in like every single combat she fought in, yes. Yes, BLILDA does that. Do you have the self-belief, the trust that you're in the right no matter what may come? Yeah, BLILDA's pretty confident in herself like that. Yeah, the BLILDA video was posted in November, but I recorded all of that series way earlier. Yes, the final test of who we are, wandering in the desert and hoping we don't die of thirst. Oh, there's footprints, that's cool. There's a person here. There's a dead person, kind of. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Dragon Quest localizations are very British, by the way. So, that's just something that you will have to get used to. I guess you will already be used to it if you've seen a certain recent JRPG that used a lot of British accents. The whole abandon the person for better chances to save yourself kind of issue. It is true that there is no point if you both die. Hello there. Okay, he's not dead at least. I'm sorry, but yes, I did. Yeah, this is kind of I'm not sure how I would answer this in real life, to be honest, but right now I'm gonna balance that earlier thing, go with the power of friendship decision. Oh yeah, some Asian in the chat did explain BLILDA to people who aren't aware. And you have failed miserably. You are unworthy to play this game. I must ask that you leave. Yeah, like I said, this reminds me a little bit of the start of Kingdom Hearts 1, where you answer a bunch of questions and they affect your stat growth. I presume this affects your stat growth, so there are probably, like, optimal choices here. Of course, yes. 16th birthday, yes. Everyone becomes an amazing hero at the age of 16 in RPG land. And it's very rare to see somebody over 20. Anybody 20 or older in a JRPG is ancient.
Oh.
So I do remember this, and this is because my main experience with Dragon Quest III is seeing a screenshot Let's Play of it on the Serenae's Forest forums, of all places. The Game Boy version. The Game Boy version looked pretty good from what I saw.
Well, no time like the present. I know.
Yes, indeed, BLILDA has parents. This is because she is the obscure cousin of Hilda, and however, she's the overachiever of the family. That's why Hilda has such an inferiority complex, because anybody would be when compared to BLILDA.
I'll go and wake them now.
Someone in the chat says they just woke up from a car alarm outside. Yeah, that always sucks.
Cooey! Wakey, wakey! Rise and shine!
I think Cooey might be British, because I know it's a lot of Australians use Cooey.
Morning, my darling. It's time to get up. Today's a very important day. After all, it's not every morning you ask the king himself to give your big journey his personal blessing.
Oh, yeah. So, okay, I think this is actually referenced in Nier Automata, of all games, in the description of one of the weapons. And then it turns out to be a punchline to a joke because the character describing everything is just like a random soldier at the castle rather than the hero.
This is what I've been raising you for all these years.
I've been training you my whole life so you could be a child soldier.
Well then, shall we get going? Come on, follow me.
Ah, yes, and we get our amazing hero's clothes. And now, we examine everything in the hopes that it contains... Oh, hey, it's an item. I have heard that the remake is kind of generous with these seeds, compared to the original, and, yeah, I've heard some people aren't, like, as big a fan of that, but also, like, you know, it's probably fine. Granted, it's, you know, I've only really looked at a couple of Steam reviews, and most of the negative ones are probably just massive exaggerations. And so our child goes off to, yes, become a child soldier. Everyone's dream in RPG land. Because somehow being a teenager gives you superpowers. This looks really nice though. It's actually giving me a bit of a Chrono Trigger festival vibe. Yeah, I wonder if Chrono Trigger ever would get the HD-2D remake treatment. Like, that would be cool, honestly. Chrono Trigger is great, but it'd have a big shoes to fill, because a lot of people just love Chrono Trigger so much, like...
Come on, dear. You know where the castle is. Straight on now. Off you go. And remember to mind your manners. I won't have the king thinking you've been dragged up.
Is this king good, evil, or impersonated by a monster, and therefore temporarily evil? You know, come to think of it, I actually think this game might be one of the first games to use the king is impersonated by a monster plot point, but spoilers. I don't think it's this king, though. I think if it is, it's another king. Or I might be thinking of Final Fantasy IV, which definitely used that plot point at one point. Well, it very obviously used that plot point at, like, the very start, but yeah, this looks really good. Yeah. It's kind of a different style of HD 2D to what I'm, like, used to, where everything looks all pixelated and stuff. Like, I'm sorry if the Square Enix people are listening to this stream, and, but, like, I was never really into Octopath Traveler very much. I tried it. I really want to like Octopath Traveler, but also it's just... I don't know, there's just something about it that just rubs me the wrong way, and I can't really describe why. This, though, I am enjoying a lot more. And I mean a lot more, like, visually. There's not, like, an overuse of bloom lighting here, either. No, I didn't. Okay. How much older are you than her? I'm a little concerned. Yes, let's hope that the 16-year-old is not being flirted with by, like, all the town NPCs, because that would be very weird. But anyway. Like, yeah, I just... Chrono Trigger would be cool to see remade. In fact, with voice acting, like, I would love to hear Chrono Trigger with voice acting. I wonder who would voice Magus. That'd be an interesting role. But, Frog as well would be pretty cool with voice acting. Aha, yes, there it is. Portcullis! Truly, the greatest invention of all time, according to a certain somebody in Thracia. Eliahan Castle, okay? Well, they'll probably say it in dialogue eventually, so I'll know whether I'm wrong in pronouncing it. This music is pretty nice, though. Throne room is just up the stairs here. Yeah, I probably want to get through the preamble pretty quickly so we can get to the real meat of this game. Normally, I'd wander around the castle and talk to, like, all of the NPCs, but probably best to get things going.
Well met, child of Ortega.
Your voice is amazing.
We could not locate any of Ortega's belongings. I see. To think something out there is capable of besting a man of his caliber.
My husband thought long and hard before setting off. I'm sure he was at peace when he passed.
Doubtless your mother has recounted the tale of your father's final moments many times.
Yes, as she has been raising us specifically for this moment. Every night tells the bedtime story of, your father died horrendously and you must avenge him. Every single night. That's not traumatizing to a young child at all.
When he fell into the maw of that accursed volcano, the world lost a great man.
Okay, wow, that is a really brutal way to die. I think I do remember this, though.
However, we wholeheartedly approve of your wish to follow in his footsteps and set forth on the path of adventure.
Oh yeah, someone in the chat is saying that we're the child of a Team Star boss?
For it is what he would have wanted. And only the child of such a hero as he could hope to save our world. The foe we face is dire indeed. The Archfiend Baramos.
Yes, that is totally who the actual villain of the game is, and there is not an even bigger villain behind him in a massive plot twist that will be revealed later.
Many of the peoples of this world do not yet even know his name.
Well, that's better than, like, Rapthorn going around to every village and, like, implicitly brainwashing people into saying his name all the time. Like, I remember that in Dragon Quest VIII. That was actually kind of a cool plot point.
And yet, his grip on our realm grows ever tighter. He must be stopped, no matter the cost.
Yeah, hi Lucas in the chat. Also in the chat, if anybody, like, if the game audio is too high, please tell me.
You must free us from the Archfiend's ever-encroaching tyranny.
I kind of wonder what Archfiend was in Japanese. I wonder if it was Ma'or, like Demon King, because I know that Dragon Quest, like, as a series, is pretty much responsible for the Ma'or trope in Japanese media.
But alone, you will only meet the same fate as your father. Go and consult with Mistress Patty in town, and use this to outfit the companions she has selected for you.
Yeah, yes, we have a person in town who's specifically designed to giving lonely people friends. If only things worked like that in real life. 50 gold coins and some basic equipment. Yeah, I remember that the king in Dragon Quest 1 was a massive cheapskate in terms of how much he gave you to start the adventure. I think he gave you, like, enough to buy, like, one of, like, the worst possible sword or something, and then that's it.
Allow me to proffer some guidance. You would be wise to seek out the Thief's Key, an implement that can open a myriad of the world's doors. Obtain it, and your travels will be that bit easier.
Yeah, I remember there was a thing like this in a lot of old RPGs, actually. I think Final Fantasy 1 did it, and I've always liked that, how it's like, oh, you get this item, now you can go back to all these places and open these doors you couldn't open before. It's like, there are a lot of features and tropes of classic JRPGs that you don't really see much anymore that I do miss.
But first, I suggest you heed His Majesty's advice and seek like-minded individuals at Patty's party planning place.
Or alternatively, 4P.
Once you have done so, try making your way to Reeve, a quaint village to the northwest of our fair kingdom.
Yeah, see, this right here as well is like why I don't feel like I need the objective marker, but I hope I don't speak too soon about that, because, like, yeah, like, often the NPCs do a good job of telling you where you're supposed to go next. Like, the general theme of most of these old RPGs is talk to everyone in town, usually they'll oh wait, no, I think that was like a joke about that somewhere ages ago on the internet. It was something like, they'll either tell you, go to this place, in which case you must go there, or they'll say, whatever you do, don't go to this place, in which case you must also go there.
You will now find Reeve marked on your map. Locating the rest of the realm's noteworthy areas, however, is a task I believe best left in your capable hands. You simply need note down anywhere you happen to visit. Be sure to see these places with your own eyes first, though.
Okay.
Otherwise, you'll likely forget to mark them on your map.
Okay, yeah. I do like how there's a justification for how the map works, though. Although I'm guessing the original game did not do this at all. A lot of the old, like, NES RPGs kind of assume the player would draw their own map, which is also another feature that is... I do kind of miss that sometimes, even though I didn't grow up in the NES RPG era. I should mention, like, my first non-Pokemon JRPG was Final Fantasy XII on PS2, so that's kind of more the RPG era that I'm nostalgic for.
And remember, your curiosity is an asset most valuable. Lend it an ear at all times, and you will surely benefit. However, remain wary, lest it lead you into trouble on occasion.
That almost makes it sound like that your curiosity is like its own character or something, like an embodiment of your curiosity that comes up and tells you to do things. That'd be a fun concept. Although I think that's basically Disco Elysium.
We expect great things of you.
We, meaning me and my awesome voice, we are two individuals. Yeah, I'm a little suspicious about the Chancellor, though. His voice sounds kind of evil-ish, and Chancellors usually tend to be evil in things, but still. Okay, during a conversation immediately after, you can commit what you heard to memory by saying opt. Okay, Traveler's Tips. Okay, that's probably just some kind of basic, yeah, thing like that. And now we can press... alright, that's opt, okay. I normally call that button start, but I guess on a PlayStation 4 controller, it's opt. Here we go, yeah, row system. I know that from an RPG that I've been playing recently. Okay, here we go, so triangle does this. I know that in a lot of the really old Dragon Quest games, you actually had to, like, use this menu for everything. So instead of, like, going up to someone and pressing X to talk, you'd actually open the menu and select, like, talk. And you'd have to be facing the right direction as well. I think Earthbound did that too, but Earthbound was also very, very, heavily based in, like, Dragon Quest. Like, Earthbound is very, very Dragon Quest influenced. I have 2 sets of Wayfarer's clothes. Oaken Club Cypress. Oh, I think the Cypress Stick is the weapon that was in Nier Automata. Like, as the reference to this. But anyway, I do wonder, though, if further in the castle there's, like, treasure chests. Because oftentimes there are a bunch of treasure chests in the castle. There's a bath here. I wonder if these are the only people in the kingdom to have a bath. And all the peasants need to make do with, yes, not ever having a bath in their entire life. Okay, you're just saying, oh, brave hero, please bring peace to our world. Hello, person with loot. Yeah, like this. So, like, this is a classic, like, NES RPG thing. Like, you talk to random people and they'll say something about the world. And I do like that. It kind of adds to the world building pretty subtly. It's just like, people in the world are talking about legends they've heard about. And often you'll need to go to those places. I presume, though, I can see some locks on the map as well, so, like, maybe, yeah, it looks like we need to get the key before we come back here and raid the entire castle treasury. Meanwhile, that person is forever locked in the kitchen. That is their lot in life. I like that portrait there. The rascal Kirk Buzzer was robbing houses all the time, finally goes banged up in jail. Okay, yeah. Again, that's probably going to be relevant later. That is just the thing about these RPGs. Talk to everybody, and if they tell you about something, you should probably make note of it. Ah, right. That's definitely going to be relevant. So that must be how you get the key to open all these doors. One of his crimes must have been locking that door so that guy can never get out of the kitchen ever again. Truly the most heinous of criminal masterminds in the entire world. Wait, okay. I do kind of like the transition noises as well. Earthbound is Dragon Quest in Eagle Land, someone in the chat says. Yeah, that fits. Oh, there's a princess, huh? Interesting. Oh, maybe this is the princess. Oh, it is, okay. Oh, that's funny. This reminds me of the time that a translation had to run a little girl's dialogue through what they actually called an uwu generator. That sounds amazing. Yeah, I'm guessing she probably talked in, like, immature speech in Japanese, and that's how they would convey it. Like, apparently the Dragon Quest series in Japanese is just as, like, full of puns as the localizations are. I can't believe your dad was weak and got himself killed and died horrendously in a volcano. Yes, that guy was forced to cook for all eternity. Down these stairs. Yeah, I promised that I'd get, you know, get a move on, but also I do want to check this out. No funny business, just regular business. Interesting. Ah, there's Kirk Buzzer, okay. Dreamer's Tower. Ah, so you don't have the key anymore. Somebody in Dreamer's Tower has the key. See, again, like, this is just... I'm sorry that I keep stressing it, but it's just like, this is classic NES RPG. It's just like, you have to talk to all the NPCs. And, like, normally these days, doing that is just about, like, getting more flavor. Like, for the goings-on stuff, which is nice too, but also, like, this is, like, they're almost, like, the thing about the NES RPGs like this and the Final Fantasy, early Final Fantasy is that, like, they're kind of puzzles. You have to figure out, like, where to go next from the clues you get from NPCs and, like, what to do, and it's like, oh, right, okay, so there's the thief got locked up, okay, he had a key that could open everything. The key, he lost the key, so now we have to track down the guy who has his key now, and he's in this place called Dreamer's Tower, which presumably is a dungeon, so that's how that works. Oh, a slime is in the jail, huh? I don't think I saw them down there. I know there's a new, like, Monster Wrangler class. I don't think I really intend to use that. Okay, so Dreamer's Tower is fairly close, I'm guessing. Yeah, given all these locks right now that we can't really do anything with, kind of makes sense that we need to go to Dreamer's Tower early on. Derek Silver, sorry for being late. Did you miss it? No, you didn't miss anything. We're just having fun exploring the castle right now. We found out that we need to get a certain key from a certain thief, and also the king is expecting great things from us. And also we need to go to the party planners to get a party. Because that's what Pinkie Pie did after she retired, I guess. She decided to recruit adventurers. Now, is there a button that will display the map? Let me just press all my buttons and see. Doesn't look like any of those do it. Oh, no, Square does, okay. That was actually originally gonna be, like, the purpose of the Square button. In like, when they first made the PlayStation controller. The Square button was supposed to be like, it was supposed to look like a map, and triangle was meant to represent a point of view, and therefore, like a look around button, or that kind of thing, which is how they used it in Spyro 1, actually. Yeah, Chimera Wings, I've heard good things about these. Oh, yeah, this right. Yeah, it's apparently really controversial now this doesn't happen, that you don't bump your head on the ceiling if you zoom, because, like, as much as this was really inconvenient, this was, okay, so, I like that it's a quality of life change that doesn't happen anymore, and you can use the fast travel system inside dungeons. On the other hand, it was very iconic to a lot of old, like, players of the older Dragon Quest games that you hit your head on the ceiling if you tried using zoom indoors. To the point where Final Fantasy does that as, not Final Fantasy, why did I say Final Fantasy? Sorry. To the point where Smash Bros. With the hero does that. If you try and use the hero's up special and you've got a ceiling above you, you will smack your head on the ceiling. So, it's just a thing about that, and I can only afford 2 of these on my current salary from the king. Maybe right now I will not do that and just see, because I know that in these games, if a party member, like, dies in battle, you actually have to go all the way back to a church to resurrect them, and I think that costs money as well, so I might want to save some money. Also, let me just check what the continental map is, okay. That's a pretty basic looking continent, but then again, this game is from like the 1980s, and again, this isn't the only continent, spoilers. Like back in the day, having more than one continent was a huge plot twist. Oh yeah, here it is, yeah, Resurrection, Purification, Benediction. I think these are like, something tells me that in one of the older games, you actually had to, pay, a church to, like, the church could show you how close you were to a level up. Because there was no, like, stat screen that showed you how close you were to leveling up. So, like, I don't know if this is totally true if I'm misremembering, but I do... wait, what? Did I just go back to the title screen? I think I did. Whoops. Okay, well, that's fine. I can just go back into the game. Yeah, I must have, yeah, passing through the dialogue too much. Also, hi, Filthy Fish Goddess Mermaid saying you're late, yeah. Okami Spider-Brush. What personality did my hero end up having? From what I said, it said, like, idealist, I think. So yeah. I presume the personality affects your stat growth. Because I heard someone say there was a female exclusive personality type in the original. Okay, this looks like a martial artist. Oh yeah, this is one thing that does actually kind of annoy me about Dragon Quest. The fact that the basic revive spell only has a 50% chance of working. Like, if even that. That was a thing even in Dragon Quest VIII. You left your bag at the inn, eh? I wonder. Yes, I know there are shops. Oh yeah, here we go. Record your progress in churches or with nuns. Fearless adventurers save frequently. Save early, save often, don't overwrite saves. That's a different company, but oh well. Yeah, I'm gonna check out, if this bed is the inn, then let's see if this guy, if his stuff is still here and I can... I wonder if it'll give you the option to return it to him, whether or not you just steal it. Because lol. Oh, there is an interact. It's just the fireplace. But yeah, this reminds me of, like, finding mini-medals in Dragon Quest VIII. You had to, like, examine every little pot and stuff, all over, like, every town and inns and all of that, and then you get these mini-medals, which you could trade for stuff. I am struggling with the door. BLILDA's one weakness, I suppose. Interesting, okay. Leather hats! Well, we did find those in a lot of houses back in Dragon Quest VIII, I do remember that. Oh, it's one of those horn helmet guys. Ah, well, I guess that guy's telling you that if you try and sail the ocean without proper preparation, you will get wrecked. But we are BLILDA, and thus we are the most powerful character in existence. Or... well... we'll see. I get the feeling we're probably gonna die a lot in the early game, because that's just how early Dragon Quest goes. You generally need to grind a little bit, and you will get beaten up a lot. Yeah. Now, I don't know if that is... specifically, if that is that guy's stuff. Idealist is good because your only bad growth is magic, and... okay, that's nice, okay. Don't think I need the inn. Now, chances are I am probably missing out on, like, stuff in here, but I kind of want to do the party planning stuff, because that sounds cool, because that means I get to make some new characters, which is going to be... I have a few characters in mind already, but I'm open to suggestions from the chat, too. Oh, hi, sneakily hidden chest. It's a dragon scale. That's in the equipment, huh? Okay. I'm guessing... that's an accessory, there we go. More defense. Well, I guess our main character should have more defense. I don't think this is a game where if your main character goes down, it's a game over. But, like, yeah. Well, Dragon Quest 1 was, because in Dragon Quest 1, you only had one character. There was no party. Then Dragon Quest 2 introduced, like, the Prince of Moonbrook and the Princess of Somewhere, who were the first party members in the series. And again, yeah, hints from NPCs. Check everything in towns. You might find stuff. Yeah, just looking at the chat here. Mini-medals are an addiction. Oh, mini-medals are in this game. Yeah, I had a feeling about that. A warrior, priest, and a mage. Okay, recruitment people can find what you're doing. We'll need to go and see Mr. Recruit Agents. That was an actual sign that I saw in Japan. Ah, yeah, I thought they wouldn't just, Interesting. Interesting, okay then. Yeah, they wouldn't just leave a chest out there in the middle of nowhere for anyone to just grab. I thought you'd need, like, the key to open that chest, though, like the thing. I guess this is the recruitment area, and, yeah, there's a lot of people to talk to. Oh, there's a cat, too. This game's automatically amazing. The sages, yeah. Yeah. I have heard Sage is a really good class, and there are 2 ways to get a Sage, and I'm going to be talking about one of the ways once I start making characters. Yeah, maybe defend, like, in most RPGs, I tend to just spend most of my money on weapons than armor, but this might be one of those where you really need armor. I have no idea who invented bags. Ah, interesting, okay. Yeah, so this game does have... I know this is a common Dragon Quest thing. This is something that took a lot of getting used to for me in Dragon Quest VIII. So, you have a general inventory, but to actually use items in battle, you need to put that item into a specific character's inventory. Like, characters have their own separate inventories too. Yeah, I'm guessing monster wranglers can, like, use magic without, like, actual magic by summoning magic monsters. Kind of like Ochet, is it Ochet? The hunter in Bravely Default. It's kind of the same people who made it, I think. Octopath 2 and 1. There was a hunter in that too. I remember because it took me so long to recruit the mage in Octopath 2 that I actually chose the magic starter for Ochet, just so that I'd have, like, kind of a magic user in my party. Yeah, so from what I've heard as well, you actually, Merchant is the one class that you actually need to complete the game. And the reason why you need one is kind of hilarious, but, like, there's a plot point later on where you require a Merchant. Also, Gadabouts, yeah, bunch of clowns. Maybe there is a benefit to leveling up one of them for a while, hint hint. Yeah, Monster Wranglers are a new job they added in the remake, from what I've heard. Oh, hi, Tengute. Yeah, thanks. I really enjoyed Digital Devil Saga. Why did it take me so long to recruit Oswald? Because I started with Hikari, who's all the way on the other side of the continent. Yeah, and honestly, if I had known about Oswald's main ability, that he reveals a weakness on the enemy when at the start of battle, I would have picked Oswald as my protagonist, because I wish I had that guaranteed in every fight. I'm guessing you're voice acted.
Hey, you. Still can't believe this day's finally here. I remember when you popped out of your mother like it was yesterday, you know?
Too much information, Patty.
Oh, and don't be thinking I'm ridiculously old or anything. I was just a kid back then. But it felt like I suddenly had a new sibling to look after.
I was just a kid back then, and I was observing births for some reason.
To think that was 16 whole years ago.
Wow, you've got a pretty lucrative career for yourself, just 16.
At any rate, I'm sure you know by now, but Patty's Party Planning Place is your one-stop shop for all things adventuring. If you find yourself feeling lonely on the road, or simply want some muscle you can count on in a pinch, let me know. I'll find the perfect companions to suit your needs.
Like, this voice sounds a little bit like it could be Cherame Lei, but I don't think it is. I think the Dragon Quest, like, remakes use more British-based talent, so I doubt it's her. Wink.
But gosh, you really are all grown up now, aren't you? May take me a while to get used to. At any rate.
At any rate, my voice acting budget ran out. Welcome to Patty's Party Planning Place. Same goes if you want to ditch them. Yes, this is not just where you go to, like, get friends. It's also where you go to get rid of your friends if you don't like them. Here we go. Okay, so yeah, I've heard that, like, you get a bunch of, like, okay. So you have these options here. Personality types as well, yeah. I presume that refers to stack growths as well. Yeah. Here's the thing, though. If we do, like, recruit more allies, can we, like, choose them ourselves? Head upstairs. Okay, the man will be able to find the exact type of adventurer you're looking for. Yes. I would kind of Helping hands. Have you noticed the aid and okay. Oh, you can borrow... Oh, that's interesting. You can swap characters between files. I was wondering if you could actually swap them with other players. That'd be really cool. But, like, yeah, this actually reminds me a little bit of Fire Emblem Awakening, the Avatar logbook. You can, like, register, like, some units to the logbook and buy them on other files. Though I wonder if that could be, like, broken in the case of, like, for example, like with, you know, Pokemon Gen 1, how they specifically put in the disobedience system to make sure that you couldn't just trade yourself a level 100 Pokemon in the start of the game and ruin everything. With pals! Just... this is like mail order people, that's weird. Okay, yeah, here we go. This is where you make your own characters, I'm pretty sure. So, I already have an idea for who I am going to, do, for this. First one, and this is probably gonna go very poorly, but... where's the Y? So, this is going to be a reference to a joke that's made in Persona 5 Strikers at one point, where everyone's talking about the character classes they would be, and Futaba says that Ryuji would be a certain Dragon Quest III class, or at least its original localized name. It's called Gadabout now. And so... now, okay, I'm probably not gonna, like, use them for the main part of, like, this playthrough. I might leave them on the bench, but I have to do this just for this joke, because, yeah. So, the thing about Gadabouts is that they are terrible, and apparently they waste their turns in battle goofing off and doing nothing. Okay, oh, you have customization. You can make them an old man. Okay, that's funny. Yeah, we gotta go with the clown makeup. Oh yeah, we can do hair color too. Well, I guess we can make him blonde-haired. Okay, so we can increase their stats. 5 of their stats, okay. Yeah, I don't trust you with that. So, strength 7, resilience, something tells me you're gonna need all the defense that you can get, so I'm gonna give you more resilience. Because, yeah, okay, so the thing about this as well, I think wisdom might be like magic defense, of course. No, actually, well, if it's Ryuji, his wisdom needs to be terrible. And more stamina as well. And I presume we only have one more. Let's go for more stamina, I guess. Okay. Oh, that actually affects how they're... Oh, okay, here we go. Idea of what they sound like. Oh, voice, okay. Aggressive. Sadly, yes. However, if we've got somebody like this, chances are we're gonna need a priest to heal them a lot. But yeah, so I haven't mentioned it here. The only real reason that you want to Gadabout is that if you get one of them to a certain level, they can upgrade to Sage without needing a promotion item. And that's the entire reason to use a Gadabout. Like, that's the thing. Everyone else can become a Sage too, but they require an item called the Words of Wisdom. But, yeah, Sage is apparently a totally ridiculous class. But, anyway, so, I want a priest here, and I'm kind of thinking about... Oh, wait, I already had a name for them. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, I'm gonna... I don't... I am so sorry about this. This is a reference to the name of the hospital that we proposed, doing in the Investigations 2 fan translation, so yeah. Gonna go with male for this because male priests are like really rare in RPGs. It's pretty much only in like the really oldest ones. Let's make them old man priest. Old man priest with green hair because that's cool. Okay. Do it myself, and you are gonna take... I presume wisdom is important for, like, priests, so... Gonna go wisdom... Guess I'll get... I don't know what the difference between resilience and stamina is, but, I presume stamina affects HP. I know that in some of these older RPGs, stamina, like, also affected how much damage you take from poison. Oh, personality crybaby. Well, that fits. You are gonna be cool-headed, I suppose. Yes. So apparently I've got my main character as more of a strength build. I probably, like, want a warrior at some point, but I also want a mage, so I think I should get myself a mage. Yeah, male priests are very rare in RPG parties. Fire Emblem has a few, like, Molder, but, like, yeah, like, that's why I wanted to, like, I like treating the white mage as male in Final Fantasy 1, because it's, like, really rare, and, like, all the other white mages in Final Fantasy have been female. So, if I'm gonna make a mage, honestly, this is gonna take a while for me for it to catch up, but, does the chat have any suggestions for a mage name? Probably want to go with a female mage here, because I have a lot of dudes in the party right now. But any idea for, like, female mage names in the chat? Because someone in the chat said closure A. Yeah, I actually need to look up whether closure A is a real Esperanto word, because I know what it means in the universe of the game, but, like, I wonder if it was based on a real thing. Okay, I've got a couple of suggestions coming in. Okay, there's actually a few of them. Veronica was already a character in Dragon Quest VIII. I don't want to copy... Not 8, 11. I don't want to copy another Dragon Quest character. You know, I am... Oh, there's a couple that are alright here. Yeah, there's a couple that I'm liking. Yeah, to be honest, okay, there's a couple of them, oh, okay. Okay, yeah, I see a couple of votes for Maria, but that just brings back, like, it's gonna mean that it's gonna lead to jokes if she dies all the time. Like, that's a good one. But Matt Air suggests Serena. I am kind of liking the idea of Serena. So I'm gonna go with that. And yeah, there might be more of it. You know what? I'll make like a warrior, and I'll let people name the warrior as well. So to give more of a chance for people to get names in. So mage. Gotta go with this. Oh yeah, I remember this design now. There's a few variants. Like Serena's a very calm-sounding name. I sort of kind of like the. Although I like this long hair, I'm gonna go with this hair. Yeah. Oh, I like the idea of, like, cyan blue hair. Yeah, I'll do that. So, do it myself. I can't see an actual magic stat here, so I think I'm gonna go with, like, a lot of wisdom. Because I presume that's, like, the magic stat, in this game. 2 more available. You might need a little... I mean, I think agility affects turn order, though, maybe, so... Maybe you need agility. Like, resilience is kind of low, but I have other people who are like tanks, so maybe I'll give you a little bit of agility. There we go. And you're also a crybaby. We have 2 crybabies in this party. I'll do determined. Oh, right. Sorry, I forgot Serena was also a Dragon Quest XI name. That's fine. They were a healer in that one, so yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah, there would have been a lot of jokes if I had picked Maria, but now, so yeah, I guess I'm gonna make a warrior this time. Wait, no, I want a thief. I can make the thief, because I have a name for the thief in mind already, but, I guess I'm gonna, yeah, so, warrior, and I'm just gonna go, like, I'm just gonna take any suggestions, like, any gender is fine, so, just, yeah, give me suggestions for a warrior name. I don't know if I'll bring them with me from the start, but, like, I'll make them. I think you can, like, have people in reserve. Oh, I can see a good one already. Oh yeah, there's a lot of good names coming in. Apologies if you're well, I suppose if you're watching the VOD, you can see the chat replay, but yeah. Yeah, I can see quite a few of them. Already I've got some like ideas, already out of these. Ichiban's actually kind of good. Yeah, I love how they lampshade how silly that name sounds, even in universe. Okay, so, I am kind of liking the idea of Warren. People have spelled it differently, like, variously in the chat, but I think I'm going to spell it with an A. Warren, no. I bet it'd be funny if I left it like that, but yeah. Yeah, because, I don't know if that's a real spelling of the name, but I can try, I guess. Yeah, warrior. Martial artist is good too. I'll go with warrior. Yeah, go with the... Oh no, we gotta have the moustache. We gotta have that moustache. I gotta have a red moustache, yeah. Okay, so obviously you're gonna have some strength. Some more strength. Probably need like 1 defense, and then the rest into strength. This is... I don't have a lot of agility in my party, but that may change for the next one. Oh, ideal. Okay. Oh, okay. So I have more of a physical build on the protagonist because I have idealist. Interesting. Okay. That's cheeky. Let's go with cheeky. I don't think I will bring them today. Waiting for you downstairs. Good to know. I will recruit one more person though, because I want a thief. And unfortunately, yeah, it's been fun doing things with the chat, but I have a name in mind for the thief already, and this is because... So, Ocean's 11 was on TV last night. I was, like, watching that again, and Tess is the name of Danny Ocean's wife, who kind of becomes a member of the heist crew in the second film. And I actually think Tess is not a bad name for a thief anyway. So, yeah, I'm gonna go with, thief, sneaky so-and-sos. Oh yeah, that was the female thief design. They look actually very... They look like... Oh, Bulma, that's it. They look like somebody from Dragon Ball. I think I think they look like one of the androids as well. You can see better quality versions of this art if you look up all the classes on TV Tropes. They've got, like, all the art, and it's very Akira Toriyama. I like the mask. The mask is cool. Don't have any, like... I don't think I have any blondes in the party, so I'm gonna go with blonde. Although the Tess in the movies was like brown hair. Yeah. Part of her role in the heist in the second Ocean's 11 is to impersonate Julia Roberts. The joke is that she's actually played by Julia Roberts. So that was a very meta, interesting part of that film. But yeah, being a thief, you probably need some agility. But maybe a bit of... Apparently thieves have some magic, though, in this. I'll take some more agility and, strength, I guess? Tearaway, huh? Strength and agility increase quickly, okay. I don't know how physical, like, thieves are, though, in this game, but we'll see. We'll make you elegant, because that does fit the Tess in the movies. I don't think I'll bring her with me now. I'm gonna see how badly the gadabout gets wrecked first. And then I will come back for an emergency. Okay, be sure to equip your belongings instead of leaving the language in your bag. Okay, good to know. Let's see if I can equip some stuff. Yeah, you don't have any weapons. Well, I mean, okay, you can use the oaken club, so you may as well take one of those. Okay, you can use the oaken club, but you can only use the cypress stick, so let's give you that. And I guess you can use the other oaken club. It's always a thing for, like, priests in a lot of these games to have, like clubs or, like, bludgeoning weapons. Because that's kind of a thing in Dungeons & Dragons as well. A lot of the priests use bludgeoning weapons, and that's true of, you know, what is it? It's true of, Metaphor as well. They are the healer class has the strike weapons. But anyway, let's see if we have I'm gonna need to find the equipment shop around here because I have a tiny bit of money. I want to see what I can afford, but, chances are we're gonna get wrecked quite a bit. Hello, hello, hello. I'm your local guardsman on the beat, here to keep these streets free of trouble. You may set off for your quest safe in the knowledge that your hometown is in good hands. It's definitely not going to get attacked by any big monsters or anything. Yeah, you generally want to examine pots in Dragon Quest games all the time. And by clean up their mess, it means take their stuff and keep it. The teleportal to the mainland. I wonder. You know, maybe it's a good thing they don't rule the entire world anymore. Yeah, I heard that in one of the versions of this game, there was actually a mistake in the script where somebody still called you Ortega's son, even if you chose female. And they actually wrote that in to, like, a later version where they had the character say son. Oh, I'm sorry, I meant daughter. Yeah. Reminds me of how, like, can't really afford a lot of this stuff, actually. Wow, I literally can't afford any of this stuff. I may need to go out and kill a bunch of things, grind a little bit, and then afford some more of this stuff, but anyway, reminds me a bit of in Mass Effect, where they actually wrote another, like, mistake into the plot, where, like, it was, like, Conrad Werner or something. Like, the game mistakenly thought you chose the Renegade dialogue option, even if you chose Paragon in the second game, where you pull a gun on him, and he's like, well, you pulled a gun on me, man, that was so cool, even if you didn't. And then in the third game, if you did get that glitch, in the third game, he says, I'm sorry I said that you pulled a gun on me, I was under a lot of stress at the time. It's always nice when they, you know, write typos into the script or make, you know, make reasons to justify them. Okay, that was probably important, checking on that. Odd bloke I found in the well once, huh? Yeah, it reminds me of how, like, someone said that, like, Sonic Chronicles has, like, one of the best Timmy fell down a well jokes of all time, when Timmy's actually a grown man and it's his job to inspect wells. On a nice sunny day like this, they're totally not going to get destroyed by Archfiends. Although Archfiend now reminds me of Yu-Gi-Oh! And unlike a certain other JRPG, the people of this church aren't horribly racist. Oh, okay, so we're on an island in the heavens. No, we're on an island, and that's why people who try to go across the sea are like, oh no, I shouldn't have gone across the sea. Interesting. But okay, I do want to save here. And I also want to make sure that I say yes to do you want to continue playing. I think that is the original saving sound. Here we go. Do you intend to continue? Yes! Yeah, I believe that was also a thing in Dragon Quest VIII. And I also accidentally pressed that again. Although, hang on, divination. BLILDA. Oh, wait, that is in this game. I was right. Yeah, you do need to go to a church to find out how much experience you need for the next level. You require 10. Okay. I think apparently they did buff. I still can't believe I named this guy this. They did. From what I don't know if I've heard right, but I did hear they may have buffed gadabouts a little bit in this version. I wouldn't be surprised if they did. Because, like, their whole thing is that they suck. So, yeah. Yes, confess your sins so that God can save your game. I mean, I suppose the game's programming itself is basically God. Aha, here we are in the overworld. And this song is in Smash. I recognize this song from Smash. So yeah, pretty sure there was no map like this in the original. Now, we're apparently supposed to go to a village, but firstly, I'm gonna walk around and see if I can get into any random encounters, because chances are I need to grind a bit. Oh, hi, Slimes. Oh, it doesn't say command? Who's going right now? Is it telling me, or... Oh, no, we had to select 5. Okay, now it's telling me who's going right now, so, yeah, so you can swap out equipment mid-fight, but only if you put those items into a character's personal inventory. I remember that from Dragon Quest VIII. Oh, okay, so we have our other party members are doing their own thing. So they're on AI. Is there a way to change that, or not? I guess we'll find out. Please don't hit Serena again. Okay. I think there is, like, a speed-up button as well. A medical herb, okay. Was that coming out of my inventory or not? Or is it like a Persona 3 situation where the characters have their own inventories of stuff? Okay, so... Oh, tactics, here we go. Yeah, I can choose follow orders for everybody. I mean, oftentimes, like, these can be useful, but... I mean, I think... Could you actually do, like, direct commands for everyone in the original game? Like, I almost wonder if that was even a thing that was still there. So, okay, Ryuji has nothing. Okay, medicinal... Wait, no, hang on. Hertzyoung has heal. And you have frizz. Right now, just a regular Slimer is gonna whack you. You're gonna die to a full round of attacks anyway. Unless that happens. Yay, I took 1 damage. Okay, yes. Of course, she is totally BLILDA. First battle, critical hit. Now, if anybody levels up from there, 3 experience. Yeah, that's about right. For a bunch of random slimes. Oh, Seed of Stamina. Now, I probably should use these seeds, actually. Yeah, here we go. Seed of Strength, you take that. Steed of Stamina. Yeah, that'd be kind of cool, but no, I'm going to give you that just because you have 2 of those. Oh, wait, I have Wayfarer's Clothes. Can I equip that on somebody? Oh, you have plain clothes. I mean, I should probably put the better thing on the healer. Yeah. And, okay, I have 59 gold now. Yay. Okay, I can see a tower there. I don't think I have anybody here who could really make use of that Cypress Stick right now. But, yeah. Glad I got that crit. So yeah, this is going to be kind of... Oh, I probably should also... Oh, it's one of those things. I love those things. Yeah, Bunny Corn, that's what they're called. Hang on. Okay, so BLILDA is gonna... I feel like the Bunny Corn's probably a little more dangerous than the rest of them, so you're going to attack that. You're going to just attack the Bunny Corn. And you, though, you cast a fire spell on the slimes. 3 damage! Yeah. Probably need to find, like, the battle speed up option or something, if it is somewhere, because, yeah. These battles are a little bit slow. This is basically just, like, you know, old NES RPG, but, like, for its time, this is pretty amazing. Oh, died in 1 hit anyway, okay. I hope that the attacks redirect. They do, good, yeah. There are a lot of old RPGs where attacks did not redirect if the initial target, like, died, so you'd have a bunch of the other characters being like, oh no, my target is not here, I wasted my turn. Like, that was pretty common, from what I remember. I mean, I personally do like the tired mechanic in Persona 3, but it's just like, I explained my reasons for that in the podcast. Okay, well, Ryuji's getting close to leveling up, at least. Presumably, he'll just go to, like, level 2. I got a little bit more gold out of that one. Okay, so now I need to check something. If there's, like, an options... Oh, that's all of her committed to memory, miscellaneous. Oh, here we go, video system. Inputs, controls, okay, graphics, displays, file system settings. Oh, here we go, battle speed settings, yeah, here we go. Ultra fast, now let's put them on fast. I'll see how much faster that is for now. But yeah, so, yeah, this is basically like, you know, classic, old RPG sort of stuff. You are going to just have to go through a bunch of battles, a lot to, like, grind up, because if you don't do this, you are gonna get massively wrecked. So, yeah, hi everybody, how have you been in the chat? There we go, hey! Clown levels up. Okay, you got a little bit of MP out of that. 1 strength, 2 stamina. Not bad. He got a lot of luck, though, yeah. I would presume that luck is, like, the only good stat that gadabouts have. I don't even know what luck does. It's funny, like, in most RPGs, luck is either, like, the worst stat in the game or actually really good. Like, I love the games where luck affects ailment success probabilities. Like, because that is really cool. A bunch of slimes draw near. Command! Well, yeah, just keep attacking them, just frizz. I seem to remember there was, like, an additional, like, speed-up button or something like that. I don't know if that's, like, true, though. Kind of interesting how you can only target, like, if there's a group of, like, enemies, you can only target, like, one of them at a time. Also, BLILDA is freakishly strong compared to the rest of the party, and that makes sense. Well, one of them's a clown, and the other 2 are magic users, so I suppose it all makes sense. At least slimes don't take a long time to die. Chad and Clinky, is there any independent game you want to play? I have Celeste in my Steam library. I need to play it, because I've heard good things about it. And yes, our ominously named healer has leveled up. And we learned that, okay. To be honest, I'm surprised that spell still has that name, because it could potentially sound similar to a slur. But anyway, Serena now has buff, okay. I think buff is defense? I want to say buff is defense, but I could be wrong about that. I think I can probably check that in the spells list. Here we go, yeah. Make a group of enemies disappear. The question on everyone's lips when I see a spell like this, does it still give experience points? Because I know that flurries in the Paper Mario, not just the remake, Paper Mario 1000 Year Door in both versions does give experience, and that's really good. But oftentimes, these abilities don't give experience. It's defense. Okay, good to know. Yeah. I remember buffs actually being alright. Since I've leveled up on everybody, I'm gonna go back and save. Just because, like, you want to save very, very frequently in these games. I think I actually auto-saved, technically, just by going back into town. But still, I'm gonna make an actual save, because yes, we are getting the classic old RPG experience. Go out, grind a couple of levels, go back and save, repeat, because, again, you will need this a lot. Maybe less so in this version, but I want to be better safe than sorry. Brave warrior BLILDA, let us confess our sins. Oh wait, you have no sin. You are perfect in every way, for you are BLILDA. Derek Silver playing Engage, testing out 5 certain people in the original fight. Yeah, I need to do another Engage playthrough. Maybe when I'm overseas traveling, I'll bring Engage and just do a playthrough there. But because, like, there's a couple of characters I still want to use. Like, Zelkov, I've never used Zelkov before. I've never used, Rosado. I've never used, Jade, sadly. I really wanted to use Jade, but it's like, I need to find a reclass that works with Jade. I'm thinking like Griffin, because it's just like, you're just, as an Armor Knight, you're basically just the same as, like, Louis, except, bad. Now, I wonder if enemies get worse at night. That's the case in a lot of games, and we'll see if that's the case here. You know what? I'm going to actually try a different tactic here. I'm going to try piling you all on the slimes, and you're going to cast Freeze on the rabbit. I kind of feel like Balatro might, be something that I'd be interested in one day, because I do enjoy virtual poker. I obviously don't want to play real gambling, but I really like virtual poker, like the strategy of it, so... Balatro, and I like roguelikes, so Balatro could be fun, and it got nominated by for Game of the Year, which is cool, but I still hope Metaphor wins. Luck's pretty bad in early Dragon Quest, but you haven't played past 8. Yeah, I don't know exactly what luck does, but, like, I presume it's... Like, in a lot of games, luck is, like, in games where luck is your crit rate, it can also be pretty good. Like, I love the stash stat in Mario and Luigi, where it's just, like, it gives you discounts in shops because of your magnificent stashes. A lot of the time, there are different encounter tables in the forest as well. I probably should set the battle speed to very fast while I'm, like, grinding here. Because so far, these enemies aren't really much of a threat, it's just basic slimes. People say Mage Knight. Yeah, Jade's one of those characters who does have a higher magic growth than usual. So, like, for a physical unit, so I guess that can fit. Oh, hi, Anime Girl 90, you've been playing Dragon Quest as well. And also, yeah, I got Trails into Reverie recently on sale. I'm like, you know what, I probably should get this. Because I saw, actually, I saw Lenny, if you're still in the chat, I saw you stream that, and oh, I thought there was an item there, but no, it's just fireflies. But yeah, like, Reverie looks genuinely very good. Oh boy, okay, different enemies this time. Batterfly, Stark, Raven. Oh, that's great. The enemy names in Dragon Quest are really, really good, by the way. I love the enemy names. Now, you're going to attack the slime, because that's your lot in life. Oh, I just realized there are different sprites for the different weapons. Like, the ones with the oaken clubs have the actual clubs. Like, that is really cool. Apparently, this doesn't give experience, so, yep, not doing that. You're gonna cast Fire on birds. Oh, nice, okay, got one of the ravens. I remember these ravens being kind of decent in, like, the Dragon Quest Monsters games, where you can, like, recruit monsters. Well, I mean, technically you can in this game, too, but yeah. I always love watching Maryland's playthrough of Dragon Quest Monsters, or Dragon Warrior Monsters, as it's called, because, I think they're, like, it was copyright reasons that stopped them from using the name Dragon Quest in the West initially. Oh, okay, Dazzle. The party starts having hallucinations, oh no. I think that's just an accuracy drop, or like a stun, I think. Oh, finally you level up. Usually the hero has, like, ridiculous stats and everything in Dragon Quest. Those stats aren't that bad, but yeah, 18 strength is pretty nice. Oh, well, yeah, because the hero gets spells as well as regular combat. So I guess that it makes it like, okay, your stamina and resilience are going up quite high. Maybe you aren't going to be a bad choice for a party member. We'll see. How much money do I have now? 85. I probably want a little more money, and for that reason, I'm going to go ahead and put battle speed on ultra fast, just while I'm grinding out a little bit more, and talking to chat a little bit. Luck wasn't even critical rate in early Dragon Quest, it was ailment resistance. Yeah, I think that's the case in a lot of these games. I've talked about the Sky remake. I want to see more info. The thing that seems really weird about it is that, like, the script looks the same as Xseed's version, but we don't even know if Nisa is publishing it, because the game got revealed by Nintendo before they were even, like, ready to reveal it for some reason. It's just like, I don't know what was going on there. I do like how characters will, like, yell the spell names sometimes. The spells in Dragon Quest sound like they'd be fun to yell out. I think the spell names in, like, the Dragon Quest games are, like, in Japanese are kind of a meme. Okay, Serena's taking a little bit of a beating, I just realized. I may need to cast Heal soon. Because Hertz Young hasn't really been doing a whole lot, lately with his MP, so... let's go ahead and see if you can cast a Heal. Serena's wounds are healed! Yeah, I like to think she's got a very different personality to, you know, the one in Dragon Quest, 11, yeah. It is always, like, that's the fun of these RPGs that let you make your own party members, to actually come up with headcanon personalities for them. I know there's a lot of people who, like, ship the hero and Sage together, and a lot of, like, later Dragon Quest games reference that. I think Dragon Quest, like, 11 references that, because the, like, ancestors, I think, of the hero in that game are, like, basically based on the hero and Sage of Dragon Quest 3. I think that game does actually fit into the timeline as well somewhere, but that's all spoilers, I guess, technically. Okay, Anime Gold 90 says she has a female hero, female thief, male monster tamer, and male mage. I probably should get my thief out of the bench at some point and actually train her. Okay, you got a good MP. That's good for a healer. Dazzle. Well, now we can give the enemies hallucinations, if it even works. Like, I know that a lot of ailments in old RPGs aren't, like, very good. I like how enemies just don't even just drop items. They drop, like, full-on treasure chests. It's just like the slime somehow had a whole treasure chest inside of it. And once again, let us go back to the save. I'll probably get, like, a little... Okay, I'll get a little bit more. I want to buy some better stuff as well. Oh, this is just the regular town theme, I think. I don't think the church has a different theme. Dazzle reduces the chance of hitting an enemy physically. Yeah, I thought so. It did seem like a bit of an enemy accuracy decrease. We are finally level 2! But yeah, like, I've heard the hero usually is pretty overpowered, in a lot of the games. At least it's not like, you know, some of the early Shin Megami Tensei games where there's no point in doing a magic build on the hero because the hero never learns magic, so you have to put all your magic into the heroine. I do like this touch, though, that you carry a lantern when it's nighttime. Of course, we didn't have the budget for lanterns for the rest of the party. They just have to make do with BLILDAs because she is the one guiding light they all need. Still love how we're running around with a literal clown, but yep, that is just how things be. Yeah, so I know that in a lot of these old Dragon Quest games especially, the bridges were an indicator of when the enemy encounter strength increases. So, like, you want to be careful when crossing bridges, because if you cross a bridge at the wrong time, then you might end up in an area with encounters way stronger than you're used to. Though that can be good for grinding, if you can actually brave it. Of course, sometimes ultra fast makes you lose track of which character's turn it is. I'll put regular speed back on after I'm done with this grind. But like this is you know, this is what you come for when you play one of these games. It's just like this is just the general thing that has to happen. Like I'm pretty sure that like Earthbound is like not Earthbound, like the original Mother 1 is like basically. Let me see how much damage you do with Frizz on the Ravens. I'll do a compare the pair. Compare the pair. Same spell, different magic stats. Oh, they did about the same, okay. Unless Serena rolled low on that damage roll, or maybe, like, I don't know, these Ravens resist fire. That is one thing with old RPGs that I do kind of wish was a bit different, is, like, I wish there was an easy way to see the elemental weaknesses and resistances on enemies. Like a much easier way to do that, because like otherwise it can be hard to tell like when your spells are doing more damage, or like when to use elemental spells. Okay, so we got over 100. I do want to see if I can go for like one more level up on people. Yeah, I agree, the lighting is beautiful in this game. And it is now almost morning, and now we have a whole pack of ravens. I still love how it's Stark Raven. For those who don't know, it's a pun on Stark raving mad. There are some very interesting name puns in Dragon Quest. For example, I believe there is an enemy in one of the games called One Night Stand. K-N-I-G-H-T. But I think, honestly, like, I think my personal favorite is, Sham Hatwitches. They're basically like pig, like, of course, the clown is the only one who's not actually, hallucinating. Oh, I believe we just saw the gadabout thing of them not doing anything for a turn. Essentially, gadabouts suffer from disobedience from the Pokemon games, but permanently. So every turn there's a random chance they'll do nothing. Because, yeah, the game is really saying, you probably shouldn't be seriously using that class, but for toughing it out with one, you're rewarded with a sage without a promotion item, so eventually Ryuji will come into his own. And that's what I always thought was interesting about the way that, like, you know, Futaba made that joke back in Strikers, because it's like, she's such a nerd, she would know that the Jester eventually evolves into a Sage and, like, becomes good, so I'm sure she was giving Ryuji a compliment that he knew he'd never get. Because Futaba. Given that he's going to be a Sage eventually, though, I probably should have invested more in Wisdom, but oh well. Oh well. I do feel like they probably raised, like, the Gadabout's leveling rate in this version of the game. I mean, now I'm remembering that Dragon Quest Monsters, like the game that I watched Maryland play, had a lot of, like a lot of enemies called, like, Mad something. Like, Mad Raven, or Mad Condor, I think was one of the bosses. And then there was this bird called Mad Pecker, and Maryland was trying very hard to stay family-friendly when he saw that enemy, let's just say. Very, very hard. Actually, I have to thank Maryland, because he's actually how Square Enix found me when they sent me the codes and stuff, so yeah, thank you, Maryland. Seriously, Maryland's great. Yeah, he's great. He did do a full playthrough of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet last year. If you want to watch that, if you know, would like to see a classic Maryland playthrough again. Also, Serena's hurting right now. I should have paid more attention to that. Please don't hit her again. Oh, I can heal though. Provided that my heal goes off before she gets deaded though. Please tell me my heal is going to go off before she gets deaded. Let's see. Oh, good. The heal did go off. I don't know if heal spells have, like, increased priority or anything, but yeah, this is the downside of being on ultra-fast mode. Oh, okay, Ryuji's asleep. I wonder if that was actually an effective Gadabout, because I don't think slimes, not slimes, or ravens could put you to sleep. Raven Lunatic is good too. Yeah, I was actually thinking about Big Service recently. Big Service was a fun meme. Okay, Strength 24, 21, Resilience 24. Yeah, Wisdom's not great. But yeah, like, Idealist... it's kind of fun. Actually, no, in a way, I think it makes sense for Idealist to have bad luck. Because, yeah, oftentimes you're really idealistic and then life just constantly craps on you. So I can kind of understand an Idealist personality type having bad luck, but still... it seems to be a pretty good personality type for the hero, because luck seems to be a pretty bad stat. Gamer Zoro, if you've never watched Maryland, definitely give it a try. He's got some really good stuff. I really like his Tecmo Secret of the Stars playthrough as well, speaking of, like, old RPGs. Whoosh, I believe that's a wind spell. Yeah, Tecmo Secret of the Stars. That's a fun game. It's an old-style RPG, and a bad one. But it's hilariously bad. So, yeah, Maryland did that as a bunch of streams back in the day, and I often rewatch those because they're just really funny. Yeah, it's such a silly game. Like, the translation's pretty bad too, but, like, it's like a really, really bad version of early Final Fantasy. And it came out, like, I think after Final Fantasy VI, which is what's ridiculous. Like... yeah, it's a thing, but it's a really fun game to watch. Like, there's a hat instead of normal hat. It's called Normal Hat, and there's a loincloth that you can get as like as a piece of armor. Where's Whoosh? There he is. Whoosh! Slice through a group of enemies with a small whirlwind. Okay, then, yeah. So like, okay, this is actually something I did find out by looking at, like, Dragon Quest wikis. Is that... oh, that's pretty powerful too, it looks like. Is that the reason why priests in Dragon Quest have wind magic... oh, there we go, there's Serena's level. And I'm going to stop grinding now, probably. That seems good enough. Crack. I would assume that's an earth spell, maybe? No, it's ice. Yeah, I remember now it's ice, yeah, because the higher one in Smash Bros. Is called Crackle. But yeah, the reason why priests in Dragon Quest have, like, wind magic is that the highest tier wind spell is called, in Japanese, Buggy Cross. So it's like, oh, cross, priest. So that's why priests have wind magic in Dragon Quest. But in English, I think it's just called, like, Kafwoosh or something like that, so it kind of loses it a bit. But I do like the onomatopoeia of these names. You know, this actually reminds me of something. Speaking of, like, being nostalgic for, like, old YouTube series. Please tell me this is not too expensive. Okay, oh, that's changed the time, okay. Okay, it's only 8 gold, that's fine. And classic in jingle. But yeah, what I was saying was, speaking of, like, nostalgia for, like, old YouTube series, a long time ago, Hellfire Commentaries, like one of the first Let's Play channels I ever watched, the one that got me into Let's Playing, they did a game called Dragon Quest Swords. It was a Wii game where you swung the Wii. It was first person. It was basically like an on-rails first person, not shooter, but sword. So like an on-rails first-person game where you swing a sword with the Wii remote. It's better than it sounds, trust me. And you also had access to like classic Dragon Quest spells too in that game. It was really interesting. I don't know if anyone here is aware of Dragon Quest Swords or has played it, but that's just a memory that suddenly came back to me from very old YouTube. I remember watching that playthrough. Priest learning wind magic reminds you of Wendell. Yes, Wendell. The classic Wendell thing of, just give Merrick's Excalibur to him, because, yeah, Wendell's weird. It's funny, like, I used to think Wendell was bad because pre-promotes, and then it's like, oh, actually, he's better than Merrick usually, and, like, he's the best character in the game, because his base is enough to carry him. Oh, okay, we got an objective here, but you can press Ops to do that, okay. Anyway, though, but, yeah. I don't know. I guess I'm not really a big fan of characters who you need, like, who, I think I'm gonna keep going with this party for a little bit. I'm tempted to put the thief in, because I feel like with BLILDA I don't really need a warrior, but, like, I also probably want to keep Ryuji because it's funny, and I need my mage and my heal. I'm gonna stick with this party for now. It's been doing surprisingly well for me. Oh, right, before I go, though, I probably need to actually buy some things. Although there's probably going to be better stuff in the next village, I would assume. Oh, right, the well. Oh, that's cool. Oh, this looks really nice, too. Sorry that I'm flitting all over the place with this, but I guess it you know, I don't know. It's a stream. It's fun to be like this. Ah, mini medals. Okay, then. So here's mini medals. Make it maximally worth your while. Well, I haven't found any of them yet, but they're usually in pots and stuff. Maybe the boss was like the king in the original NES version. And now the remake has created an alternate timeline where he is no longer the king. Yeah, someone in the chat saying that Dragon Quest Swords sounds kind of like equivalent of Link's crossbow training. I don't think it is. It is anywhere similar to Link's crossbow training. Ah, okay, it is stronger monsters at nighttime. Also, why are you standing guard blocking that building? That's something suspicious, but okay. So I think I am gonna head out to the next town though and see if they have anything better for me to spend my gold on. It's like I buy a griffin wing, but also they're 50 gold, which is a lot for this point. Like, I could get a whole better piece of equipment for that much. But, like I said earlier, crossing bridges in Dragon Quest, usually a scary endeavor. So, generally means the random encounters get stronger. So we'll see what happens here. Well, it's just slimes. Okay. And I also feel like in these games, you generally don't want to run, because, like, you need all the experience you can get. Yeah, I feel like it's almost positive they buffed gadabouts in this version. I think in the original NES version, they were legitimately really awful, and, like, it was a massive liability to keep one around in your party until it upgraded. Dazzle Me Nots. Yeah, I presume Dazzle Me Nots are for, you know, curing Dazzle. However, let's see. See the strength. Well, guess who that's going on? She's like my only physical attacker right now. Up to Reeve. Well, we know we need to go to that passage eventually, but I want to go to Reeve because I want to see, oh, but that's the currency of Metaphor as well, isn't it? Oh, that sea looks so good! Yeah, I am liking the look of this game so far. It's just like, I do like how they can do different things with HD-2D. So it does make me wonder if they ever did remake Chrono Trigger as HD-2D, what it would be like. Okay, Anime Girl just got to the area to reclass, wondering what to do with the thief. Okay, well, I have no idea because I never played this game before. Filthy Fish Goddess Mermaid, your first Zelda with Spirit Tracks. Spirit Track is one of my favorites, honestly. I actually have a video on my channel of like my rankings of the Zelda games, but like Spirit Tracks is one of my favorites. Oh, that looks even better at night. However, Advance Wars players are getting PTSD because the Sunset Ocean is like rivals in that game. Ah, okay, yep, there's new things here. So, what do we got? We got a bunch of anteaters. Well, I mean, you could try to use Whoosh. I think it's just Whoosh, but saying Whoosh is funny. Ant Nibbler. Yeah, they're the lowest tier of anteater. They only nibble ants rather than eating them. Whoosh! Okay, one of them only took 7. I know that in some of these games, spread moves like do like less damage like to groups than they do to single targets. Of course, 1 damage from the clown finishes it, because, yeah, why not? 12 experience points? It's so funny that it's like, because they've inflated all the numbers in, like, the later RPGs. Like, it's so funny being like, wow, 12 experience points! Like, legitimately getting 12 experience points is a big deal this early on. So I'm like, yeah, I want to find more of those moles. Hey, more moles, good. I was gonna say, I say that, and I just get slimes again. But no, we got more moles. Because, yeah, it's like, there's a simplistic charm in having low numbers. That's why the Paper Mario RPGs are so good. I love Wind Waker 2, though. This is just looking at the chat again. Yeah, again, 12 experience is a big deal at this point. It's just so funny when it's just like, yay, I got, yeah, that much. But like, in Paper Mario, like, 6 experience is a big deal. Well, here we are in the village of Reeve. Was it founded by somebody named Christopher? I can see them making that pun in a Dragon Quest game, actually. Yeah, rest a while or staying the night will fully restore yourself. Okay. Staying in an inn is definitely not a cure for death. I'm actually really lucky that nobody's died so far, because, like, you do actually have to haul them all the way back to a priest to resurrect them. Oh, great, you're going welcome to Corneria on us. Countless edible and herbs, pieces of forgotten gear, and even the odd treasure chest. Well, yeah, basically saying you will find items in your travels, and items are good. So, what do you got for me? What are you buying? Oh yeah, we have definitely better stuff here, but yikes, that chain circle's expensive. Oh hey, we can, for some reason I felt like thieves would use this, but no, I can use this on most people. No one's worked out if it's a sickle with a chain on the end, or a chain with a sickle on the end, that's great. Anyway. Okay, that's way too expensive for us right now. Copper Sword is what BLILDA already has. Oh, hey, we can actually equip that on other people. Bronze Nif. Tortoiseshell. Wow, okay, that's a big boost for Serena, but also it costs a lot of gold. Leather armor, I can't afford that either. I mean, that's a little bit of a defense boost on the person who's basically my tank, but also, I don't have a shield equipped on some people, and I should probably use that. Yeah, I think I'm actually fine on damage right now. I'm gonna go and get one of these leather shields. And then... Oh yeah, they do have their own inventories, so... Gonna do that. And then I want to equip that, because healer needs more defense. And then that'll be all for now, because the economy is Well, yeah, cost of living crisis, am I right? Even in the world of Dragon Quest. Yes, all of the randomizers we're finding out are the reigns of people who just died. Or some people just dropped their stuff because lol. So this place is, it's decently small. But we can just explore around. I do love the way this game looks though. So again, thank you so much for giving me the code. I'm gonna have a lot of fun with this. Get up close and investigate, like this. 33 gold, nice. Again, the days when that was a big deal. Oh yeah, this is true in early Final Fantasy as well. I think it's actually true of like Pooh and Earthbound as well. Like there's like literally one item in the game that actually increases his attack when he equips it. I think it's the Sword of Kings. But yeah, I like martial artists in Final Fantasy, so I... See, at the time this game came out, Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest were competitors. Like, it used to be Square and Enix, but, like, Enix was Dragon Quest, but then they merged. I actually don't have much knowledge about, I don't actually have much knowledge about, like, how the merger happened and when it happened. But, like, they did used to be competitors. I know that because one of the early, like, Final Fantasy games had a grave that said, "Here lies Erdrick," as a, like, mocking take that at Dragon Quest, which at the time were their rivals. Like, it'd be almost like if Mario and Sonic became the same series, like, later down. Well, not the same series, but, like, if Nintendo and Sega merged. I need to look more into the history of Square and Enix, because it's just kind of fascinating to know they used to be rivals. Yeah, I've already got a bunch of these medicinal herbs. Being poisoned doesn't make a jot of difference while you're fighting. Okay, then. That's like the opposite of how poison is in a lot of modern games. It doesn't actually do anything when you're in the field, but it hurts you when you're fighting. Because Pokemon got rid of poison hurting you in the field, which is a little controversial, but it's good for Nuzlocke at least. The first ever Nuzlocke death of all time was actually due to poison. The original Nuzlocke comic, Beautifly got poisoned in the forest, and the guy who drew the comic couldn't get to a Pokemon Center in time. Okay, this right here is an item shop. Oh, they have a pot lid. We can channel our inner Donnie. Turban, okay. Oh, actually, that's really good, but it's also fairly expensive. Leather hat, it's okay. Divine Dagger. Won't lead down in a fight. Okay, that's kinda okay, but pot lid is funny. I mean, honestly, it makes sense for like Ryuji, like the Gadabout, to be using a pot lid as a shield, but I almost want to give it to Serena because she needs the defense. I can also afford two of them technically, though also the leather hat will give Serena the same defense for. Although this is less expensive. I'm gonna buy one of these. A pot lid, a fine choice. Yeah, you take that. Because you've been the only one who's come closest to dying so far. Cannot afford another leather hat, though. But you know what? Just because lol memes. He gets to have the pot lid shield because he's the joke character. At least he's not alone in that. Let me just check the map. There's only one other house here. There's also a locked house here. Good to know. Exclamation mark. Say, have you ever heard of the Thief's Key? I once heard some old bloke in the Dreamer's Tower looks after it, all is lonesome on that tiny isle west of Aliahad. You know, there's actually a hidden passage in the woods south of here that leads right to the tower. I've always wanted to take a look at it myself, but the forest is oh so dark, and well, I'm not exactly the bravest man you'll ever meet. Yeah, there we go. It's a copy of... I'm sorry, I'm trying very hard to be family friendly at that name. That sounds really bad. What does that even do? How to be a meathead in... Oh, I presume that changes a character's personality. Because it would affect their stat growth. I also presume, and again, correct me in the chat if I'm wrong, I presume that personality affected AI in the original game as well, like what the character's AI did. And if that was the case, personality was probably very important. But that's also great shades of Battle Palace. Ugh. Battle Palace. Wrecking Ball, okay. Well, I guess that may be useful. If like, chances are, if people in town are talking about something, you'll probably need it eventually. Okay, I haven't actually been to the inn yet. I should probably check that out in case there's some other important NPCs to talk to in there. Zelda 2's Erdrick reference was Japanese only. I didn't know that Zelda 2 made an Erdrick reference. And yeah, somebody is in there locked for all eternity. Yeah, whoever that thief was, his greatest crime was going around locking people in their own rooms forever. Oh, okay. First I was gonna joke about this kid being a little creepy, but then turns out that no, their parents are dead. Right, let's not make fun of that, ever. Yeah, Do-Young Country 2 had Sonic shoes in a no-hopers area, along with Earthworm Jim's gun. Yeah, that was... honestly, I don't like it when games make, you know, jabs their competition. It's just mean-spirited. I'm glad that games don't really do that anymore, usually. I mean, they'll often only do that if the game was particularly infamous. Like, you know, or they make jabs at, like, predatory, you know, microtransactions or things like that. That's fine. I'm just trying to think about, like, I know there are... Oh, that's it. That was it. No More Heroes, where they say, you don't want this game to become No More Heroes forever, do you? I mean, that was pretty funny, but yeah. I'm glad that games don't really take potshots at each other very much anymore. Sorry if I'm a little loud in the chat. Nowadays, people willingly poison Guts, Mons, and Nuzlockes. Yeah. Makes sense to do that, given that it doesn't hurt you in the field anymore. Yeah, I think of that Robot Master from Mega Man 3 as well, with Hardman. Battle Palace's peak, said no one ever. I mean, it was a good concept. I'm just like, why is that a... Okay, so apparently there is a secret patches in the forest. Or we could go to the other side of the island, where presumably the random encounters will murder us. I'm half tempted to do that. I know that in a lot of these games, if you go like... I know it's just like, in like Final Fantasy 2, I think it was? Yeah, that tree looked very suspicious. But anyway, I think it was in Final Fantasy 2, where, it's like, if you need to go from town A to town B. If you go in the wrong direction... Oh, good thing I didn't buy that in the shop. If you go in the wrong direction, you might get murdered by monsters, because you accidentally went in the direction of town E. Can you use... You can use the Divine Dagger. I mean, honestly, you're the closest thing I have to another physical attacker, so yes, why not? Why not? Mountains to the east and cave to the south where you left your clothes. Okay, good to know. Yeah, so I'm just looking at the chat here. Yeah, it does make sense that, like, with Rare, a lot of their mocking was done in good fun. Rare are a very British company, so, yeah, very, very British. You go for the whoosh, and you go for the Bernie's hot pizza Bernie's on the crows. Oh, I haven't even tried that crack yet, I probably should... That sounds so bad out of context. But, like, yeah. You know what I mean. Well, that Anteater is pretty tough. Or Ant Nibbler, I should say. I guess Frizz. How much MP is Frizz? It's only 2 MP. There's probably no reason I shouldn't be using Frizz every turn. I believe Ryuji just wasted his turn there because, yeah. Oh, the Anteater defense. That's why you were taking such little damage. Oh, Tengute, you're going. Yeah, that's fine. Yep, that's fine. You can come back and watch the VOD later if you want. In Final Fantasy II, you could get mid to late game enemies at the very beginning if you went south. Yeah, that's kind of a thing in a lot of these games. But it was often really good for grinding. Speaking of grinding, I'm just trying to think what's the best use of my... If I actually just go for BLILDA on the slimes, and then go for whoosh on the crows. And again, I have not tried out crack yet. Please don't take that out of context. 3 people in the chat quoted me on that. Thank you, chat, for always being amazing. Okay, whoosh does one-shot the crows. It does cost a lot, though, MP-wise, and he's also the healer. Nocturnal Decay, headset dies. I've got to the next town, now. So you haven't really, you're in non-grinding right now. Chimera Wing, nice. Strong Medicine. Well, speaking of that, yeah. Is that the stuff this guy left on the mountain? Maybe not. Oh, at least we get a new background. First struck for the first time, yeah. I feel like having a thief in your party is meant to let you avoid that happening, but I could be wrong. So let's do that. You're gonna... Oh, no, it's 4 MP. It's just that you don't have as much MP. Okay, now I have to try this out. Pierces an enemy with razor-sharp ice. Your harsh words pierce my heart like an icicle, which is what... I think that's Hades in Kid Icarus Uprising. No, I know it's Hades in Kid Icarus Uprising. It's just the way he says that. I mean, everything Hades says in Kid Icarus Uprising is perfection, but still. I still love to see a crossover of Uprising Hades, Hades, and Disney Hades all in a room together. That would be amazing. Hey! BLILDA has now finally caught up with the rest of the pack, and Ryuji's already level 5. Oh yeah, heal. Yeah, I like that the Dragon Quest healers, Freudian slip there. I like that the Dragon Quest heroes typically learn healing magic. So that guy did say that he left his stuff somewhere, but also, there was meant to be a secret passage in the forest that I probably should be looking for. Okay, now is probably a good time for a whoosh, and I don't even think I need crack right now. Yeah, that's a funny thing to say. Yes, brain cell sharing happens there in the chat there. And yeah, Hertz Young is not looking good MP-wise right now. Okay, does leveling up heal you? I want to say no, because the game probably wouldn't be that kind. Oh, he got a lot of MP, though. It does! Yeah, okay. Don't know if that was true of the original or not, but I do love it in games where leveling up heals you. TV Trip has a name for that. It's Level Up, Fill Up, and that's always been such a nice name to me. I feel like I can see something on the horizon in the water. Ah, yes, the triple anteaters. This is a good batch of enemies. Whoosh. Multiple enemies are defeated. Yeah, again, 12 experience points. Actually very good at this point in the game. No new spells on you, though. Like, I think it was actually in, what was it again? It was in, okay, so it was to the south of Reeve. Okay, then. Oh, right, okay. My guess is that you gotta go down there, and then to get to the tower, you have to find the hidden passage, yeah. Yeah, sorry to check. I feel bad checking the objective, but also, like, normally you'd, like, write that down. Also, I'm talking to chat right now, so, like, having to, like, remember all of that also... Still, this is amazing. Like, we've got to... Actually, hang on, let's rewind that for a moment. Because whoosh on the crows usually finishes them. But yeah, like, usually, like, you're expected to, like, write down the village's advice on, like, where to go. But also, yeah, Ryuji has now become one of those, like, you know, evil clown stereotypes. A clown with a knife. just something about crazy evil clowns. They've been a thing ever since the dawn of man, probably. Whatever their equivalent of a clown was back in that day, probably, I'm muscle memorying triangle for map for some reason. Oh, it's Digital Devil Saga, that's why, that's my muscle memory. That's a whole lot of slimes, but we can probably brute force this fight, actually. Don't even need to spend MP. And, oh, yep, gadabouts can hurt themselves. The message probably scrolled too fast for you to see there. But gadabouts can randomly hurt themselves. There, Ryuji was juggling and he threw a rock and he hit himself in the head with it. So yeah, that's gadabouts for you, but I really wanted to use one just because they're funny. And also, they do turn into sages when they level up. Yeah, he also hurt himself again. I wonder if there's different dialogue for the bunny girl gadabouts, because, you know, they're not exactly clowns, but still. Yeah, this is a thing. I knew that I like wanted to use a gadabout because again, they're just fun to have. And I also like the idea of their whole Zero to Hero arc of like them actually becoming sages after enduring for... Oh yeah, that's it. That's what happens. Apparently, the sign that your gadabout is ready to like evolve into a sage is instead of like their normal like random goofing off actions, they get an action where it says they're plagued with self-doubt. And that's the sign they're ready to become a sage. Because I guess the idea is like, they're like, what have I done with my life? I've just been a clown. I've just been joking around. I have no direction. And then that's when they have an epiphany and become the ultimate bearer of wisdom. Yes, oh Skull, you're pathetic. That quote, yeah, definitely works here. I'm not sure I can take the clown lifestyle anymore. Yeah. Somebody in the chat mentioned Legend of Dai, which I've heard is like a really big thing, and it is referenced in, again, the Ango Natsume fight in Persona 5 Strikers. Because, yeah, like, the thing is that, like, in Japan, Dragon Quest has always been, like, the JRPG. It's, like, one of the, like, and every time... like, a piece of media references, to be honest, I probably should use crack on the Anteater. That's such a weird thing to say. But yeah, like, whenever any anime references, like, RPG tropes, it's almost always a reference to Dragon Quest. Like, and there are rumors that they don't release Dragon Quest games on weekdays anymore because kids would skip school to play them. Like, the series is that huge. Okay, probably shouldn't have spent so much money at the store, but let's see, what have we got here? Oh, you can't even use the trainer's tog. Training togs, okay. Is that better than what you currently... Oh, it's quite a bit better than what you currently have. And the Divine Dagger is obviously pretty good. Can you use the Copper Sword? You can. Don't really want you to be using your regular attacks, but still, it's good. But yeah, like, is this... People have often speculated on, like, why this series just didn't do as well in Japan. Thought for a second I'd found the secret passage, but no, it's just a bunch of slimes. And I don't really know, like, maybe just the gameplay is really simple. I think, honestly, it's just that it got localized late. Like, as I said earlier, this, like, Dragon Quest III didn't get localized until after Final Fantasy IV, and then Final Fantasy IV was this massive, sweeping, epic story with, like, science fantasy elements, and... you know, characters actually dying and, like, a whole lot of really emotional beats and stuff. And not that Dragon Quest doesn't have, like, emotional plot beats. It really does. Like, a lot of people... The thing that some people think is, like, Dragon Quest often gets mistaken for being, like, a really lighthearted, like, joke series. And yeah, there's a lot of funny things in the localization, a lot of pun names, a lot of Britishisms and stuff like that. But, like, these stories get dark. Like, when they get dark, they get really dark. Like, if you've played Dragon Quest VIII, And 11. 11 has some pretty dark stuff too, but like, in Dragon Quest VIII, the villain is basically trying to commit genocide on an entire bloodline, and he succeeds for most of the game. And like, his preferred method of killing people is via impalement. Like, it's really way darker than you would think. Got a free pot lid, I guess I can sell that later. Or, technically, I have people here who can equip those and don't have a pot lid yet, so... Oh, wait, no. I have a shield on everybody, so that pot lid is pointless. However, I do have another leather hat, which I'll give to my mage. But it's like, these games, like, they only look bright and colorful. They are deceptively dark when it comes down to it. Someone in the chat also asked me how I felt about the battle screen being first person. That's how it was in the original. So I'm okay with that. And we've got a bit of a third person... It's a nice compromise, because we have a third-person window here, and then we've got first-person when we actually start attacking, so we've got both of them. Yeah, I suppose Dragon Quest is kind of like Japan's view of the fantasy, at least video game genre, like kind of the equivalent of Lord of the Rings over there. Jessica's brother also does fight. Yeah, there's a lot of very brutal things that happen in Dragon Quest VIII. Like, some of them are, like, really heart-wrenching. Like, the entire plot arc with Domingo, is it? Like, the guy with the insane Italian accent. Like, he just has this thing where it's like, Okay, we have a cave here. I think I've heard this cave does lead to the thing, but we'll see. Yeah, the Promontory Passage. I guess this will be our first dungeon. There being a mini-map probably makes these a lot easier than they normally would be, but anyway. What I was saying was, like, that whole arc was just like there's this horribly abused servant, and then, like, he dies, and, like, the abusive master just regrets everything. I'm spoiling it, but it's like, it's better in context. It's just, like, that game's plot was surprisingly emotional. I've also always said that Dragon Quest VIII, until Metaphor ReFantasio, had my favorite, like, evil church in any video game. Because there's, like, no, like, actual, like, evil god in that game or anything. It's just that a bunch of, like, the church's higher-ups are just really greedy and corrupt. Like, that's all it is. It feels very much in line with, like, the real-life Catholic Church in medieval times. And it just feels that much more realistic and grounded compared to a lot of JRPGs at the time. That it's like, no, the church isn't just one giant conspiracy based on a massive, you know, lie in the past. It's just corrupt in a very mundane sense. So now we are going further down, and this dungeon reminds me a little bit of some of the Octopath dungeons in terms of its looks. I may be going totally the wrong way, but we'll see. A gigantic horde of buddies has appeared. I probably need to be careful on my whoosh usage, especially since that's my healer. Okay, I have buff too. I feel like that's more for boss fights, though. I mean, we've got a lot of HP to spare, really, so I also believe that was a BLILDA crit again. I can probably afford to just take some fights here. These rabbits are not that strong anyway, so probably shouldn't be, like, resisting my urge to spend MP. I'm in, like, modern RPG mode where, like, you really want to use MP most of the time because your basic attacks suck, but in a lot of these earlier games, basic attacks are just really, really helpful. Oh yeah, Dragon Quest V, I've heard dark stuff happens in that plot too. Dragon Quest V is a game that I've really wanted to play for a long, long time. Like, a long time ago, like many years ago, I actually tried tracking down a copy of the DS remake of Dragon Quest V. I never actually got around to playing that. Okay, we've got 230 gold, still not enough to get the best stuff at the town. And chances are, once I do, there'll be a new town where there's even more expensive stuff. Now, here I am a little worried, because the ravens are kind of stronger than the bunnies are. So I'm going to vote to go all in on the ravens here. Yeah, Dragon Quest V also did that thing with, like, you play as, like, the descendant of the hero later in the game. It was very, like, the reason why I want to play it is it reminds me a lot of Genealogy of the Holy War. Even, like, you have a choice of, like, bride for the main character, and whichever one they are. I don't think it affects the kid's stats, but it does affect the kid's hair color. And I mostly remember it because there was this giant, like, for a while, like, the internet was convinced that if you don't pick Bianca, the kind of quote-unquote canon, like, wife, she ends up being, like, miserable and an abused barmaid. Wow, okay, I am using Whoosh here. This is a good case, for Whoosh. But, like, apparently none of that is true. Yep, well, there you go, that's Ryuji. But, like, yeah, she's fine. Like, she's totally fine. And, like, there was a rumor as well that, like, the other love interest finds love even if you don't marry her, and, like, she has her own love interest who ends up miserable if he can't marry her. But apparently none of that is true. Or at least it was all exaggerated. The developer of early Dragon Quest is Chunsoft, which is now part of Kudokawa, which is about to be bought out by Sony. Okay, then. Like, there are a decent number of games now that you play as descendants of the main character, but, okay, let me check what SAP is. I have a suspicion I know what it is. Oh, no, it's defense debuff. Okay, I thought it was taking MP, but I think that's Final Fantasy. But anyway, what I was saying is, oh yeah, hey, Hertzyoung leveled up, so now he, needs to be, not needs to be, he can be less frugal with his MP, I suppose. For a moment, I thought that was like an area transition, but nope, just a bunch of enemies. Let us use crack on the Anteater. Yeah, so Corjinbet saying that was true in the SNES version of Dragon Quest V, and they changed that in the remakes. No. From what I've heard, all of that stuff about the horrible torment that Bianca goes through if you don't marry her was all exaggerated. Just because many people just didn't really pick the other option back in the day, and didn't really, this looks cool by the way, really cool, and just didn't see what happens if you don't pick Bianca, but apparently it's fine if you don't pick Bianca. Like, it's actually like, I think people said that her father dies if you don't marry her, which also I don't think is true. Okay, so you already have the Wayfarer's clothes. Okay, and the priest has the Wayfarer's clothes. Oh, that makes you even worse, so I guess you need to use the Wayfarer's clothes. 30 defense on the mage is kind of nice. Yeah, the thing about in the original, Bianca's dad died and she ends up in a relationship with an abusive jerk. I believe that was either a fan translation getting things wrong, or people on the internet just not knowing the context and making assumptions about the Japanese. Because, like again, I could be wrong about this, but from what I've heard, like, I remember reading somewhere that, like, all of that was just, like, not actually true. But yeah, and the other rumor as well, which I think might actually be true according to the chat, is that, like, the other love interest who isn't Bianca has worse stats than Bianca in combat, which is also why people didn't pick her. But anyway. The DS remake adds a third love interest as well. Yeah, I had a feeling there'd be a chest here. Seed of Defense. You know what? I'm gonna give that muscle memorying from Digital Devil Saga. Oh, wait, I have 2 Seeds of Luck. I didn't even notice that. I'm gonna give that to... I'll give that to you, actually. And Seed of Luck. Ryuji, why not? He needs all the luck he can get. Yo, it probably would help him. Oh, and I have a Chimera Wing as well. Must have got that drop from an enemy, or must have found that and... Oh, no, wait, no, that was in one of the items I found in the overworld. Yeah. Yeah, I had a feeling that Deborah would be like the best physical fighter of the three marriage candidates. But yeah, I did always think it was interesting how that game let you, like, yeah, kind of customize the main character's family, like the descendants, and, like, that was a cool idea. Again, it reminds me of Genealogy of the Holy War. And, like, I like the twist as well that the hero is not actually the chosen one. The hero's son is. Also, I think that game did the thing where, like, the moment the hero stops being the main character, they actually have dialogue. They're no longer a silent protagonist. Oh, yeah, here we go. Yeah, this thing. So, about that... Item bag, here we go. 11 medicinal herbs. Yeah, transfer, here we go. So, you take one of those. Oh, I'm glad you can do it in bulk. I'll give that to the healer. I'll give that to somebody who won't sometimes waste their turn. And... wards off weaker... Oh, that's basically repel. Okay, good to know. I'm gonna give that to Serena as well, just to see. At least 50 HP to an ally, huh? There's probably some randomness in that. You are gonna... I'll put that on... BLILDA doesn't have any healing items. I mean, she has healing magic, so she doesn't really need them, but... yeah. Like, when you get access to, like, equipment that has different elements or other effects like that, you can actually, like, put that in a character's inventory. This is just me going off my Dragon Quest VIII knowledge, and swap to it on the fly. I think there are also some items that let you cast magic spells by using the item in combat. Whoa, okay, interesting. Interesting. Oh, I'm in the Dreamer's Tower already, right, yeah. Well, this is where we needed to go. But I want to check out this side as well. Hey, it's a frog! We got here. Toady. Again, another pun. I didn't actually realize, like, that was, like I'd heard of toadies from, Mario. I didn't realize that was a pun, like, weak follower. Finally, I've lost my plot throat. I can speak now. Exactly. Yeah. It is always funny when, like, a character is a... Because that happened with Persona 2 as well. Like, Maya in Innocent Sin is not the protagonist, so she speaks normally. But then in Eternal Punishment, she's the main character, so she becomes silent. It's always funny when that happens. Well, I will always take more anti-disappearing. No, you know what? Let's use a whoosh. What am I putting in this personality? Most of them are crybabies. I'll go into them, I'll check the personalities as well. But they do tell you the personality, like, what stats they affect. So, like, ability, okay. Okay, so people can learn those abilities. Okay, good to know. I don't actually know if, oh, here we go. Is it gonna tell me, like... Status, there we go. Here we go, Idealist. Idealist, BLILDA's Idealist, Ryuji is Paper Tiger, and the other two are both crybabies. Do I have any headgear for Hertz? Let me see. No, I am bereft of headgear. Bro, Gaiden is peak gaming. Oh! Okay, I presume this is your shortcut back to town once you've got the key to open all the doors. Makes sense. And then I can probably Chimera Wing to the other town, unless it's like only the last town you visited. Because that's how these work in a lot of games. I'm gonna use Wind on the Frogs just because. Like, whenever you see, like, a new type of enemy, they're presumably a little dangerous. However, these things are still dying. In, like, one hit. Oh yeah, Tatsuya, who was silent, starts speaking. Yeah, like, I actually love what Persona 2 Eternal Punishment does to Tatsuya, because, like, it's like, the whole point with him is, like, what was the silent protagonist actually thinking all along? And, like, it turned out they had a bunch of flaws you didn't even realize because you were controlling them. I just thought that was really cool. Like, Tatsuya is such a great way of, like, being like, hey, the silent protagonist you were playing as before, what happens when you're not playing as them? I'm just going to use regular attacks here. What would I improve in a genealogy remake? I'd make the love system a little bit more visible. I'd tone down some of the weird things in the original game. Like, yeah, Jew especially. Like, Jew and Lacus's love conversation probably needs to be toned down a little bit. I mean, I wouldn't tone down, like, the dark stuff in the story, though. I would, let me think. Like, there's a lot about genealogy that I do think is still very good. Like, I don't actually mind. Like, I feel like probably you should give the foot units better movement, maybe. Like, maybe do it like Engage, where, like, mounts only have one more movement than people on foot. But rather than, like, rather than nerfing mounted movement, instead make it so that, like, the mount is the baseline, and foot units have one less than that. Because you need a lot of move for the big maps, and I'd like people to stop thinking that Ira and Lewin are bad just because they don't have horses. Yeah, Bradley Harris, it is always cool to see, like, how a different protagonist affects your perception of NPCs. Like, that happens in Persona 3 and 4 with Tanaka's show. So, like, with Tanaka, in Persona 3, the protagonist describes it as an annoying tune, but the protagonist of 4 describes it as a cheerful tune. So the implication is that Yu Narukami likes Tanaka's song better than Makoto Yuki does, or, yeah, that's Makoto Yuki, yeah. Yeah, I never use Minato Arisato, so that's why I never have the whole, you know, accidentally misnaming them thing. Oh! Did fire heal the frog? It looks like it did. Because those look like blue numbers to me. So, that was interesting, okay. Let's try ice. Okay, ice works. I could have made a mistake there, but it looked to me like that was a blue number and it got healed. Okay, yep, another locked door, so we're getting the key very soon, thankfully. Shrine of the Plains. Huh. Well, that's interesting. I think it's still the dungeon theme, though. So, that place is locked. We have a bunch of exits. I would assume that we're on the island now. That little island. Yes, where are we now? Okay, we're here. I don't think this is where we need to go. Or maybe this was like the shortcut to... Maybe this is what the guy in the village was talking about. Like the shortcut to get to the tower. Do you have a lot more money now? Crybaby is a good personality for the mage and priest. Well, I should hope so. I got it by increasing their wisdom, which I presume is magic. Finally a mini medal. But yeah, so like I think most of the personalities seem pretty intuitive. Huge tree to the west of town. I think I already went there. So that's still locked. Is there anywhere else I can go down here, though? I think I went everywhere here. So we're in the basement of the Dreamer's Tower. We can't open that door yet. Over there was just a chest. So we're dealing with the classic RPG getting... Oh! There's a staircase that I didn't go through. Right. Good thing I realized that. Chat's probably going to be a little late on telling me about it, but yeah. Okay. Go for the attacks there. Slimes and UUs. Yeah, I feel like normally frogs are, well, not frogs, like aquatic creatures in some of these games tend to be weak to fire, but this one doesn't really seem to be.
Take this!
Oh yeah, I think they should get rid of Pursuit and Genealogy and give it to everybody. That makes sense. Maybe change the critical skill as well, and they make the Pursuit skill. I know there was a ROM hack that worked like this. They made it so that everybody naturally can attack twice, but Pursuit makes it easier, like it lowers the doubling threshold. Warriors game in Yggdrasil. Yeah. I was a bit disappointed by the roster of the original Warriors game. And I was thinking, hey, in Warriors 2, we'll have, like, Icon Sigurd, right? No, it's all 3 houses. Which, I mean, I get that. For a lot of, for, like, a lot of, the newer Musou games, they are focusing on being, like canonical, like, entries in the series, rather than just being fun spin-offs of the multiverse. So, yeah, they did that for Hyrule Warriors as well in Persona, and, you know, got Persona 5 Strikers out of that, which I obviously will take any day of the week. Yeah, there weren't a lot of people who had critical in Genealogy, and since I didn't tend to pair Naosh, I didn't often pass it down. Because, like, yeah, here we go. Oh, there's a healing bed here. Kind of surprising. But yeah, because of that, because, like, all of the best pairings for him were people who I, like, pair with other people anyway. Like, Ira, I prefer Hulin. Eren, yes, I prefer Lewin. So it's just like, I don't really have anyone to pair it with. Like, I know that pairing Naosh with Eren, yes, gives you this ridiculously powerful physical fee, which can be fun. But, yeah, other than that, it just, like, it's, technically, he's better than Ira, he's better than Hulin for Ira, because he gives, like, I think he also gives a cost. But, like, I just like Ira with Hulin. I do pairings based on, you know, what makes sense for the story. I know that most people like Ira and Lex, I don't know, I kind of prefer Hulin. Okay, here we are. Yeah, I thought we'd be here now. It's still so weird to me as well, the original Fire Emblem Warriors is just like, hey, we're our only representation from Echoes and from FE7 is gonna be Lyn, just because Lyn and Celica, like, okay, Lyn is one thing, but, like, why would you put Celica in a game without Alm? That just seems so baffling to me. I know Alm will be yet another sword user, but still, it's just like, Celica without Alm, I know I'm being weird, being like, oh, she can't stand on her own as her own person, but it's just like, Celica without Alm just feels weird to me. Like, they could have even had Alm and Celica as, like, a duo unit or something. Alm could have had bows as well, because he was, like, the first Fire Emblem Lord to use both swords and bows. In fact, he's, like, the only one until, like, Lyn. And, like, maybe Claude? But Claude is also more primarily a bow user. Oh, nice to see 3 stats in the 30s. I don't know what the difference between resilience and stamina is, though. Squelch. I believe, strange as it may seem, Squelch is a status cure spell. Yep, cures poison. That's just so weird. Oh, how me old bones ache dearly. What I wouldn't give for a nice rest in this cozy little inn here. Yep, someone just made an inn in the middle of a dungeon. I mean, it's probably a quite lucrative business to have people stay overnight in like a historic landmark. I know that a lot of real-life British castles do that, and like more Scottish castles. Like there are like one day in my life I want to do this. I want to actually go to Scotland, and actually it's probably really expensive, but like I want to go to one of those places that let you stay in an actual castle, because that would be really cool. Yeah, Scotland's on my places to go list, but first on the list is going to Japan again, because I haven't been there for not quite a decade, but a while. Yeah, I'm frustrated that Tokyo Mirage Sessions only had Awakening and Arcanea characters. Like, at the time, though, like, that was right after Awakening revitalized the series and people didn't really care much about the earlier games. So, like if TMS came out now, it would not now. If TMS came out in 2020, let's just say, it would probably be all 3 houses, because that's just how, like, the series, like, it was going for recency. Does that damage you? No, it doesn't. Okay, good. But yeah, I had a feeling that could happen, because I noticed on the map there was a white line there. I wonder if that's going to be required in some future dungeons. It might be, because this does happen sometimes, like in... Oh boy, I got stuck for so long in, what was it called again? In Cinnabar Mansion, back in Pokemon Red and Blue, because it took me ages to find out you had to jump off that one ledge. That was the only way to progress. Praise the deity of well-placed inns. You, Sprite Star, you did once visit a castle in Sweden. That's cool. Oh, hi, Minato Kurusu. Sizz. Is that the better version of Frizz? And I'm muscle memorying again. Group event. Okay, no, it's the group fire. And it costs the same amount of MP as the group wins. Good to know. But at least I have 2 options for group spells now. Yeah, I'd like a Tokyo Mirage Sessions sequel too. It's a shame that game got the reception that it did back in the day, because it's a good game. Like, it's just not a crossover, but it's a good game. And I would like to see them do more with the idea. Okay, well that was a preemptive for us, for like the first time. Okay, I can... No, we can't trounce this. Also, Bubble Slime. I believe they were just called, like, Babbles in earlier Dragon Quest games. Because I remember, like, Metabel is, like, the liquid metal slime. And they often give a lot of experience. It's kind of interesting if you saw a metal slime on stream, but, I don't know if they show up at this point in the game. I know there are a lot of attacks in the Dragon Quest series that are really good for metal slimes, like, Hatchet Man, from what I remember, is quite good. Because, like, Hatchet Man is, like, it's an attack where you either miss or you crit. But, like, for metal slimes, you're going to miss them a lot anyway, and you might as well... And if you get the crit, you kill them instantly. So, Hatchet Man is, like 50-50 chance of instantly killing a metal slime. It's definitely worth it. And I think, like, multi-hit attacks are also quite good for metal slimes. But, yeah, again, these things, Babble, Metabel, whatever they are, we may be leveling up soon, so I can probably afford to cast a few of these spells. Yeah, the reveal trailer of Tokyo Mirage Sessions was kind of dumb. Honestly, that was what killed the game to me, I think. Because it's just like, why advertise it as a crossover when you're not going to make it a crossover? Also, it looks like there are actually 2 ways to go here, so this is why having a map here is helpful. In the original, I'm pretty sure you wouldn't have had a map here, and I'm sure a lot of purists will be like, oh, this is making it way too easy, there's a map. Okay, well, now I know that the other way is just to a single room. But it's convenient. It's nice to have that convenience sometimes. Let's go for the froggies. I'm very surprised I haven't made a froggy joke so far. I probably should have gone for Sizz on those and Whoosh on the other group, but I guess this is going to auto-redirect. Okay, toadies defend sometimes, good to know. Yeah, it is really funny that Tokyo Mirage Sessions only exists because of Pokemon Conquest. Because they're like, oh, we wanted to make a Pokemon Fire Emblem crossover, but there already is a Pokemon turn-based strategy crossover, so what other series can we cross over with? Oh, Shin Megami Tensei. And, like, to be fair, there's actually a decent amount of overlap between SMT and Fire Emblem fans. See Metaphor. Metaphor is, like, literally Shin Megami Tensei Fire Emblem. Yeah, in a lot of ways. Yeah, I do wonder how development for Tokyo Mirage Sessions did look like. Oh, Lightning Thrust is the other one that's either a crit or a miss. Good to know. Because, yeah, if I remember, those skills are like, they're like the main things you want to use on Metal Slimes. Oh, it's Gamer Zoro, it's your birthday. That's... Yeah, I don't think I remember you saying that. Yeah, happy birthday. It's always nice to be able to hang out with somebody you follow on a stream on your birthday. Well, that's if you don't have anything else to do. Usually I'm seeing friends on my birthday and family. But... So, okay, someone needs a better shield. Oh, you can't even use a leather shield. Okay. Well, I guess it has to be the clown. I'm still very amazed that he's made it this far without being horribly murdered yet. But then again, I did shove, like, all of his points into defense, just for that very purpose. Just use a regular freeze on the Anteaters. Ryuji grins from ear to ear. That's just his default expression, isn't it? Yeah, and again, the original Tokyo Mirage Sessions trailer was just, hey, here's a bunch of official art from every game, and no gameplay footage. I don't know if anyone in the chat's done it for me yet, but if somebody could tell me the difference between stamina and, like, and the other one, and resilience, yeah. If somebody could tell me the difference between stamina and resilience, that would help out. It's a boomerang! Oh, okay. I remember boomerangs being really fun in, oh yeah, Hero can use them, nice. In Dragon Quest VIII, because they hit all enemies. I don't know if they do in this one, but it was nice. Like, apparently, like, I know that I was leveling up the hero's boomerang skill a lot in 8, and apparently you shouldn't, because apparently in 8, the boomerang is like, it's only good early on in the game, and it gets way worse later. But, like, early in the game, I was just like, well, I guess we don't get to see the boomerang, because everything just burned to death. Early on in the game, I love boomerangs for the area attacks in Dragon Quest VIII, so I was just investing so much into the hero's boomerang skill. By the way, I named my hero in Dragon Quest VIII Hiro, like H-I-R-O, because it's a Japanese name and it sounds like hero. Yeah. That was funny. But anyway, yeah, so I used to like boomerangs a lot in that game, and now I'm just like, apparently they're not that good. Like, also, I was actually off meta for most of my choices in Dragon Quest VIII, because I also put, like, a lot of Youngus's points into something you're apparently not meant to use on him, and I did not invest into Angelo's swords, which I think is the best thing for Angelo. I think I went more into bows on Angelo. At least with Jessica, I got it right. Because, like, with Jessica, apparently you're not meant to invest into anything physical. So I went for whips and, like... Right, she literally has a stat called Sex Appeal, doesn't she? I think I invested into that. And also... whatever the one was that gave her more spells. But I know that, like, I invested into the quote-unquote wrong stat for, I'm just going to use regular attacks because I just want to see what happens if I do the boomerang. Resilience is defense while stamina is HP. That makes sense, so you kind of need both. Yes, it is! It is a multi-target attack! Great, yeah, boomerangs are really cool in Dragon Quest. In fact, there actually aren't a lot of JRPGs that have boomerangs in them. So, yeah, like, it's... Like, I don't think they're strictly Australian, but, like, Indigenous Australians did use them, and they're pretty iconic to Australia, so, yeah, as an Australian, it's nice to see boomerangs represented in more things. Okay, so we got that, now we just need to... there's another staircase here. That spirally one looks kind of official, though. However, I can just go up there and... Oh, what are you guys? Don't actually know what you are. Oh, and I can set the battle speed here. That's good to know. Okay. I'll just attack. Prestidigitator. Okay, then they're like wizards. Yeah. I thought they were cultists for a moment. They probably are meant to be cultists. Okay, they can use magic. And it actually hurts quite a bit. They also seem to have a lot of defense, too, for enemies here, so... Yeah, this is probably the big leads of this dungeon. Of course, BLILDA's boomerang still does a lot. Yeah, I've tried throwing boomerangs before, I could not make them come back to me. It's a very specific art of how you actually do it. It probably takes a lot of practice. So yeah, I can just go up here, and then look at the map to see if I went the right way or not. Yes, I presume this is progression. Let's not do that then. Oh wait, no. Actually, hang on. There's a locked door here. I'm presumably about to get the key. But not before I loot this guy's possessions! Oh, you know, I'll just talk to you.
Well, well, well. So you've come at last. I've dreamt so many times of giving you this key. Heaven alone knows why.
It's almost as if you're a legendary hero prophesied by legend or something.
But it must mean something, so here you go. One thief's key. You'll take it, won't you?
That actually looks like the Tarzan World Keyblade from Kingdom Hearts 1.
Now, use that to go and have a look inside the house in Reeve with a red door.
Yes, the suspiciously only locked house in that village.
Don't worry. The chap there loves visitors. He won't mind you dropping in unannounced one jot.
Don't worry, the chap there loves visitors, I say in this weird voice. Yeah. He just locked himself in his house forever. But he loves visitors.
By the way, there are books in this world so influential that they can change your whole personality.
Oh, Blaze the Gamer, it's also your birthday. Happy birthday to you. Sorry I missed that chat earlier. But yeah, I kind of figured that they did that those books did that, but it's good to know that. Also, metaphor. Yep, basically metaphor is like a whole metaphor for this.
Open them with caution, that's my advice. Off you go then. I can't stand around all day. I've got important dreams to be having.
But are we allowed to... Oh, here we go. Pesky padlocks, there we go. Yeah, you get this one pretty early. And we can do that. However... Okay, yeah, you're probably meant to use that to go back to town, but there is also an easy shortcut from here back to town. And also, we can go from here to the village as well. It's a copy of The Girl's Own Annual. Is that a female empowerment book or a pervert book? I feel like it could be either. So, let me check. Teach you how to be a tearaway. Okay. Oh, right, that was the personality on the thief that gives you more agility. Okay, I like that you don't even have a button prompt for that. And I like how the doors are marked as yellow once they're unlocked with the key. See, I wanted to check around here. Yeah, we could go down the tower. Or... Please so this doesn't, like, instantly kill you. That would suck. No, we have Featherfall by default. Nice. But I think I need to go back into the tower to reach that shortcut to get to the other places. I want to open that, like, unlock that door. I mean, like, the whole thing about books changing your personality, it's not actually that weird when you think about it, because I know a lot of, like, you know, this is kind of sad, but, like, you know, there are reports of people being, you know, converted to certain ideologies via YouTube videos. It's kind of the same thing, in a way. And we get another Chimera Wing. I already had one, I believe, but still. Always good to have more of those. But I do want to open up that shortcut back to the first town, and then go over to the second town and see what's up with that red door. We haven't had a boss yet, but also these early games weren't really consistent about giving you, like, a boss at the end of every dungeon. Yeah, I think this is what leads back to the first town. It's a whole pack of toadies. Whoosh. Yeah. Oh, that was a reference to an old British magazine for young girls. Okay, that's cool. Again, the Dragon Quest localizations are very, very British. There are a whole bunch of doors I can unlock in the first town as well, so I probably want to stop by there now that I have the key anyway. I wonder if running makes random encounters more likely. That's the case in a lot of games. And no more froggies. I'll probably be healing at a town soon anyway, so... Yeah, Gadabout's round me fall asleep. That is almost exactly like Disobedience in Pokemon. Okay, I think it looks like the damage is less per enemy hit. So, like, the first enemy with the boomerang takes the most damage, then the next one takes a little bit less. It like, depreciates based on, yeah, that. And now we can open up this door. Can I, like, go back to the original thief and, like, free him? That'd be funny. Oh, right, it comes out here. Okay, well, at least he knows we have it. Okay, well, it requires a different key, I guess. Medicinal herb. Matt S says Sun and Moon made you take story more seriously, and Persona made you think about your mind more seriously. Yeah, I love that the Persona games do that. But, okay, so yeah, there's a bunch of locks in this castle that I can now open up. So I want to go around there and try and do that. It's always cool when you get, like, a new ability and stuff, and probably should have picked up that gold earlier, but oh well. And then you get to, like, you know, go around the world and open up stuff and do what you couldn't do before. And you're still saying the same thing. It's funny how if you talk to an NPC you've already spoken to, you get a prompt to fast forward. Well, you look interesting. The seal placed in the teleporter could be broken by means of a wrecking ball. Well, yeah, that might break a little more than just the seal. Ah, that is presumably what we have to do next, yeah. So yeah, like, it's cool design. They're like, yeah, you're gonna be going back here to unlock the doors anyway, so we might as well put a hint as to where to go next. Behind one of the doors you can now unlock. It's just, yeah, like the kind of gradual progression that you get from this. Okay, well... Oh, there are blue doors. I did wonder why they said that key unlocks red doors. Because, yeah, it would be a little bit suspicious for you to have every door open after that one thing. But I failed the blessed exam, and thus I was locked in this room for all eternity. Interesting. Okay, good to know. A file of unsealments. What does that do? Oh, here you go, unseal it. Okay, so it's anti-silence. I had a feeling it was something like that. Okay, there are a couple more doors in here that I could open. Except that is not the right way to get in there. Yeah, anyway, sorry, I'll go and read the chat in a moment. Right now, I'm just looking at doors to open. Yeah, we'll be able to get there through here, around this hallway. Yeah, Yokai Watch is another game that I've never really got into, but it does seem interesting. Like, I hate when people are calling it a Pokemon clone, because it really isn't. And now you're free! The Wrecking Ball is basically an explosive. It's not just a Wrecking Ball, it's a Wrecking Ball that also explodes. While I'm here, I kind of want to pick up one of my party members that I left behind. And by one of my party members that I left behind, I mean specifically the thief. Because I haven't actually used her yet. Oh, okay. What was that? Yes. That's great. Sorry to burst your eardrums there. Teleportal to the east side of the continent. It's all sealed up now. Okay, so I'm guessing the plot progression now is get Wrecking Ball, unseal the teleportal, leave the island. That sounds like where you're supposed to go. But yeah, it's just the thing is, I haven't actually needed healing that much so far, and I kind of like having a mage, so I almost feel like I want to drop my priest in order to put the thief in, because I want to use the thief. I didn't make her after all. That sounds so weird to say that, but like, I don't even think I need the warrior now that I've got BLILDA, but I will want to... They say that the thief should be waiting for me downstairs. Welcome to party planning place, blah, blah, blah. Oh, here we go. Yeah, you've got, like, options here. Oh, yeah, my guess is these are, like, the starting people. Here we go. Yeah, so here we go. Let's go, drop off. I have to keep the gadabout in, so I'm very sorry, but, if I do this, I probably should strip his equipment first. This music does sound pretty nice, though. I do want to look up what all of this sounded like on, like, an 8-bit. Because there's a charm to 8-bit music. So I'm so sorry, Hurts Young. And... let's go ahead and view the roster. And I'm going to take out Tess. Oh, that's view roster, right? I need to do pickup, right? You, BLILDA's here to see you. Finally, it's my turn. I've been waiting so long. Okay, what can you use? You can't even use that sword that I de-equipped from somebody. But I guess... I'll take that because I think you have similar things that you can use. Yeah, the Copper Sword's only a little less than the Divine Dagger. Oh, you can use Leather Shield. Take that. And you can use Wayfarer's Clothes. Forgot to de-equip the hats, but oh well. I'm guessing this is like item storage, but I don't think I need that right now. Those could be famous last words. A lot of these games have inventory limits. And it always sucked when inventory limits also applied to, like, key items that you needed for story progression. Technically the case with HMs and Pokemon as well. I feel like it's been so long since I last saved. Let's see literally how long has it been. Yeah, it has been over an hour since I last saved. No. Oh, wait, was that the confirm button? Okay, well, I accidentally did it again, but it's fine. It's always been, like, I think you specifically? I do like how it's like, our prayers have been answered, you have returned to us, O hero. Yeah, that was always fun to me. That they do that in some of the earlier Dragon Quest games. Especially if you, like, die in the first Dragon Quest and it's like, death shall not take thee, I shall give you another chance. The king has the power to resurrect the dead for some reason. So... okay, I can use that to go to... oh, I can even go to the Dreamer's Tower. I can go to dungeons with this. That's cool. But I do need to go back to... oh, there is a locked door in the shrine, though. Might not be red, though. We'll see. Yeah, World Ender is also very good. I do love that game. Hopefully, I'll be going to Shibuya soon, and, like, I'll have to see if I can... yep, wrong key. I had a feeling it wasn't a red door. But anyway, yeah. I'll have to see if I can navigate that place based on my World Ends With You knowledge. Or maybe even Persona 5 knowledge. You don't really go through much of Shibuya in Persona 5, but World Ends With You is entirely Shibuya. Or I think Shibuya is more accurate in terms of pronunciation. But anyway, I'm just looking through the chat now. I'll head here. See, it's just like, I'm like, really I should spend my money, but also I'm like, maybe I'm gonna end up going to another town soon that will have even better stuff to spend my money on. So I really don't know if I should spend my money. I guess Tess needs a hat, though. See, here we go. You've got, turban. Okay, you can't use that. Oh, that's actually pretty good for Serena, though. It's only a little bit of a boost for Tess, though. Do I... or maybe I save up my money, because like 680 is not that much in the grand scheme of things right now. Neo's pretty good. Neo got very overlooked at the time it came out, and it's kind of sad, because Neo's a really good game in its own right. I wish more people played that. I think people mistook it for a remake, because its name is a bit not great, but okay. I hope when this person said that they like having guests, I hope they're not like a witch who likes having guests so they can cook them. Seed of Wisdom. Obviously, magic user will take the Wisdom. Yeah, I hope the Xenoblade X remake has more than one, didn't even get the book, we actually pulled something out of that. Has more than one save file as well. Oh, you can use the leather hat. And hello there.
What are you doing in here?
And okay, I'm just gonna take some time to look at the chat a bit, because I haven't in a little while. Oh, I guess Oberon64 has left. Yeah, I'm thankful for you being here. Yeah, people have asked if the Switch port of World Ends With You is any good. I've heard mixed things. Like, the thing is, the original was made for the DS, and a lot of the moves just aren't the same when you can't, like, swipe with the stylus, or do them all that way. Plus, you don't actually, like... I think that the Switch version is also based on the mobile phone version, which was the solo remix, which, like, part of the whole gameplay identity to me of World Ends With You is controlling both party members at the same time. It was really tricky to actually get the hang of, but it was really, really fun when you did, and you don't get that in the Switch version, I don't think.
I could have sworn I locked the front door. Did you find a key somewhere or something, you trespassing so-and-so?
Well, I guess we
What's
did.
that? The thief's key? My goodness, to get your hands on that should have to be... You are, aren't you? You're Ortega's child, the one we've heard so much about.
Well, I'm not suspicious of you anymore.
Oh, my. Then I'd better give you a little something to help you on your way. Now, where did I put it?
Yeah, it's both a wrecking ball and a bomb.
You can use that to break the seal on the teleportal.
Well, yeah, maybe that thing was sealed for a reason, though.
Once you're feeling suitably prepared, make tracks for a spring to the east of Aliahan.
Aliahan, that's how you pronounce it.
But be careful with that ball now. Those things go off with an almighty bang. And good luck. You'll definitely be in need of it. But to think that you will never again lay eyes on the great Ortega. Your mother puts up a strong front, but deep down she's sorely racked with grief. Be sure to head home from time to time and show her that all is well.
I wonder if we should go and talk to her. I know I remember that in Wind Waker, if you go back and talk to the grandma before you leave the island, like, you get this really heartfelt scene that... I forget if it's missable or not. Maybe it is. I believe we can use Chimera. In fact, you know what? That's what I probably should do. I probably should buy some Chimera wings, now that I can actually afford them. Oh, they're only 25 here. Oh yeah, different. I think different towns have different economies. 10 should be plenty for now. Oh, I'll put them in the item bag. Yeah. Because yeah, like, I think that it kind of reminds me of, like, in Thousand Year Door, where, like, you can actually make a profit on some items by buying them in a particular town and selling them in another town where they sell for more than their buy price. Yeah, I presume that's where we're meant to go next. It's funny, I just got an ad there on my stream layout for a place where you can buy used games, which might be where people can find a copy of The World Ends With You. Like, I personally recommend buying the DS. Well, it would be really expensive to buy now, but if you're gonna play any version of The World Ends With You, I go for the DS version. I think the DS version is the best experience by far. Okay then. You just go sizzle on them and, Oh, right, Tess is on AI, because, yeah, she's a new party member. Yeah, she's gonna be leveling up pretty fast, because, like, this is, like, something that I like to do sometimes. We're kind of jagging her right now. The rest of the party's much higher level, so they beat the enemies, and meanwhile she just levels up, pretty quickly off of the higher experience yields. So yeah, next chance I get, I will put her on not AI. I probably could do that from the menu, but I don't know. I like it when it transitions, like, to sunset while you're, walking around the fields. Yeah, I had a feeling there'd be some item over here that I could go and pick up. Hi there, enemies. Oh, it's a bunch of, yeah, these are the enemies from the tower we just went through. I had a feeling that if I went here, too early, that bad things might happen. And behold, said bad things that happen in the form of a slime. Sandstorm. Well, that's cool. Lowers enemy group's accuracy. That's kind of cool that thieves start with that, from what I can tell, I guess. Like, I have no idea what the quote-unquote meta is of this game, both in the original and the remake, but, I'm just using party members because I think they're cool. Like, I just like the idea of having a thief. But, yeah, like I said way earlier, I will need to... Oh, wow, we actually get those. Evac, I believe, lets you leave a dungeon. It's like the escape rope spell. And previously, that's what you needed to use to, like, zoom from a dungeon. Evac, yeah. Yeah, it's in Shining Force is where only the protagonist gets the dungeon escape item. Okay, the Chimera Wing. To get an extra one on top of the whole bunch we just bought. Yeah, the world's probably a little smaller than it looks, or at least than the map makes it look, but it is, just fun, this feeling of going on an adventure. And, oh, hi there, what are you guys? You guys are a bunch of flying scorpions. So, basically Gligar. Okay, so with only one magic user, Serena does burn through her MP pretty fast, I'm noticing. But I mean, she might level up soon. Yeah, these things are a little rougher than what we used to. Maybe I shouldn't have got rid of my healer when I went into this area, but oh well. I mean, I guess, you know, BLILDA has healing, because she's just perfect in every way. Oh yeah, that's a pretty good heal. And like, there's not anything really else that I'm using BLILDA's MP for, so yeah. It's a pretty solid heal even without a magic build. Okay then. We just went through the mountain, I suppose. Or we're going through like a mountain pass. Yeah, there we go, we went through a mountain pass. And so it is night in an area where the enemies are already kind of brutal. Okay, that could be worrying. What do we got here? Oh, no, we have okay, we have the wasp still, but other than that, we have some things. We gotta get rid of the toady, actually. Yeah, the waspions are pretty dangerous, but, for now, though, I get the feeling they can probably poison you, because, like, if there's, like, a bug enemy in one of these games, they can typically poison you. Oh, you can cast Snooze. Oh no, BLILDA's asleep. Her dreams have the power to destroy reality itself, so hopefully she wakes up. Oh yeah, I would assume that Xenosaga Episode 3 sells for a lot online. Probably 2 is cheaper because people don't like Xenosaga 2. Kabuff, that's, I believe, is the multi-target defense buffing spell. Haven't even needed to use that yet, but if there's a boss, I probably will use it. Yeah, a common tactic for players who want a Sage is Jagening a Gadabout with a high-level party later on instead of using it from the beginning. Yeah, that makes sense. To be honest, I'm annoyed that I didn't think about that earlier. Because that's probably a much easier way to do this than doing it this way, but oh well. It's fun raising up a Sage the hard way. Because I'm sure that if you, like, make a level 1 Gadabout towards the end of the game, and then just bring them to an endgame dungeon, they'll probably get to, like, the Sage promotion level instantly. That's probably way better. Because that is the thing where, like, see, that's the thing, I've always felt like Jagens worked better in traditional JRPGs than they do in Fire Emblem. Because in these games, everybody in a fight gets a share of the experience. So, like, it doesn't actually matter, it doesn't actually really matter, whether or not, I guess you can take more agility. And then Cedar's strength is going to go to Tess right now. Like, if you've got, like a level 1 character, and then you have, like, a high-level character in the party, you can have the high-level character beat enemies, and the experience will still go to the level 1 character. Whereas, like, in Fire Emblem, the Jagen will actively prevent your lower-level characters from getting experience, unless they're one of those that's designed to weaken enemies without killing them. Like, you know, I guess Gunter sometimes, but like Vander, that's the name, in Engage. Vander is so good. Vander and Marcus, I think, are like the best Jagens in the series, but like, you get what I mean, like in traditional RPGs, when you've got like a party member who's just higher level than the others, you can just use them, put the level 1 characters in, and just watch the level 1 characters, as long as they don't die, just like level up. And you just can't do, like, Jagens in Fire Emblem don't let you do that, so yeah, that always just felt... Like, maybe that's the reason why they were always just so overpowering there. Xenosaga 1 and 2 are much easier to get. From what I've seen of... Like, I was watching NL's Let's Play of Xenoblade... Xenosaga 3 for a little while, and I stopped watching it. I need to go back and watch it, because from what I saw of it, it looked like the best of the trilogy by far. Like, it looked like they finally found a battle system that actually worked. And, like, it's a different turn-based to, like, SMT. Like, I always feel like it's kind of hard to make a really good turn-based battle system, and it isn't just ripping off press turns. And I'm kind of glad that, you know, Xenosaga did something pretty unique with it, from what I can tell. I mean, Xenosaga 2 was unique to a fault in that regard, but still. Also, I have an ability on Tess, Sleepy Sap. Okay, so thieves can, like, do ailments to enemies. I thought for a moment that that was me getting into a town, but no. Yeah, a lot of the time, like, desert-ish enemies tend to be weak to ice in old RPGs. Yes, Gadabout Sprite is so good, we must bring him. Chaotic Caper says most of your Dragon Quest knowledge comes from Smash Bros. Ultimate and Fortune Street. That's kind of me too. I like that Jessica from Dragon Quest VIII is playable in Fortune Street. Yeah, I would presume that, okay, there's a person in here. That prices of 3DS games in general got jacked up after the eShop died. So yeah, getting a copy of Shin Megami Tensei 4 now is probably relatively hard. Yeah, deserts usually are cold at night, but like they often make the desert enemies weak to ice in these games. Okay, Path of Promise, that's all. Well, I guess we can get a book, though. Boomerangs and whips allow their wielders to attack multiple enemies simultaneously. Whips can hit entire groups, while a boomerang will damage every enemy on the field. Oh, okay, yeah, I did notice the boomerang was not, like, affected by the group. It could just hit everything. Their attack may seem somewhat limited. Used technically, they can go greater. Yeah, okay, so that's good to know. That, like, yeah, because I think that boomerangs, yeah, their damage, like, depreciates as it pierces through enemies. Whereas whips are like multi-target, but only for an enemy group. And yeah, that's another thing that I often miss about these old JRPGs is like finding hints on the gameplay in books and houses. Like that's what Pokemon Red and Blue did all the time back in the day. You just don't really see that now with just tutorials popping up and all the time. Technically, this game does that too, but like this game does both. So let us head down the Path of Promise. I am a little concerned that if we go to the mainland, we're probably going to get bodied by the encounters, but hopefully we find a town where we can save. Yeah, I luckily bought both Devil Survivor games digitally before the 3DS eShop closed down. One day I might even Let's Play those games, if anyone's interested. Please tell me if you're interested, although probably a lot of people here are. You won't find anything promising here right now, huh? I like these giant statues here. I wonder. Puts the wrecking ball gingerly in place. Fire in the Old, which I believe is like Red's ultimate attack in Dragon Quest VIII. That's the other cool thing about the Dragon Quest VIII remake. You have two new party members. You have Mori and Red, who were not playable in the original. And they're both pretty fun.
The path is clear. Oh, and you might want to take this, too.
A world map. Oh, okay. That's actually really cool that it's like, you start off with this map that it's like, oh, cool, this is so big, but actually that's just a tiny little island, and the rest of the world's even bigger. And this might not be the only world we explore. Spoilers.
Just know that there's an entirely new world awaiting you on the other side. Keep your wits about you. And don't do anything I wouldn't do now.
What wouldn't you do? Please tell us, so that we know what not to do. That advice is meaningless if you don't say what it is. But anyway, yeah, people in the chat here are saying, like, saying that, yeah, they would like me to do Devil Survivor. Yeah, that's definitely something that I might do one day. Like, the issue is, like, I like Devil Survivor 1's story better than 2, and Devil Survivor 1 has by far, far, far the best alignment system in all of Shin Megami Tensei. But also, the thing that I worry about it is that a lot of it is, like, heavily rooted in, like, real-life religious stuff, and that might be a little weird or awkward to a lot of people. Devil Survivor 2 doesn't have any of that religious baggage, it's all purely fantastical, but it has a worse story and characters, so it's a trade-off, basically. I guess you can sizz? Summon invasive species. That's basically, yeah, suddenly a whole bunch of rabbits appearing. The only knowledge RDM Watchaby has of Devil Survivor is the anime, huh? I've heard the anime of Devil Survivor 2 is basically just a worse version of Evangelion. Yeah, gadabouts have a lot of luck, I've noticed. Which kind of makes sense. It's a rabbit tail! Some accessories possess the power to change the wearer's personality, okay. Temporary personality change. Oh, yeah, I've heard about curses. I think you have to go to a church to fix curses. But if you equip something cursed, you, yeah, you can't take it off. That was another mechanic borrowed from D&D. Hop away and become a happy camper in no time at all. Okay, so presumably that makes your personality into happy, I guess. Or whatever the equivalent of that is. Okay, this leads to a dead end, which I want to explore because there will probably be a chest there. Speaking of cursed equipment, apparently Dragon Quest, one of the main things I know about Dragon Quest 3 through, like, pop cultural osmosis is that, oh, that's a new enemy, isn't it? Ant Gobbler, yeah. But, like, through, like, pop cultural osmosis, I know that, I'm gonna try using Sleepy Sap on you, or Sleepy Slap. That there is a point in this game where you can go to, like, a pyramid, and you can pick up these golden gloves that are, like, cursed, and if you take them, you basically create an Aladdin situation of now you will never again see the light of day. But what that manifests as in this game is you get a random encounter every single step you take for the rest of the pyramid. And a lot of people like that because it just makes you level up so much and makes you broken for like the rest of the game, or for, at least for a while. And you get a lot of gold from it too, I think. So what was that? It was a ring. Rousing ring. Does that work on gadabouts putting themselves to sleep? I'm gonna try that. And see. And hope the game doesn't say, you're not that clever. Because there are a lot of things where it's like, are those like stronger bunny corns? Spiked hair! Yeah, they are stronger bunny corns. I thought they were a little bit darker color. Yep, I found out immediately! That ring doesn't stop you from falling asleep! Good to know! Also, I should probably have used Don't Sleep. Okay. Serena should use fire to obliterate these things. Right now. Because, yeah. Yep, that ring does not stop you from falling asleep yourself. So I should give that to probably BLILDA because she can heal. Yeah, look at all that agility. I mean, she's not really doing much in combat, but I don't know, she's moral support for now. Let's see, equipment, yeah, you'd no longer take that. No, I'm gonna go ahead and give BLILDA Rousing Ring. Someone in the chat says they remember the Pyramid Curse, yeah. It's honestly a funny use of random encounters. But it's like, yeah, like it's like people say like those gloves are a game breaker, but not for the reason you think. It's not for the item themselves, though you can use them on a martial artist, but it's because you just get funneled so much experience because of all the random encounters you're forced into. It's just kind of funny like that. Oh, magic is sealed in that area too, yeah. It kind of sounds like it's hell for those encounters, but if you can survive it, you are going to be rewarded with a lot of experience, so that's cool. Just attack the hares. I want to burn those hares, because it seems like they can put you to sleep, and do not like that very much. Again, fell asleep. Yeah, it would be pretty funny if clear body worked like that in Pokemon. But yeah, that must have been what I was thinking of. There are a lot of abilities like that in games that are like, they make you immune to stuff, but not when you do it to yourself. It always, speaking of which, it always just frustrates me so much that like, so... hydration in Pokemon. So, hydration makes it so that when it's raining, all your status ailments get cured automatically at the end of every turn. So, you can combo that with Rest. I love using that with Vaporeon, personally. You can use Rest on a hydration user, and, like, you can basically fully heal for free, because you'll get immediately woken up from, like, the hydration ability. So, Leaf Guard. Leaf Guard should be a similar ability. It makes you immune to status ailments while it's sunny. But that's the problem. It doesn't work the same way that hydration does. Hydration auto-cures ailments when it's raining. Leaf Guard just makes you immune to ailments while it's sunny, so I believe, if I'm remembering this right, because I tried this on a Tangrowth once, and I got really annoyed when it didn't work, if you have Leaf Guard and it's sunny, you can't even use Rest. Like, Rest will fail and not even heal you. So, it's like, not only is it objectively worse than hydration, it's actually detrimental for the Rest strategy compared to hydration. It's just always like Sun is just, yeah. Apparently in the recent Pokemon Giga Leaks, they considered buffing Sun considerably, and I kind of feel like it might be necessary. Oh, hi there, I remember you from Dragon Quest Monsters, I think. Killer Pillar. I was wondering if they call it Caterkiller, but there's already, like, I think there's a Sonic enemy with that name, and I want to say there's a Mega Man enemy called Caterkiller as well. It's a very common pun. I do like how those actually animate, though. They roll over when they die, and they thrust at you when they attack. 21 experience points, actually really good for this point in the game. But yeah, if Clear Body did work like that in Pokemon, you could use, like, Overheat with Clear Body and not lower your own stats, which would be hilarious. Cower Ring? Uh-oh. Well, we can't give that to BLILDA. What about you? Which will have the wearer feeling like a big wimp soon enough, yeah. That's, yeah, probably like a... I like they let you modify the personalities, because, like, you know, you can't really change them once you've chosen them for the characters, so... It's kind of cool that you have accessories that can temporarily give you a personality. I'm sure there are massive strats out there involving, like, you know, builds, like, swapping out your personality at certain points in the game to be like, oh, hey, I can be this personality for a few levels to raise my stats that would normally be lower, and then I can swap out back to my original personality. But, yeah. It's kind of cool. Like, I like that. I do wonder if personality affected AI in the original game. I wouldn't be surprised if it did. But, yeah. What I was saying, as well, was that, not what I was saying, but, like, I would like to see a speedrun of Dragon Quest 3. I'm gonna go ahead and look that up, because I'd love to see just what kind of classes speedruns use, what personalities they use. That animation looks like it hits everything, but it clearly doesn't. Like, I'd love to see just how speedrunners treat these games, both the original NES version and this version. Because often looking at a speedrun can be a decent indicator of, like, what strategies are, like, broken. Although sometimes they're really not. Like, you know, there are a lot of games where what you do in a speedrun is nothing like what you do casually, but there are other games where it can be good. Considering how OP photosynthesis is, no, they do not need to buff Sun. Well, somebody here has a strong opinion on that. I have actually not heard of Arcturus, the Curse and Loss of Divinity, huh? Okay, Serena's actually taking damage now. Somebody please kill that last killer pillar. I preemptively said thank you, but no. Kabuff. Ugh. Save us, BLILDA, thank you. Water type ignorers have got annoyed in adventures, huh? Okay, I guess Tess is caught up now. So far, though, she's not really been doing that much for me. At the next chance I get, I may want to... oh, that was a falling down hole. Okay, then. Where was I? Oh, yeah, I was... Huh. Interesting. Well, it doesn't look like there's much down here, so... I can probably just get back up again, but, okay, that's a lot of things. It kind of sucks because I really want to aim a multi-target spell at something, but, like, everything would... I guess I can use ice on you, and then you can just stab one of the ant gobblers. But yes, like, I'm effectively doing this with, like, one less party member, but it's still funny. Fluttermane was banned. Oh, right! That's why Sun's broken, because of, like, the booster energy thing, yeah, for primals. Not primals, whatever they're called, ancient Pokemon, yeah. Fluttermane apparently got banned from OU in 2 days because of Sun, yeah. Yeah, like, now Sun is good. Now Sun is ridiculous, but, like... Sun. I used to have a pretty fun Sun team, though. I used to use, like, Reggie, is that something I can pick? Nope. I used to use, I had Reggie Gigas with an Entrainment Lilligant. Can I use, like, a medicinal and herb to heal up a bit? There you go. And Entrainment to give it Chlorophyll? No, wait. Did I even... No, it wasn't Regigigas. It was an Archeops. Oh, I guess there's Cultist down here. It was an Archeops, so I used it to give Archeops Chlorophyll instead of Defeatus. And also, Archeops is a surprisingly not that bad mixed attacker, so I also gave it Heat Wave to benefit from the sun. I actually won... You smell, wow. The Get About dialogue is great. It's almost a shame that I've got the battle speed on fast, so I can't read it. But anyway, yeah. I actually won a local university tournament with that team, and I got, it was like a multi-battle tournament, so we got paired up with other people. I was the one, like, I didn't actually have, like, a partner for that tournament. I just got paired up with somebody random, and we swept the whole thing. We didn't even plan our teams around each other. But yeah, I won a reserve copy of Pokemon X and Y for that, so that was cool. Yeah, I know Paradox Pokemon is the full name for, like, the whole mechanic, but also they're called like ancient and future Pokemon according to the card game, at least. Like, on the one hand, I feel a little vindicated about Fluttermane, because I'm like, oh yeah, Fluttermane is like... I always wish Miss Magius was good, because Miss Magius was a cool concept, like an actual mage Pokemon. But, you know, then it turned out that, like, it was a bit too good, and yeah, that happens. Item bag, let's use an herb. And let's use another an herb. Arcturus is a Korean RPG that was released in 2000. Gives off Trails in the Sky vibes. Yeah, never actually heard of it, but it sounds interesting. So, yeah, I'll have to look into that. And yeah, late 90s and early 2000s anime style was pretty cool. You saw that in a lot of the old games. I may actually have a video coming up about that. Kind of. Okay, then. Have we just looped back? I think we just looped back around. Also, Serena, you better level up soon, or we're gonna have problems. This is why I probably need Hertz Young. Because at least he has another AoE spell. Yeah, Blaze the game rest. I don't really want to say this, but I'm not a huge fan of the "it doesn't affect Mr. Revis" meme. I have my issues because, okay, we're going to be going around again, so I guess I have more time to talk about stuff. The vague reason why I have my issues with that is that, like, I was actually planning on doing a playthrough of Pokemon Colosseum before that guy did, and then he did that playthrough, and I was like, nope, can't compete with that, and I cancelled it. But also, you know, I ended up releasing that Colosseum playthrough later, because it was all, like, post-commentated, so yeah, that ended up going up on the channel, so yeah, I guess things did work out in the end, but yeah, I don't know, I just, even back when I did start watching Chugga, I never really liked the "it doesn't affect Mr. Revis" meme. I'm not really sure why. I don't know. I was just never really fond of that, of all the things that he did. I kind of preferred the Animal Crossing memes. You know, another old RPG that I'm kind of vaguely interested in maybe playing one day on my own time is Phantasy Star. Because I've heard that Phantasy Star does some very, very interesting and dark things with its plot, and with its, like, characters and stuff. Use as a crack. Yes, we have. I can just imagine these voice actors in the booth being like, okay, what do we have to do today? Okay, I need you to yell out crack very loudly. Yeah, these things are by far the most annoying enemies I've fought in this game. Yeah, they can buff themselves, they hit decently hard, they can defend on top of buffing themselves. Phantasy Star is kind of a mixed bag, but worth it. Okay, yeah. Because, like, my main experience with it, I watched a speed run, and this is why I was talking about speed runs earlier, and here's case in point of why often in speed runs, you know, they don't resemble how you play casually. This is one of them. I watched an AGDQ speedrun of that ages ago, and, like, it ridiculously glitched the game to the point where, like, it skipped into the end game in, like, the very start. Like, they basically clipped into some end game dungeons and skipped over the first whole 2/3 of the game. So I don't really have much experience with, Joy of Joys, that was a thing from even the early days of RPGs, I see. Enemies that summon more of themselves. They are always a thing, and thank you, Serena, for leveling up. That couldn't have come at a better time. Oh, you have evac now. Yeah, I feel like I would have thought evac was only a hero thing, but no, it's mages get that too, which is good to know. Okay, yes, that's a fully down hole, to use weird terminology. But I think that's one of the few fully down holes in here. It's a pack of cultists. Yeah, let's just go ahead and do this. Yeah, in the Pokemon card game, there's a lot of weird naming schemes for things. It's like they have to call things like Hisuian Basculegion or Galarian Obstagoon, even though, I mean, it's technically a Galarian form, but like it's an evolution. Oh wait, Holy Water. Like, I could try and use that now, but also I probably need to be leveling up. Okay, there's a chest in that little passage, so I'll be examining that. Okay, yeah, that's a big Folly Downy hole. Let's not go down there. Apologies for saying that, but it's just funny to say it that way. How much gold do I have? Oh, I've got almost 1,000 gold. Nice. And I think I want to get out of here as soon as I can. Man, it's gonna be so cool when Ryuji turns. I don't know if I highly doubt he'll turn into a sage this stream, But it would be really cool when he turns into a sage, because then, yes, one day he will be a beautiful sage, then everything will be better. Just anytime there's like a weak character who becomes like strong with training, I always think of Heimlich's quote from A Bug's Life: "One day I will be a beautiful butterfly, and then everything will be better." And so we head down. Oh yeah, speaking of someone in the chat mentioned the victory fanfare. And the victory fanfare. So I have a bit of a, I don't know if it's a hot take or not about the Dragon Quest hero in Smash Bros. Why wasn't the Dragon Quest level up theme their victory theme? Like, why? I mean, I get that the Dragon Quest main theme is iconic. Again, enemies summoning more of themselves. But, like, I always just felt like, okay, that's a waste of an area spell. I guess I need to memorize my agility stats more so that I can tell not to waste my area spells like that. So that I know, like, the turn order. Oh, test steals? Oh! Thieves can just randomly steal things from enemies you're fighting. That's really cool. Tortoiseshell, okay. Can anybody here actually use that? You can't. You can't. You can. It lays waste to the wearer's fashion credentials. I mean, it's still, you know. I guess mages don't really care much about... I mean, mages are pretty fashionable in most things. Like, I forget what voice type I chose for Serena, but, like, in my head, Serena's, like, kind of a bit of a weirdo. At least in terms of, like, this party headcanon dynamic. Like, she's a little bit... She has some interesting taste in fashion. Like, I know that I said that I wanted her to have more of a refined hairstyle, but, like, her hair looks a little bit messy and unkempt, so, like, in my head, she's, like, the, you know... She's that weird witch type character. She probably has weird taste in food as well. Meanwhile, Tess is going to be like that sort of like elegant, graceful type, but also I just made her rouge, didn't I? Not rouge, like not in that way. Not in that way. But like to be honest, it is actually kind of cool that stealing isn't like something you have to waste a turn in battle doing. It's just something that just happens sometimes if you have a thief in your party. Like, you don't need to worry about just, you know, again, like, because that's often a problem with Heisme I have in Metaphor. It's just like, do I really want to waste this turn using steal, or do I want to actually use it to buff somebody or debuff the enemy? But yeah, like, here you don't have to worry about that, because it's just like, stealing is just an automated thing that just happens. Okay, looks like there's a big stain on the ground here. Did somebody get horribly stabbed here? And get condensed into that Seed of Wisdom. Okay, again, muscle memorying. Okay, Seed of Wisdom. Who wants that? Oh, I mean, okay, Ryuji's gonna need Wisdom when he becomes a Sage, so let's give him that. Dragon Quest VI fashion as plot progression? I would very much like to know why, CJ. That sounds interesting. I know that fashion is plot progression in Bravely Default. It's in a very controversial moment. Though it does lead to a pretty amazing line delivery by Ring a Bell. Something like, the Duchess wore sexy clothes, it was awesome! I forget who voiced Ring a Bell, but whoever it was amazing, because Ring a Bell was great as far as voice acting goes. Like, I didn't really like the gameplay of Bravely Default all that much, but the, like the characters were pretty good. And, yeah, like I like all of them. Like, yeah. I mean, Tears is a bit generic, but, like Ring a Bell and Adia were great. It's just kind of sad that Ring a Bell isn't playable in the sequel. Then they teased that Ring a Bell would have a really big role in the third game, and then there hasn't been a third game because they made Bravely Default 2 instead of a sequel to Bravely Second, because, I mean, apparently Bravely Second actually flopped in Japan. So, yeah. Oh, right, some Asian, you're gonna have to sleep now. Yeah, good night. It was nice hanging out with you. There's a contest in Dragon Quest VIII you have to enter to get a legendary piece of equipment. That is almost exactly why fashion is a plot point in Bravely Default as well. You have to enter a fashion show to get an item that you need, I think, for something. I think, or it's like you need to see like someone else who's like one of the Vestals. Oh, that's an encounter. Well, I guess we get to kill our friend the caterpillar one more time before we leave. Probably should heal Tess. Ringabel is Spike Spencer. I knew it was a name that I recognized. I was like, it was either him or Kirk Thornton, but no, definitely not Kirk Thornton. Yeah, Spike Spencer is, you know, like, he was Marth in the original Fire Emblem OVA, I think, and also Excellus in, you know. I still can't believe Excellus, of all people, is in, Tokyo Mirage Sessions, as one of the hardest story bosses, too. Hello there, mystical glowing portal. What have you got for us today? Yeah, one of the key items is required to win the fashion contest on a certain level. Yeah, it also kind of reminds me about how, like, you need to have a certain magic stat, I think, on the protagonist in Shin Megami Tensei 2 to win a dance-off, because one of, like, the plot coupons you need to advance the plot is a prize for a dance-off at the disco. And I think how well you dance is your magic stat. So, yeah, welcome back to another Shrine of Promise, I guess? It's kind of cool to come out of here at nighttime. Jared Punch, you're going to sleep yourself. Apologies for a moment, the music's going to cut out for a bit. How long have I been streaming for? Oh, 3.5 hours, okay. That's less than I thought. So I guess I can go a little longer. Oh, no, it's a mysterious wiggling bush! Slurp. It doesn't seem to be a bad slime.
Wait! Don't do anything silly now! Oh, thank heavens! I made it just in time. Most would have attacked this defenseless slime by now. You might just be the one. Don't worry, friend. You've nothing to fear.
Oh yeah, you do need a high strength stat to get, like, every Magatama and Nocturne.
Tell me, have you encountered any unusually friendly monsters on your travels?
Just this one.
There are some in this world that hold no ill will towards us human folk. This slime being a convenient example of said phenomenon. Ho ho ho! Look at that! He likes you. At any rate, I've taken it upon myself to look after as many of these cordial critters as I can. Oh, that's right. I haven't introduced myself yet, though I'm sure you've probably pegged who I am. Yes, the one and only Monty the Monster Monitor. You do know me, right?
I guess. You know, headcanon, this guy is the distant ancestor of Mori from, Dragon Quest VIII. Mori is amazing, by the way. He has, like, one of the hammiest voice performances of all time, which is saying something.
Good to hear word of my work has travelled far and wide.
Yeah, Goddess Mermaid says Nocturne really wants you to do a strength build. That's not entirely true. Nocturne, like, apparently early game, especially in speedruns, go for magic. Nocturne's stats are low enough that you can kind of afford to pivot later on, but, like, you usually go magic early on in Nocturne because Tornado is just that good. You get it from, like, a Magatama, and it's, like heavy force damage to everything, which is really high for that early in the game. And yeah, it's pretty insane. You also get force boost, which in Nocturne there's no amp, so boost is amp, so it's 50%. Yeah, it's pretty crazy early in the game.
Listen, would you mind if I asked a favour of you? Should you happen to find any friendly monsters on your travels, could you send them my way?
Oh, Monty was in Dragon Quest V, okay.
I don't have much, but I'm sure I can find some way to compensate you for the trouble.
Like, I have heard Dragon Quest V was, like, one of the first games to have, like, a monster raising system, and it predated Pokemon, apparently?
As it happens, there's a monster arena in the nearby town of Romeria. There, critters of a calmer persuasion test their might against one another.
You know what's bad when the calm monsters are the ones that beat the crap out of each other in an arena. But yeah, oh boy, monster arenas. Yeah, I remember the one in Dragon Quest VIII took me a while. I remember I found... Oh, that's it! That was the strat I used. So, there are like 3 golems that you can find in to recruit for the monster arena. If you have all 3 of them, they have a special ability where they combine into a super golem. And that's how I got through most of the Dragon Quest VIII arena.
Do stop by if you have the time. You'll likely find me there as well. Now farewell, kindred soul. May this not be the last time our paths cross.
And yeah, the reason why you want a physical build for late game Nocturne is because Pierce only affects physical attacks, so yeah, and you really need Pierce. Like, you can beat the final boss without Pierce, it's just really hard. Yeah, apparently, yeah, according to the KJB in the chat, Dragon Quest V did predate Pokemon. And so it was actually the originator of the monster catching, game, RPG. Which is pretty cool. But yeah, I've wanted to play Dragon Quest V for ages. One day I'm gonna play Dragon Quest V. Yeah, I need to see how much copies of Dragon Quest V the DS version go for. Friendly monsters sometimes decide to settle down in towns and dungeons. They can be rescued if you find them. However, some monsters are just a bit jittery and scamper if you get to goes. Okay. Items or abilities. Interesting. Reward you. It's also worth noting the more of them you send, the more abilities your monster wranglers will learn. Yeah, I don't have a monster wrangler yet. I don't really know. Like, I wanted to stick with like the original like classic classes for this. The monster wrangler is a new class they added in the remake. But it apparently can heal, I think, and do some other things. The world awaits! And now... Yeah... This is bigger. Yeah! Okay! Yep! And this isn't even the full world, by the way. Because again, there's a second world at one point in the game. But yeah. Also, I love how part of the continent is just America. Actually, this basically is the real world, so Australia is, like, down there, and, although the rest is congealed into a bit of a Pangea-type thing, but, like, what is that? Yeah, it's like, we were on New Zealand previously, I guess. A really big version of New Zealand. But, yeah, there's North and South America. Oh, I've seen Let's Plays of Dragon Quest Builders. They seem pretty good. I'm just not really into, like, Minecraft-style games, so... Yeah, I don't really know. Ramaria. I swear I have heard this town theme before somewhere. I must have heard this in either another Dragon Quest game or in the original somehow. Oh, it actually isn't. It is a Rome-inspired area. That's cool. See, this is actually something that I've really liked about Dragon Quest localizations. Like, they are very international. They will often give different regions their own regional dialects, and they're often very well researched. This is something that I often feel that British dubs do, because, like, even Metaphor ReFantasio, it uses UK accents, but it also, like, it doesn't really pay much mind as to, like, where the accents logically should go. They don't really use accents to signify location, apart from, like, Germanic accents being in Alterbury Heights. But, like, the islanders of, like, the Mustari speak in, like, Liverpool accents, which is a little weird. In a lot of British dubs, like Xenoblade and, like, Dragon Quest, they will give people from certain regions certain accents. Like, they'll use them that way. Like, I know that, like, in Dragon Quest XI even uses, like, I think, like, fairly authentic Icelandic accents for, like, the, and, like, that's what Eric's accent is supposed to be, because it's a foreshadowing of where he comes from. But yeah, the people here seem to be, yeah, using a lot of Italian. I know there's a town in Dragon Quest VIII that's Russian as well, so, yeah. Yeah, here we go. That thing I was saying at the start of this stream. Whenever the townspeople tell you, don't go to this place, you need to go to this place. At least paralysis is probably not nearly as bad as, like, Dungeons & Dragons, where it gives you auto-crits. Yeah. I think it was, like... Matt Mercer was, like, mentioning of, like, I think the very first D&D game that he took Marisha to, was one where the whole party ended up being paralyzed and slowly devoured by ghouls. And it was like, yep, that was Marisha's first experience with Dungeons & Dragons. Like, I've heard that ghouls can be really nasty, like, in the early levels of D&D. Because paralysis is really rough at that point. So, considering that we only have a slime, I presume this is not going to end well if we try and do this. You know, Mori had an Italian accent as well, so maybe there's just a thing about Italian areas and having monster arenas. Oh, okay, you're just a confessionist. Confessionist. That's probably not even a real word, but yeah. Nocturnal Decay, you thought most of the Mysteria were Welsh. Yeah, like in my head, like, the Euphas brother sounded like it was from Liverpool, but anyway. They have something of an accent. I'm not really sure entirely what it is. It could be Welsh. Yeah, Scoozy, I know Scoozy is excuse me. I had no choice. I did Italian in my early primary school years. Hey, there's Monty. Splat trick. That is amazing. That is amazing. But yeah, like, I think a lot of the times, if you make a team of the same species, they get bonuses. Like, I know, again, like, in Dragon Quest VIII, I love the Golem team, because they could fuse into a giant Golem. I have lost, like, the giant Golem is a bit of a Jagan, as well. I don't think I want to do this right now. Like, it's not the best in the end, I think, but it gets you through most of the early stages. Like, if you can find all 3 of the golems that form that team in the world, because it's like 3 very specific golems as well. I think they have names like, they have names that are like stone puns, and if you find all 3 of them, then they can fuse into the mega golem. Yes. None of us think the Archfiend exists, and that's probably gonna come back to bite you soon. Okay. Plot twist, he actually grows up to be like a legendary hero, maybe. I think the heroes of the later games are like descendants of this character, spoilers, so it's probably not that, but suit of leather armor. Is that better than what we currently have? Probably is. By 3 points, but I'll take it. I wonder if the NPCs have different schedules at night or not. Well, I suppose we'll see. Do I need inn healing? I probably should stay at the inn. And yeah, classic rule of old RPGs, the further away you are from your hometown, the more the inns charge you. Which must suck for all the people in the world who grew up in the furthest away town from the legendary hero. Oh, I guess there are more NPCs out. Insert jokes here. Yeah. Let's not even think about that. They're speaking of a great hero from a place called Aliahan. Could it be true? No, there is no way they are not talking about the great and powerful BLILDA, the true legendest of all legends. Bene is like, thank you, bene grazie. Again, I only did like Italian when I was like less than 10 years old. The king. Oh, I wonder if this is the town where the king is replaced by a monster. But yeah, I remember ciao, salve, buongiorno, buonasera, buonanotte. Another chimera wing, nice. Well, let us get back to our home island without having to walk through the whole... that big dungeon, which I wasn't really expecting. Yeah. I still always remember that song from my Italian classes that just made no... like, not made no sense. It clearly sounded better in Italian. Like, there's a bit where it goes, Il coniglio salto su, and like, in Italian that sounds fine. But if you translate that into English, it's just, the rabbit jumps up. Like, it's just like, no, that loses a little bit in the translation. Yeah, Il Re. And now that's bringing me flashbacks back to an old educational thing I used to watch in my Italian classes, called Grande Muzzi, about a big fuzzy green monster who eats parking meters. Yes, this is real. And everyone spoke Italian. Oh. Terrible whistler, okay. I thought for a second he was the Safari Zone warden trying to find his lost teeth. But yeah, in that, the king is called, like, Il Re. And he's a lion, because, you know... Slobber. Okay, I regret talking to you then, dog. Oh, there are lions here too, yeah. And then there's the princess in that, and then there's the villain of Muzzi, who, like, nobody is... I'm Like, the KGB, I don't know if you saw that growing up, or if you've heard of that, but, like, parking meters is literally that character's catchphrase, too. He goes to jail at one point for eating parking meters. And there's the song where they all go, Il tante la via, which is take him away. And yeah. But anyway, the villain of that is hilarious, because he always goes on about, like, because it's an educational movie, it's all about teaching people Italian, so, like, the characters will go over their personality traits, so the king is like, I am the king, I'm strong. And then the princess is like, I am kind. And then, of course, the villain is like, Io sono intelligente. And then when the princess calls her love interest, who's obviously just a poor gardener who, you know, is like, oh, I'm so unworthy of being with the princess and stuff. But, like, when she calls him, like, brave and intelligent, the villain is like, no, io sono intelligente, intelligente, intelligente. And that's something that I quote a lot. They also did that basically Bowser thing where the villain is also in love with the princess. It was weird. It was very, very weird. I don't even know if, like, I don't even know if it really exists anymore, if you will find it if you look it up. But it's just, it was something that in my Italian classes, that it was just like, we just watched to learn Italian. Like, there is literally a song that is entirely one character counting the hours of the day and just saying, buongiorno, 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 and, like, the whole song is buongiorno, because, like, that's what you say at any time before, like, 5 p.m. And then once it hits 5 p.m., suddenly it's like, buonasera, for, like, 3 more of them, and then buonanotte, and then their song ends. Like, that's a song. The song is just, like, buongiorno for, like, 70% of the song. It's just... Anyway. Well, you're clearly on team, I don't know, something starting with F, I guess, maybe. But anyway, yes, cyberspace, I have so many questions. It's spelled M-U-Z-Z-Y, I think, but it's pronounced Muzzi. And I have no idea if it's I'm tempted to, like, look it up in the middle of this, because I want to see if it still exists, and if it's still, like, what it even is, like, based off of or anything, or, like, if it's a part of anything or anything, but it was something that I remember, like, anytime I see Italian, I'll always think of it. Corive, okay. Yeah, I do know there is a town where you do need the, blue door, so that guy will be locked in for even longer, I guess. I do like how there are different tiers of doors, though. It's a bit Metroidvania-ish. Oh, this is a cool staircase. West Tower, okay then. Yeah, that just, every time I think of Italian, I think of that. Italian in primary school is still getting to you? How? Leave it out, will ya? How many times do I have to tell you? I don't know Robin Hood. I hadn't even heard of him before. Hey, who the heck are you? I thought you was another one of them guards come to give me a grillin'. If they got it in this bad for me, who knows what they'll do to old Robin if they catch him. Was that? Where is he? Up Skyfell Tower, I heard. Him and an old gang of horrible henchmen. Give him an Iden from me, will ya? Okay. Yeah. So I best attempt at that guy's accent, whatever the heck it's supposed to be. I guess kind of Cockney, but it probably came out more Australian. But yeah, I have heard about Robin Hood. Robin Hood, he says, wowee, I'm tip-top alright, but I'm not as good as he is. That definitely came out sounding Australian. But that's probably a childhood reference that more people in the chat will get. Because, yeah, I have a soft spot for Disney Robin Hood. I know it's not like the best old Disney film, but I like it. Oh, Shadow Palka, you actually did watch Mutzi in your high school German class. Maybe it exists for a lot of European languages, because I know there was an English version too. Like, once we accidentally listened to the English version, and that was weird. Yeah, I think Robin Hood is a reoccurring Dragon Quest character as well. Now, I don't know what that is in Italian. Oh, okay, you're the... I know you hear about the Queen Mother, but you don't really hear about the King Father that often. Ah, one of those kings, eh? So, what would happen if Loveless won the tournament for the throne in Metaphor? Maybe? Yeah, I guess. Except he's Irish, not Italian. Oh yeah, Holocaust from Strange Journey is a fun character. Yeah, so I don't know why Italian of all languages was what I studied in primary school, but like they just gave us Italian for some reason. And it's not like I live in an area with a lot of like Italian immigrants or anything. So I'm not really sure why Italian of all things, but it was. I'm glad I did it because it was a good introduction to language learning.
Well met, traveler. Tell me, what brings you to fairest Roma?
You have an identical chancellor.
Ah, I see. You must be the hero of Aliahan. Your king sent word that you were on a mission of great importance.
Okay, so Cyberspace, you looked it up, the Mutzi thing. It was originally British and made to teach English as a second language, and it's been translated into other languages. That makes sense. That makes sense. It is a language teaching tool. I thought it was. But yeah, I'm honestly not surprised that it's British, actually. Robin Hood made a lot of people furry. Consider it coincidence that Klungy brought this up. Is he telling us something? I don't know. I mean, like, yeah, I'm as far as I know, I don't think that I'm that, but like, I do like a lot of media that has anthro characters, but I think it's more an autistic thing than a furry thing, really. Like, because I like Zootopia as well, and Sonic and Sly. But I just like the characters, that's all. I also feel like it's maybe easier for autistic people to relate to non-human characters, especially when they're young. Because like in A Bug's Life, I found Flick in A Bug's Life very relatable when I was younger. Anyway. Oh yeah, I love Ezio's Italian accent, or... It's probably dumb to call it an Italian accent, because there's tons of different accents in Italy. Like, they're all over, like, there's probably a lot of variety. I'm not sure exactly what Ezio's accent is, it's probably from a specific region. But anyway, just looking at the chat here for a moment. But yeah, I much preferred learning Japanese in high school, though.
Ah, it is an honor to at last meet the Scion of Ortega in the flesh. Your reputation precedes you. Now, there is something I must ask of you. That despicable brigand Robin Hood has stolen from us our most sacred and regal crown. Were you able to return it to us, you would prove yourself a true hero. Believe me, you will not get a better chance to show just what a descendant of the great Ortega can do.
I am so sorry, the KGB.
Go forth, and may luck travel with you.
Yeah, I guess I'll talk to the Queen as well. This is funny. Like, I'm trying to think of like, this game is probably not like this game's probably too early to be like, when you go to Robin Hood, he's like, oh, actually, I'm the good guy here, and the king is the real villain, and then you go back and you fight the king. Like, I feel like that maybe came later in the evolution of RPG stories. Like, this one's probably, I'd expect this one to be pretty straightforward. Like, usually what the, you know, kings tell you is, like, good, unless they're actually secretly monsters, but yeah, anyway. Southwest of Korea, southwest of the north, okay. Eiffel Tower, which doth our castle. Oh, right, our castle is bigger than that castle, okay. Don't know if there are any dwarves in this game. Is there anything we can loot in this room? But yeah, it's just like, it's funny, like, you had, like, the classic tropes and then the subversions, then the subversions became cliche, and so not doing the subversion became the subversion, and so on. That's just how plots evolve. Have I been up this? No, it's a down one, so I haven't been here. That is a cool symbol on the floor, though. And wrong key for this one. Okay, there. Nocturnal Decay, you kind of wish that you'd pick Japanese, but now you've done Spanish. Like, I've heard Spanish is very popular in a lot of US schools, and, yeah, it's a good language to learn. Like, it's funny, Spanish is very rare, like, in Australia. You don't get a lot of Spanish, teaching in Australia. Apparently there's an armory inside the monster arena. So I guess... Oh, that fountain looks beautiful, though. Wow. Oh, you're from the poor country, where all your clothes are so plain. Here we go, here's the armory. Okay, so what am I gonna... Wait, oh, actually, hang on. Iron Lance. Interesting, okay. Oh, the boomerang is really good for the area targeting, though. This would be good if I had, like, another warrior, though, because I guess I could have them equip that and have BLILDA continue to use the boomerang. Thorn Whip. Whip is a bunch of enemies, but... Okay, you know what? Ryuji's gonna get the whip. Oh, though Tess could use that too. And that would give her a little bit more utility than she currently has, because at least she'd have multi-targeting. So yeah, notice how she still has the Divine Dagger in her inventory. So like, if I wanted to continue to, like, to use that Divine Dagger, I could switch that out in the middle of a fight. Buy boomerangs here. Wizard Staff. Oh yeah, here we go. Sends a ball of fire when used as an item in battle. So yeah, a lot of Dragon Quest games have items like this. You need to put them in your character's inventory for them to be useful. But like, they can, for example, I wonder if, I mean, I doubt he'll actually do well with it, but like, maybe it could give Ryuji more to do in his turn, maybe. But also, okay. Yeah. Because it's not like that's really going to affect Serena's magic damage, I don't think. But if I give that to Ryuji, even though he can't equip it, I think he can still use it. And now I have no money. But it's fine. Like I answered in the quiz at the start of the game, I prefer to spend my money on weapons rather than armor. I'm guessing saying armor gives you better defense. Or a personality that gives better defense, I guess I'll just say. But yeah, no, nothing, meant by it, filthy goddess mermaid. But yeah, like, no, like, I liked the Disney Robin Hood quite a lot back in the day. I still wish it was a Kingdom Hearts world. Like, seriously, I want there to be a Robin Hood Kingdom Hearts world. That would be really cool. Because, like, you'd have an Archer party member, and, like, I don't know, I know I think I've told you this before in, like, a stream, but, like, I don't exactly know, like, what you do with the boss fight, because, like, Prince John is kind of too pathetic to be a boss. The Sheriff of Nottingham, maybe, like, he's also pathetic, in that film, but, like, he could be a boss fight. Like, you could have Trigger and Nutsy, like, the vultures, as assisting him, maybe. But yeah, like, I'm guessing you'd have, like, a giant Heartless or something that you'd fight, but still, it's just, I don't know, I do feel like, just seeing where I can go. So we can go north through there, and apparently, like, south something of the north is where Robin Hood is. Or we can check this this sign. But like, yeah, please, Robin Hood world. Also, Princess and the Frog.
At last we have tracked down those banditti. First, we will make our way north to the village of Corif before heading to the old tower.
Okay, well, yep, there's Corif. I mean, I'm going in the right direction. Also, there's a horse here, I just noticed. Friar Tuck as well. Friar Tuck would be an interesting party member as well. Like, you could have him, like, using a staff or something, maybe. I don't know. I mean, if they do, because, like, I know that in Kingdom Hearts 3, they like using, like, multiple party members for each world. I still hate the fact that Rapunzel stops being a party member after that world's over, but yeah. So, like, if they were going for a second Robin Hood party member, they'd probably do Little John, which probably makes more sense. Although Little John is probably basically Goofy in terms of his role, so maybe not, I don't know. But, like, Friar Tuck would be cool.
Now march, Cavalieri!
Although I do kind of wonder if you could have Maid Marian as a healer, maybe.
Ah, scusi. By any chance, would you happen to have come from Aliaha? Then it is as I thought. We recently received a letter from the king of your nation. He mentioned sending a warrior off on a great quest. You are exactly as he described.
Well, good to know that they sent word ahead. Also, apparently wisdom did not increase magic damage in the original version of this game. That makes sense, because I know that in Final Fantasy 1, a whole bunch of stats were bugged and did literally nothing. It's... Seriously, I found a guide to Final Fantasy 1 mechanics, and it's hilarious. Go and read it. It's amazing. It's like, this stat is supposed to blah blah, or at least that's what it's supposed to do. Actually, in the code, does this instead.
I had hoped for some help tracking down our king's crown. You see, it was recently stolen.
Yes, we know that already. Also, people in the chat are saying Emperor's New Groove World. Yes! Yes! We need an Emperor's New Groove World. Amazing. Someone said, like, mini-boss with Kronk, a boss with a sort of demonic jaguar Yzma. That'd be pretty cool. Like, make use of that cat transformation.
As a result, the outpost that leads to Portoga is closed until further notice.
And maybe actually use Snuff Out the Light, finally, the unused Yzma villain song. Although, didn't her voice actress pass away recently? I mean, I know they've got sound-alikes for a lot of Kingdom Hearts anyway, but that'd be kind of sad if she couldn't reprise her role.
Mi dispiace for the trouble. I am truly sorry. I know this will not help your journey. However, the outpost will be open soon enough. We believe we have found the hideout of the thieves. The crown will be returned in due course. Viva il Re!
Sounds like those ruffians are in the tower to the northwest. The one that's just over the mountains.
See, I saw it once when I made the journey to the western coast. It is quite the trek, let me tell you.
Oh, she was Eartha Kitt. Yeah, I thought so. Meanwhile, horse. Winnie. The objectives. I thought for a second the objective got updated after talking to the horse. Marian Road. Sorry, yes, I like talking to everyone. Of course, Mamma Mia is like the Italian that everybody knows thanks to a certain game franchise. No. We are only 16. We probably are too young to be seeing belly dancers. Then again, like 16, you know, teenagers. Teenagers often seek out this kind of stuff. Okay, monster at the fountain, right. That's probably a hint as to how to get one of the Monster Arena monsters. And now sign. Korov, Outpost, Asham, okay. As tempting as it is to go all the way, like, sometimes it actually can be fun in these games to try and go to one of the, like, places you're not supposed to go, because sometimes you might find some equipment that you aren't meant to have access to until way later. I'm so tempted. I'm so tempted to actually try. This is probably going to end really badly, but okay. I want to see what happens if I go to the other town that I'm not supposed to go to. Like, the direction I'm not supposed to go to. Sometimes, though, you run into a literal broken bridge, and can't actually go in that direction. Okay, it's a blue frog. Blue frog. Oh, okay, yeah, here you go. So, items, wizard staff. Let's just use it on the killer pillar. And I hate this because everything is only an individual, so I can't use my multi-target attacks that aren't the boomerang. Live life on the edge. Yes, I have to do this like at least once. And yeah, that's how Ryuji's staff works, basically. I mildly enjoy anime, but I love Xenoblade Chronicles 1. Yeah, Xenoblade Chronicles 1 is not very anime, to me personally. Xenoblade 2 maybe, but 1 is definitely not anime. Though I will say, I feel like Metaphor ReFantazio is the least anime JRPG I've ever played. Well, actually, it's kind of similar to, if it is referencing anime, it's very early Ghibli. Like, really early Ghibli. There's a lot of Nausicaa stuff in there. Okay, well, we got a totally new set of enemies here, so let's see if we die horribly. Okay, you are clouds. Let's see how you like fire. At the very least, you're an entire group, so, oh boy. Please don't razzle-dazzle me. Thank you. Okay. I like how they just pop like that. And their animations look pretty cool, too. Like, as far as, like, HD-2D goes, I love the smoothness of these animations as well. Like, it's just, this has a lot of charm to it. 64 experience points! Yep! Definitely a lucrative direction to be going in. Unless I was not paying attention, and this is just the normal experience from this, from the enemies in this other continent. Yeah, there are some items in the field, but I want to just keep going and... Oh boy. Wow! That is like a cat with its eyeball hanging out of its skull. Again, Dragon Quest gets oddly disturbing at times. Okay. Jackknape. Bull Mustache. Well, they're clearly some form of zombie, but, I am a little bit intimidated by those apes. I am going to use fire on them, and I'm going to focus all my attacks on them. Oh boy, that could be bad. Okay. Well, yep, I was not meant to go this way. But I wanted to just to live on the edge. They're not even dead. And yes, the classic Dragon Quest coffin. I am defense debuff too, and the only person I had who was even reasonably capable of, like, doing a lot of damage is down, so I... Flee? Maybe? Did that work? Okay, that actually worked. However, as you can see, Serena is still dead, so we have our first casualty. I know I'm way off track. I am doing this because this is just... I have to show this. This is part of the classic old RPG experience. You go the wrong way and you get bodied by ridiculously powerful enemies. So, my idea here is... I might regret this, but if I can make it to the next town, I can set that as a Griffin Wing point, and then I can just Griffin Wing my way out of here. Or I can just Griffin Wing my way out of here in general. But, like, yeah. This is probably not going to end well, but again, this is like getting killed by 4 turbans. Nice, okay. Can I equip somebody who's dead? Well, I guess we can finally give you that turban. Silk Robe. Okay, that's pretty good. We can give you more defense so you don't, you know, die. Brave Sir Robin ran away. Uh-oh. Well, they ambushed me. That's bad. Okay, this is not good. Oh no, Tess is dead. Yeah, my thief is down. That means fleeing is probably gonna be pretty bad. Well, it's just me and Ryuji versus the world, I guess. We're getting close to the town, though. So, that's a thing. Spells. Heal. Oh, wait, does evac work on the field? I guess it does. I thought it only worked in dungeons. Let me just check evac. Dungeons, caves, and towers. So, no, I guess it doesn't work. Come on, town. Come on, town. Yes! We made it to the town! Okay, yeah, so, I am gonna be Griffin winging back now, but, like, yeah. I had to. Zelmeyer, I'm thinking of picking this game up after Christmas, should I? Well, this has been really fun so far. Like, it is very... I just love how you're dragging the coffins around. Though I like it better in Earthbound, where they're, like, ghosts following you. But anyway, what I was saying was, I'm having a lot of fun so far. Like, you need to really like this kind of style, though. Like, really, really old-school JRPGs. But it's like it's really good, and the graphics are great. And the voice acting is nice, and there's a lot of replayability in the fact that you can just, you know, create your own party members. Yeah, I'm concerned the church here is going to charge more than the one at the previous town, so I might leave these two dead for now.
Good evening, fair maiden. Are the stars not beautiful tonight?
That sounds like a spy password. Why are you voice acted too? That's suspicious. That place probably is plot relevant at some point. Ah, yes, the classic, the pervert who likes belly dancing. Speaking of Sly and stuff, yeah, there's the Carmelita belly dance minigame, which everybody hated in you know, the fourth game, which... The fourth game is like... Also, crikey, are you a... Australian, I guess? There are Australians in the Dragon Quest games. But anyway. Am I allowed to, like, rush the stage? And, like, mob everybody? I can! Oh, okay. Well, since you have a name, it's pretty likely that you are gonna be plot relevant eventually. So, good thing to remember that. And this does mean that, like, it saves me a trip here if I, you know, once I need to come here for the plot, I can just Griffin wing here rather than have to walk. Curious bag upon the ground. Oh, yeah, those money bag enemies. I love those, yeah. A pouch of musk. This reminds me of the manly musk skit from, Tales of Vesperia. Yes, you, interesting, okay. And you appear to be sick. And that's just an inn to recover. A tough guy tattoo! Is that an equipment or like an item that changes your stuff? No, it's an equipment. Okay, so that gives you the thug personality type. Which I guess makes sense for Ryuji, but wow, it buff his attack by a lot too. Though he probably needs, like... I mean, he's got a lot of defense, actually. Maybe I should actually... Although he's gonna be a sage, though. He probably needs, more wisdom. So if I give you the... Uh-oh. Whoops! Okay, then. I mean, that kind of makes sense. You know, something called the cow ring would probably not, yeah. It'd be funny if the tough guy tattoo was cursed. It was a tattoo of a cursed image. Oh yeah, I totally forgot about the row system. Oh, okay. Interesting. Lineup, here we go. Apparently, if you leave with a male character...
Oh, me. Oh, my. Just look at you. What a handsome fellow you are. I wish to give you the priceless gift of Puff Puff. Will you permit me?
Something tells me that if Ryuji ever went for one of these, he would not end well. He'd probably fall for a very obvious scam.
Goodness me, but I cannot see to you all at once. Whatever, just you, my sweet. You and you alone.
Okay. Yes?
Oh, I am so happy to hear you say this. Come then.
Is Ryuji finally gonna get lucky for once in his life? I remember that most of the Puff Puffs in, awkward looks, in the later games, like 8, are actually, like, scams. And I think there's, like, there's the Hong Kong people in Dragon Quest.
Sit right here on the bed.
That's it, my sweet.
Well, hopefully this stream isn't gonna get marked as age restricted now.
It is all right with you if I turn off the light, yes? Here we go then.
This sounds very suspicious. Oh no, Ryuji going for Puff Puff would meet a pair of drag queens, considering Persona 5, yeah.
Not bad, eh? I give a puff puff and an half, I do.
I had a feeling that might happen. Wasn't that exact same thing done in Dragon Quest 8 or 11, though? But yeah, I mean, it's very fitting that this was Ryuji.
My sweets, meet my father. He is the greatest practitioner of the Puff Puff in all the lands of the world.
That's me done then. Don't be a stranger, eh, sunshine?
So, I can't believe the name I gave the gadabout was
my
prophetic.
Sweet, how are you feeling? Are you soothed and calmed? I do hope so. You will come and visit us again soon, yes?
Yeah, I do remember the, I do remember the one in Dragon Quest 8 that was a pair of slimes. Well, I guess we can loot their leg warmers. But anyway, I get, were those leg warmers worth it? Let's see. Let's see. Oh, he can use the turban, okay. We did get a lot of those. I guess whatever the leg warmers are, he can't use them. So also, he just put on a cursed ring and then that happened, so I guess, yeah, classic Ryuji. He's like, I looted these leg warmers. Nothing else happened besides that. Nothing at all. And now let's never speak of this again. Where are we? How do we do this? Miscellaneous, here we go, line up. I want to put you back in the front. Can I lead with a dead person? No, that would be funny if I could actually control the coffin. Miscellaneous, yeah, let's put you back in the front and do that, okay. Anywhere else in town that actually, there's actually quite a lot in the town that I haven't been to. It was in Dragon Quest Heroes as well. Yeah, the whole Puff Puff thing is a thing in this series. Oh, look at this. Look at all these items that I cannot buy. Slapstick. Yeah, I feel like that's probably a clown exclusive item. Maybe, I don't know. Steel Broadsword's going to be great for BLILDA eventually, though, and we also have access to Iron Hands. Iron Claws. That must be martial artists. We have the Whip, Chain Sickle as well. Hen's Tooth. Yeah, it's like, there was a thing, like, I remember there being, like, a thing about hen's teeth in, like, SimCity. I think it's meant to be, like, a metaphor for, like, something rare. The hen it came from did not enjoy similarly good fortune. Yeah, I like it when games have, like, fun with item descriptions. I'm just trying to think about which game I've played has my favorite item descriptions. There are a lot of very, very fun item descriptions in many games out there. Okay, nobody's manning this shop. I guess maybe it's a daytime-only shop? Wait, what's referenced in AI the Somnium Files? I'm guessing Puff Puff. And I wouldn't be surprised, because again, Dragon Quest is huge in Japan. Evidently not, because of that Puff Puff. Oh, I read that for a moment as the Kingdom of Iblis. I was like, oh no, not the Kingdom of Iblis. You don't want to go there, there's a trigger there that will result in the end of the world. Okay, Kingdom of Ibis is in the desert. We don't want to go there yet because we got wrecked by bears coming here. But, yeah. Herd of musk. No, I don't want any musk from this town. No, thank you. Yeah, I'm guessing that's like a make more encounters happen item. I could stay at the inn just to advance time and see if that shop actually starts selling things now. I guess, probably. Because that's everything there is to do in this town right now, I think? Yes. You know, back when I first heard about Sonic 06, I misheard Iblis Trigger as... or misread Iblis Trigger as Ibis Tiger. It was like, I finally found him, the Ibis Tiger. Like, why... What is an Ibis Tiger? And why are they calling Sonic one? We've got enough Musk as it is, thanks. Oh, man, yeah. Yep. I mean, Iblis also just means, like, devil in Arabic, so that would also not be a good place to be pointed to by a town with Arabic inspiration. It's like, yeah, the equivalent of, like, a, you know, medieval, like, kind of, Christian town saying, like, oh, have you heard of this town called Satan? But anyway, it is actually Ibis, though. Oh, yeah, okay, these shops do open in the daytime. So, you are just shields, and you are items. Moonwort bulb. Oh, I should probably get some of those. They say the monsters of the north can do that. You know, this is gonna realize I probably do... Oh, no. I might not have enough money to resurrect people at the church. That was dumb. I probably have some extra stuff I can sell. Oh, now it's you. Okay, hi. We are going away. Because now we're gonna use a Chimera Wing. And we go to... Oh, we can even go to the road, but now we need to go to the, where the heck is the... There we go, Ramaria. And we ride! Oh, wait, Ibis used to be called in the chat. Okay, that makes sense why they changed it. I kind of get why that makes sense. I mean, I know it's a little disappointing, but, like, also, you probably don't want to place with, like, that name in, like, a game like this. Okay, so let me see if I actually am too poor to resurrect people. Uh... 30, okay. I might be able to make that much by selling things. Let's see. I only realized too late. I'm like, oh, you're gonna buy these paralysis things. And it's like, oh, right, it costs money to resurrect people in Dragon Quest. Well, okay. Well, let's see if we can make some quick 30 bucks. Yes, Iblis does mean... Iblis is a particular kind of, like, devil in, like, Arabic mythology. So I'm... Okay, hang on. Sell. Section of the right menu. Oh, wow, the Tough Guy Tattoo sells for a lot. But probably shouldn't do that. Rabbit's Tail. I don't need these feathered caps. That should be enough for my resurrections. Okay, so what? Who can use the leg warmers? Leg warmers. They don't look like much, but they do a decent job protecting the wearer's legs. I think the Dragon Scale was just, like, defense, so that's basically a straight-up upgrade. But yes, people are now making Devil Trigger jokes in the chat. Oh, wait, I might have had a full inventory and couldn't have bought paralysis items. Good to know. Now I need to find a storage somewhere. So let's go, Finally, you two could not be dead. It's probably a good thing these two were dead, and didn't get to witness what happened with Ryuji. It's still really funny that, like, in a lot of other games, it's, like, unconscious or something, and then in, like, Dragon Quest, it's like, no, they just die, and they full-on get resurrected at a church. I mean, it is very Dungeons & Dragons, but still, it's funny. There is a Puff Puff reference in Yakuza Like a Dragon. You can find these people called Honk Honk people in town and do that. The problem is it's random where they show up, like when they show up, and they're pretty rare. The Eureka moments. Interesting. What do we got here? Makes you don your thinking cap. I wonder if that's good for Gadabout to get more, like, wisdom or something. Oh, right, I probably need to uncurse, speaking of Gadabout. I think it's purification? No, no poison, okay. Benediction? Lift a curse, there we go. 300 gold? Okay. I'm just gonna leave him cursed for now, because Ryuji. Ryuji's incident is now Brock and Ivy. Yeah, it's never really confirmed exactly what happened there, but he never wants to say that name. He doesn't want anyone to say that name again. It's very weird. It's Ryuji, it's fine. And yeah, we've mentioned this before, that in the early Dragon Quest games, revival spells have like a 50% chance of failing. Okay, so I think I will try and head to the tower, and I'm not gonna get bodied this time, hopefully. And yeah, so there's a town to the north, and then there's the tower to the, like, southwest of the north, which is confusing, but guess it makes sense, yeah. Yeah, you need to go north first anyway. So let us make our way through this forest. If I do get to, like, Robin Hood, that might be a good place to call this, because if it's a boss fight, I'd like to see, like, the first actual boss fight. I thought this would be an area. Here it is, the landmark of Great Big Rock! Yeah, this is probably a landmark if this game had, like, a landmark system. Okay, massive tree to a mountain, down with... Okay, interesting. 5 or so, Strong medicine. Okay, well, it is putting the... We do have room in the item bag for it, I guess. Does it tell us how much space we have in the item bag, or... I don't know. Also, I probably should use the Seat of Defense on somebody. Well, you died before. Let's give you a little bit more defense. Ryuji is cursed to undergo more Puff Puffs, exactly. And now we must make our way through the Valley of Torment. Yeah, I still love how it's like, when I saw that chapter in Three Houses named The Delusional Prince. Are those the same? Yeah, they're just killer pillars. I don't really need to do much here. I saw that chapter named The Delusional Prince, I'm like, okay, that's the edgiest chapter title I've ever heard. There's no way this is gonna get any more edgy than this. And then, the next chapter was called Valley of Torment. How'd that last one only take 11 damage? It was probably defending. Ah, sweet, sweet enemies that actually don't murder me brutally. I'm glad that I did that, though, and I'm also glad that I didn't game over, which is kind of amazing. But it's like, yeah, like, I had to. It's just, it's a rite of passage in these old RPGs. You go the wrong way, you get bodied by everything. Luck, oh wow, BLILDA's luck is terrible. It's the one thing she's bad at, I suppose. Okay, right, we've got a bunch of these guys, let's just sizz, and then... Yeah, the whip is pretty fun. Ryuji calls for backup, but his faithful playmates are nowhere to be seen, yep. the Phantom Thieves aren't here, which is probably a good thing. What if this whole stream is secretly a Ryuji gets isekai'd situation? Or it's like a bad dream that he has? That would be interesting. That town in the distance looks pretty cool, though. Well, okay, here are some other zombie wolves. Putrefido, that's pretty good. That's actually really good. Also, Tess just took a big chunk of damage there. Now, getting a kind of solid amount of experience in these enemies. I should probably put Hurts Young back in the party, just to have a healer leveled up a little bit. Oh, I remember these things. Yeah, I've seen them in other Dragon Quest games. Hi there. Do you not like fire? Let's find out. I forgot to heal Tess. Oh, well. Oh, nice crit there. Fire does pretty solid damage to them, at least. I reincarnated as a clown in another world. Exactly. Again, I just... muscle memory from Digital Devil Saga. Heal you up. And now we have this town. So yeah, we've gone pretty far up. There's also an area up there that will probably be relevant at some point, but also a snowy area that might have different encounters. Yeah, I am glad that SMT4 Apocalypse fixed Smirk, because Smirk seems way better in Apocalypse than it was in regular 4. Oh, this place is like a village, huh? Like a forest village. I expect this to be like a Russian-style snow town. But no. Okay, there's a bed and board here. There's a shop and theater to the southeast. They only accept clients at the time of nights. Well, yeah, we've already been there, and you don't really want to know. So there's a nice orchard over there. And something... Oh, it's a red locked door. Good. What else do we have inside this red locked door? Boxer shorts! Everybody's favorite piece of equipment in any game. Oh. Hello there. But I cannot, unless we wait until nighttime and the guy's not there anymore. Because that could potentially let us get at those chests. Okay. Hardwood headwear. Okay, it gives a little bit more defense, but I can't really afford it. Necklace of immunity. Okay, no poison. I was about to say I prefer sleep immunity until I realized, oh wait, it doesn't work on gadabouts putting themselves to sleep. We established that earlier. There's like a tavern here? Massive helmet. Okay then. I wonder if that's Ortega. Maybe he passed through here on his journey. Villagers angered fairies and were punished with sleep. I think I've heard about that as well. Not scared warrior. Yeah, that probably was Ortega. Yep, definitely Ortega. Lately catching view of heel slime. Yeah, that's probably another one of those monsters you can recruit for the arena. Yeah, I've heard the, Apocalypse's story is not as good as the gameplay, but the gameplay is very good. Though I do... Norvik to the north, wow. I do really like the gameplay of 5, though, of Vengeance specifically. Yes, there is indeed a place of dead people in this town. It's a funny thing to say. It is really pretty, though. Spiked hair. Okay, that must be a recruitable spiked hair. Because we've been seeing spiked hairs for a while. It feels a little late for them to warn us about that specific enemy type. Okay, village is different in the evening. Are you talking about this village or the other village? Babush. Oh, it is a, I think it is a Russian place. I did not mean anything, I just wanted to grave rob. So can we examine these graves? Oh, well, we can interact with this one. And get a mini medal, so yeah, grave robbing, basically. Great martial artist. Well, I wish we could punch the head of a bear off and get revenge for what happened back on the way to the other town, but sadly, no, we are not strong enough to do that yet. One day we will be. One day we shall return, and then we shall indeed punch the head off bears. And it will be glorious. I should probably save. Yeah... If you played the original SMT5 recently, you might not want to play Vengeance, but it's, like, Vengeance is genuinely very good. It is a very significant improvement. It's not like a lot of the other re-releases. It's actually a real necessary improvement. So where am I at now? Okay, 4 hours and like 30 minutes. I might see if I can make my way to Robin Hood, but once I get there, I will probably call things at that point because we've done a decent amount in this stream. Ah, if you come back at night, you can meet somebody. Okay, then. Good to know. Yeah, they did say the village is different in the moonlight, so maybe I should try that before I leave. Also, this is an area I didn't actually go here. Poison needle. Interesting, okay. Well, yeah, I'll try sleeping at the inn until evening and then checking out if this martial artist ghost, I guess, shows up. That's an item shop. Okay, so rest a while until night. Poison needle is the other good thing about metal slimes. This is an instant kill. Yeah, I thought as much. Cause yeah, that sounds like against slimes you really need like auto crits or instant kills. But let's head on over to the cemetery now and see what's going on there. I guess looks like there is somebody there. And then we'll go towards Robin Hood, he says. It's funny, like, Nintendo Capri Sun quotes Robin Hood all the time, and I feel like that's like the only, one of the only movies Nintendo Capri Sun quotes that I actually understand. Yes, you are the great martial artists with no flesh. Iron claws, okay. Is this guy asleep, or did he get killed by the skeleton? Nah, he's asleep, okay. I wonder if there's anything to do with that, or if it's just a bear for a joke. I don't know. Maybe it is. Yeah, the problem with original SMT5 is, like, it was developed under very weird circumstances, and I think COVID hit the team pretty hard, too. So yeah, from here, we need to head down here. I know there's an item up there, but I do want to just kind of get on with the mission here, because I want to see if I can maybe do that in this stream. Oh, it's one of those vampire things, isn't it? Also, we have a new type of flying scorpion. Scornet, that's actually a good name. Vladdy. I guess I can hit the Scornet, and you can sizz the crabs, and you can whippity-whip-trip the Vladdy. Okay, Tess is doing some okay damage now. BLILDA might actually need a non-boomerang weapon. Okay, so let's just... I think we should be able to just blitz down the rest of these. Yeah, it's funny, undead martial artists are strangely rare in media. I would love to see an undead martial artist in something. Ah yes, teach those foolish fools who's boss. Yes, that is exactly how we'll use the whip. Forgot the whip. Well, I didn't forget. I couldn't forget. I'd never played this before, but I didn't know that whips were in this game. It's kind of cool they are, because I remember using a lot of whips in on Jessica in Dragon Quest VIII. They were pretty fun. Well, you're weak, so I guess the Gadabout can handle that, and you can just cast... I feel like I should go for the Putrefido. Blaze the game around Night Y'all. Yeah, good night. I should only be going for another about 30 minutes, maybe. Yeah, that thing survived a 30 damage, like, basically spell. Okay, Crab is nearly dead, so we should be able to take it down, and then we can go for the Scornet. Because, like, I like how it's both, like, Hornet, but it's, like, Scorpion and Hornet, but it's also, like, a pun on Scorn. Zombie Goro Majima, does that count as a undead martial artist? Apparently he wasn't really a zombie, and for that I'm very relieved. One, because he's a great character, he shouldn't die, and two, the world could not survive a zombie Goro Majima. Ever. Oh, hi there. You're not that thing, are you? Please tell me you're not the one night stand. Restless armor, okay. Heal slime, okay. And it immediately died to the boomerang. Thank you for that, BLILDA. We'll just do Frizz. Yeah, I do like that as a falling down pose as well. Yeah, presumably that's just an animated suit of armor, but I think those often show up in the Dragon Quest Monsters games as monsters you can get pretty early that are kind of reliable early damage dealers. I'll need to watch that someday. I recently started rewatching Mariland's Mystery Dungeon Sky Adventure. You know, Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers are some of those games where I'm just like, I don't really get what the fuss is about. Like, so many people have nostalgia for them, and I'm just like, I don't really see it. I only played Rescue Team, and I never really, like, people just really just say, oh wow, the Mystery Dungeon Explorers games are just so good. Like, people constantly praise them, and like, they're fine, from what I can tell. They're just like, I don't know, I just don't, I feel like I'm living in a different world to people, that like, I just don't put them on a pedestal the way that many other people do. Hey, Blue level up, nice. One Night Stand is exclusive to Dragon Quest VIII. Flame Slash, okay. Is that magical or physical? I suppose we'll find out. Because it better be physical, or that could be a problem. Oh no, my one weakness, small crags. But yeah, there's a little patch of dirt out here, which I presume is gonna be the tower, maybe? We'll see. So, okay, we got 44 is nice steal there. I've noticed that Ryuji has not leveled up in a while. Maybe there's I kind of hope the curse isn't making him not level, but anyway, yeah, here's the tower. Hi, tower. Staying on top of status. Okay, well, we're probably going to have to deal with debuff soon. We dealt with them in the place we weren't supposed to go, but now we're in the place we are supposed to go. Medicinal herb on you. Should probably heal up Serena as well. Yeah, I know the story of Explorers is good, but like, to me personally, I think that the other Mystery Dungeons games have just as good stories. Like, I think that Super and Rescue Team have stories just as good as Explorers. Which is probably a hot take to a lot of people, but that's just how I feel. I do feel like the other Mystery Dungeon games have stories just as good. Gates to Infinity has a good story too. Like, its gameplay is not the best, but it's got a good story. Even though it's basically just Persona 3 except with Pokemon. Seriously, Gates to Infinity's story is insanely Persona 3. You're curious how they reconcile the difficulty of a roguelike with the casualness of Pokemon? Mystery Dungeon is typically not that hard, but sometimes it can get fairly brutal. And you do lose half your money if you get KO'd in an expedition. De-accelerator. That's a speed debuff, I think. But yeah, you do lose like a lot of money if you get KO'd in a dungeon. So yeah, you have to be careful sometimes. And like the post-game dungeons are legitimately insane. Like the ones that lock you to level 1, those can be very rough. Top floor. Okay then, good to know. But from what I've seen, Super Mystery Dungeon is almost like actual roguelike. Not roguelike, but like actual like... It's pretty difficult. Like, Super Mystery Dungeon is pretty brutal. Significantly reduces agility, okay then. Let's see how much crack does to the crab. Yeah, I've heard of Ranger. Ranger sounds kind of interesting, but, I think J-Wits did a video on them at one point, but, like, they're... The fact, like, the first Ranger kind of suffers from the fact that you have to make all of the stylus loops around the Pokemon in one go. But I've heard Guardian Signs is pretty good. Okay. I am assuming that you guys are meant to be more, like, we use magic on you. Because it's not taking a lot of damage. Well, at least we killed it, but I think next time use magic. It's always good to have a designated enemy that you're meant to use magic on. Like, in Final Fantasy X, you got the Flans. Propeller Blade. Oh, I forgot to show Fire Slash. I will probably do that next fight. I just need to go over this side of the tower and see if there is a chest. Yeah, there is. Okay, good. That is a lot of enemies. Okay. Abilities, Flame Slash. It's one enemy. Okay. So I'll just use it on the knight in the center. And you just hit that, as I guess, as well. Sizz on those and whip those. It's a bit of an awkward combo enemies. Okay. Is this me? Did that do, like, less than a regular attack? Also, I need to show Propeller Blade. It's kind of interesting how they call heal slimes rather than more of themselves. Okay, wow, Flame Slash does not do that much. Maybe it is magic-based. But, okay, right then. Let's just do an attack to get that boomerang off. You just, hit the heal slime, I suppose. And you Sizz on that group, and you just finish off the Scornets with the whip. There we go, 2 down. Yeah, this is kind of a rough group of enemies. Okay, somebody got silenced there, I think. Yeah, Ryuji got silenced. Oh no, you silenced the clown, whatever will we do? And there we go, that was a surprisingly tricky fight. That's a lot of experience, though. I need to heal. Let's get you back up, and let's heal. Might as well heal both of you. This is definitely, like, I haven't actually done a dedicated grind session since the start of the game, so this is definitely a bit of a difficulty spike area. What do we got in here? Shane's Sickle. I believe we have long passed the point of that being good, but maybe that's better for you. Oh, it's actually quite good. So let's take that. I mean, you still have the Cypress Stick, but it's like, I don't really care about your attack power. You can't silence Ryuji. He's going to talk about how he's a Phantom Thief. Yeah, exactly. Well, I guess we can Sizz, and then you can just attack. Haven't seen 3 Knights before. Yeah, these things hit pretty hard, actually. Yeah, definitely. Maybe this is a place where you're, like, intended to grind for a little bit before going in here. But, I mean, I was finding the rest of the enemies a little easy, so I'm actually kind of glad that it's, here. Finally, you level up. I hope the curse isn't, like, making him take longer to level up or anything. Finally, you actually learned something. I presume Copper Sword is better on you. Or no, I can't use that. I mean, I guess you can take... I'm not really using the Wizard Staff with Ryuji, so I guess I can use that. Abilities. Okay, here we go. Sobering Slap. Okay, you can cure sleep, confusion, and paralysis. That's, good to have. Also, Propel Blade. Single enemy. Good to know. Okay, now you're not really healing a whole lot with that. Yeah, multiple versions of games is always a little weird, like with the whole, I don't know why Mega Man started doing that with Battle Network, but I guess it was just kind of because Pokemon was popular with that sort of thing. The whip sound effect, and it's sometimes like the sound effects are kind of an underrated aspect of a lot of video games. I like the whip sound effect in this game a lot. Yeah, it's really funny how in Fire Emblem games you can't talk if you're silenced. So not only can you not cast spells, you also can't recruit people or do support conversations. But okay, now let's head. Well, there's a guy down there I should probably talk to. Oh, you! Hi there, yeah. You guys are very evasive, and that's why I should probably focus on using spells. Or I could just hit everything. Okay, none of them actually died to that. Yep, a lot of them died to that one, though. So let's just pile on the last one. Yeah, Dragon Quest has some good sound effects. Like, to be honest, I'm not a huge fan of the victory jingle, but the rest of the sound effects are pretty good. Some weak to fire spells. Okay. I don't have a wind user, though! I would need to go back to my town to get my wind user. It'd be kind of interesting if the clouds were weak to winds, because, like, it blows them away. That would, like, make sense, but then again, like, it's not always, you know, RPGs don't really always follow logic like that. For example, in Pokemon, flying things are immune to ground, but in a lot of Final Fantasy, winged enemies are weak to earth. Yeah, I think I really should focus down the armors, because they hit very hard. Like that. Also, there's a new type of caterpillar here. Speaking of which, yeah, Tess got hit very, very hard, and if she goes down, I need to go, like, back to a town to heal her, basically. Can you use a medicinal herb on Tess? I don't know if you'll be able to get there in time, but we'll see. Abilities. It only affects one group, though. Propeller Blade, Iller Pillar. Okay, good, that did go off first. Oh, Propeller Blade's a multi-hit attack, nice. Yeah, these knights are a pain, though. Or armors, rather. Well, good thing they're dead. It's funny that I'm, you know, I am an Armor Knight, and yet I'm saying that I don't like these Armor Knights. Yeah, we are actually... this could be bad. Okay. Okay, right. We go for the all-target. You are going to use another one of these medicinal herbs on yourself, and you're just going to keep casting mega spells, Propeller Blade, 3 MP, but I would like that Illipillar to die.
Just a moment.
It's like my first time I've heard him saying, like, actual words. Still one crab left. But then again, that crab, was summoned to the fight late, so... Well, it's gone now. Okay, so it's kind of low on health, but I still think I want to just frizz that rather than risk missing. Or, that could happen. Thank you, Ryuji. I feel like this is one of those games where, like, even if you're doing, like, 1 damage normally, you can suddenly crit and do, like, a ton of damage. Because the formula's probably, like, different. Okay, so heal, E-herb, heal... yes, let's go with that. Okay, yeah, there's probably a chest in this direction. Yeah, yeah, Zelmire, definitely play Shadow Generations if you haven't. It's very, very good. This is you, and then just, yeah. Well, at least we have the Illipillars without any knights backing them up this time. Okay, somebody got poisoned. Everybody except Serena is now poisoned. Okay, then. I do have some of the poison-curing herbs. Also, oh, right, my priest is gone. He's currently back in town, so I don't have the curing thing. Crack, I guess? Yeah, this tower is definitely a difficulty spike. Hopefully I can actually finish this place. Nice, ice, destruction there. I'm just gonna risk basic attacks here. And it's down. There are crabs named Crabadabadoo. That is, yeah, that sounds like something this game would do. Wow, I feel like it's been ages since somebody referenced the Flintstones. Holy water, dazzle me not. Here we go, yeah, I have way too many of these. Yeah, this is just a thing I feel like in a lot of RPGs, they give you a lot of poison curing items. Like, I feel like they're just very paranoid of you being poisoned. Wizard staff, huh. So... Oh, I already have one. Well, okay then. Do I have any accessories for you? Tough guy tattoo. Oh, okay. I mean, honestly, that would make you very strong. Fortunately, the tough guy tattoo was not cursed. Do I actually see that in, like, the status? Personality thug, yeah, it changed. Personality wimp, oh no. Yeah, I felt like wimp was not the, don't know if I can overwrite that with, like, the smart book, but yeah. I mean, I probably should have got him cured, but at the same time, it's Ryuji, so it's on brand. Again, sizz those caterpillars. So yeah, my thief is now now enjoying the thug life, I guess, but it was worth it for that strength boost. Yeah, you guys hit pretty hard. And take a while to die, actually. Okay, good, they're down. Now I think one good spell from Serena should finish this. Crit ignore defense in Dragon Quest. That would explain why I was suddenly doing so much more. It's almost like, when I play Thracia on the channel, I'll explain that, but like, crits in Thracia don't exactly ignore defense, but like, they kinda do, because they double your might before taking into account defense. stealing an antidote after we've already, yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if Curse actually does, like, lower the amount of, like, does raise the experience that it takes to level up. Okay, so we have to make our way all the way around here, which, you know, for a dungeon with enemies this rough, it's kind of, kind of rough. Like, to be fair, Caution Bet in the chat, most games with cursed items don't actually tell you, like, that items are cursed. It's kind of the whole point of them being cursed items. You're meant to be surprised by them. And now I'm just reminding of how epically Sam Riegel trolled with a cursed item in Critical Role Campaign 2. Like, wow, did he troll with that, like, badly. It was amazing. Because, like, he normally is against using his luck feat from being a halfling, because he doesn't find that fair, but, like, back when he had, like, a cursed dagger, and his character was, like, unwilling to part with the cursed dagger, and the other rest of the party was trying to use Greater Restoration to cure the curse, that's when Sam said, I'm going to use luck to re-roll. Just in that moment. Sam Riegel is indeed a master troll. What we got here? We got more of you guys. Okay. I am running a little low on MP, and also I feel like, did Serena level up recently? She might have. Because I don't really have any... From what I remember from Dragon Quest VIII, MP healing items are pretty rare. Like, there are things like Yggdrasil Leaf or something like that, or like Yggdrasil Tea. And, like, they are actually pretty rare to find, from what I remember. Thracia is set in the middle of Thracia. I'm sorry, wow. Thracia is set in the middle of Thracia. No, Thracia is set in the middle of genealogy. So, it doesn't require a ton of knowledge. Also, a lot of us are hallucinating. That's probably why we keep missing. I just noticed. However, BLILDA saves the day. And she levels up. Nice. That means I get more healing. So, let's see. Probably need to use a little bit of healing. Yes, it would be disappointing to have to evac out of this dungeon, so hopefully I can finish it this soon. I think we've gone just over 5 hours now. I can maybe make it a little longer. There's Foley Offies down the side of this floor. Let's see. Okay, that room probably has chests in it. I think I want to beeline for the end of this dungeon, though, honestly. Just because, you know, I'm kind of running low on time for the stream. Oh, those mushroom enemies! I remember those enemies! Yeah, hi there. Fungool. Yeah, I remember you. Let's try Frizz on you and see if you're weak to fire, but also... Propeller Blade the Illipilla. Yeah, 51 damage total. Okay, that did... Those numbers were red? I presume that means it's a weakness. Crabid. That's pretty good. Though I keep thinking of it as crab meat from you-know-what series. Yes, ranting why Leaf isn't promoting to Master Knight. Yeah, like, a lot of Thracia is pretty self-contained. It does technically overlap. Yes, thank you. Now you have more MP. It does technically overlap with FE4 at some point. Okay, bang. All enemies with a small explosion. That just reminds me of how, like, there's a spell called Bomb in Tecmo Secret of the Stars. It's like, Bomb level 2! Feel the history of those great bandits. Yes, indeed. Perfect time to be talking about a Fire Emblem game, I suppose. Okay, yeah, let's try Bang. So it looks like it hits everything. As in, like, everything. Everything all at once. Yeah, there we go. I guess the caterpillars resist that. Uh-oh, BLILDA's hallucinating, I guess. And my mage is, but I think that only affects physical attacks. It's 5 MP, Scissors 4. Yeah, 1 extra MP to hit everything is probably a small price to pay. Nah, gadabouts are fun. And there we go. You love how NES Final Fantasy 1's ultimate spell was just nuke. I wonder if that was Ultima in the original game. But yeah, FF1 has some pretty funny names. I think one of the early Dragon Quest games has spells with names like Hurt and Hurt More. And then, yeah, Heal and Heal More. I think Heal Most is like the best one. It doesn't do a ton of damage, but it does hit everything, so it has that convenience going for it. It's kind of like the spell equivalent of a boomerang, if you think about it that way. Which is already being a little weak right now. I probably, like, after this dungeon, when I'll probably stop streaming, but yeah, like, after this dungeon, I'll probably start focusing on, like, maybe getting BLILDA a better single target weapon, because the boomerang is kind of losing a bit of its luster at this point. It's nice that it hits everything, but, like, it's a little weak to this point. Like, yeah, it's not doing a whole lot to these guys. Oh, Nuka's Flare. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense. I didn't think Ultima was in Final Fantasy 1. I know it's in 2, but it's not like a... it's like a plot point there rather than an actual usable spell, I think? Okay, let's get you healed up a little bit. Enemies are doing damages in the 20s right now. Speaking of which, damages. That's another Tecmo Secret of the Stars thing. Dealt 20 damages! That game is great. Again, look up Marilan's playthrough of it. Okay. We are on... Not quite the roof, we're on, like, the outside. Okay, we got some more things. I'm gonna put it on ultra fast for this, I guess, because why not? And then you go... I'm gonna just seize on the clouds, and you go and attack the Illipillars. But yeah, basically we've got a whole bunch of, like, we're already seeing palette swaps. Like, this was the classic RPG thing of, like, bunch of palette swaps. Oh no, okay, well, that's bad. I think she had full health going into that fight too, so it's not like it's really my fault, but, yeah, well, okay then. I'm maybe gonna have to, if there's a boss here, I'll have to fight them with only 3 people. Tess was strong too. And unfortunately, I think she misses out on experience while she's down as well. I feel like Wimp is probably a really bad growth type as well. So, yeah, this could be a problem. Like, logically, I should evac here. However, I am streaming and I want to actually make progress, so... Onward. Oh, dear. If they didn't sense our presence, can we run for free? Okay, well, I don't know if that was fully for free, but still, we ran. Just want to see if we can get to the end of this play. What do we got here? Oh boy, wow, we're still going. Still a decent... Or no.
Oh, you lot! Looks like we got some unwanted guests here! Ah, just what we need. We better let the boss know, eh?
Oh, Nuke reappeared in Final Fantasy VI as Murton, which was supposed to be Meltdown. Well, okay then. Yep, it's probably gonna be boss time soon, and I am honestly worried though, going into with only 3 party members. Oh yeah, there he is. Well, I guess it's time.
Fair play to you. You done all right making it this far, but if you think you're gonna catch me that easy, you got another thing coming. See ya!
And we fall down here. Do we just have to walk back up and not step on that floor? Ruby wristband. Show off. I wonder if that's a personality switch. Probably is. Skull ring sounds like it could be cursed. If there was any item that would be cursed, it would probably be that. Oh, perfect for those who aspire to be a lone wolf. Okay. Gives good agility as well. Yeah, silly Robin Hood protagonists don't take fall damage. Are we supposed to just jump down here? That's the direction they went in. Oh, there we go, yeah.
You don't give up, do ya? Well, if you want a piece of me, let's go!
Oh boy, this could be really bad. And he has a bunch of enemies with him. Okay then. So, right. What have I got in terms of abilities? Flame Slash. So I get, Robin Hoodlum, that's great. Okay, so I want to try and do some, like, debuffs here, maybe, but we'll see. I kind of like to get rid of the other enemies, though. So you have that ability to heal. What have you got in equipment? Probably should have given you some herbs. Whoops, that was not good. Okay, so. Oh, I should use Kabuff. Let's do that. A nice crit there. I also should not have ultra fast speed on. Let's not have ultra fast speed on. You have the strong medicine. And you're... Okay, I don't want to get stuck in a loop of, like, healing, but let's go strong medicine Ryuji just so that he actually, you know... And then I've got Kabuff up. Let's do De-Accelerator. Only targets one enemy. I guess I can target you. And I didn't even get the heal-in. Okay. But nothing happens. BLILDA puts the strong medicine away. Yeah, this is probably not going to go well. I might be able to get a single one of them down, maybe, but, like, let's see. And, yep, that happened. You can usually stack a buff, too? Okay. Yeah, I'm probably wrecked here. Yep. Yeah, that was kind of inevitable. The dungeon was actually probably a little above me in terms of, like, levels, so I can kind of understand this. I don't think I really stand much a chance of winning with one party member down. So, autosave was there. Yeah, you'll lose, like, half your gold if you revive from a church. But honestly, I think I will need to, because I just... Or I can do the autosave and then Griffin Wing, which is probably better. But, yeah, okay. So... actually, I can evac from here, I suppose. Oh, that looks cool, at least. And then I can, like, Griffin Wing back to a town. Because I probably do need the priest for this, but also... It's gonna take a while to go back through that dungeon again, so I know this is kind of a sour note, though, but I probably am gonna have to, like, stop this for now. But yeah, it's probably another one, like that's how it kind of goes with these games. It's like, if you run into, like, a boss that you can't beat, it generally just means you need to grind more. That's sort of the gameplay loop here. You grind more, and then you can just beat the boss easily. So, yeah, yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, I can kind of understand the autosave cheapening the part, you losing money for deaths, because, yeah, but, like, anyway. But yeah, so, yeah, I'm sorry for, like, ending on a bit of a sour note on this, but, like, I've been streaming for a while, and I've been really enjoying this game. So yeah, thank you once again to Square Enix for, giving me the code for this. It definitely, like, and this, like, I will say, this game has, like, cured my phobia of, HD-2D, because, like, this, I really like how this looks, and that was not the case for most HD-2D games. But yeah, in general, I'm looking forward to experiencing more of this, and, yeah, thank you all for being here for this stream, and I'm... hopefully going away. The stupid problem is that my ear is like... So so one of my ears that made me cancel the stream last week, I got eardrops, and that ear's better now. Now my other ear has the exact same problem. So I'm really hoping this second ear clears up before the flight. But if it does, hopefully, I'm going on a 1-week holiday this Friday. So that'll be great. So I really hope, yeah. But I have some videos that are going to go up in the meantime, including one update video, so stay tuned for that. And yeah, thanks for being here for this stream, and the next stream I do may be a surprise or not, we'll see. Because I'm getting pretty close to 20,000 subscribers, and I might like to do something a little special for that. So, yeah. Just everyone wish me luck that this ear clears up before the flight, because, yeah, it's just such a pain. But yeah, so, yep, thank you for being here, and I will see you all in whatever I do next.